position of Stratford EMS Administrator, and his sign on the radio is 8 Delta 2. Kevin started his journey when he was in high school through a program through school. He's held almost every rank in that department, and he's a licensed paramedic. He's also an instructor for your EMT, and he's certified to be a 911 dispatcher for EMS, fire, and the police department. I chose this site because growing up I always wanted to be a first responder and in the fire department. I have family and family friends that are already in the fire departments in Connecticut, and they stress how important it is to be certified in some sort of medical training. I chose this site because the headquarters houses the EMS, fire, and dispatch departments all in one building, and they work really closely together. So choosing the site expanded my knowledge and better prepared me for a look at what a first responder profession entitles and what I have to do. At headquarters, the business of this site is to provide 24/7 service to the public in case of emergencies. Stratford does around 7,100 annual emergency calls for medicals. Stratford's around 19.9 square miles, and it's really vast in its geography. It contains residential areas. It's a long shoreline, wooded areas. It has an airport and railroads. And both EMS and fire directly report to the mayor of Stratford, Laura Hoydick, and the head of public safety, Larry Ciccarelli. My prior expectations, I wasn't really sure what to expect. I've heard a lot from my family members, but part of Kevin's job that I didn't expect was the business side of things instead of being out in the field all day. I sat in on really important meetings, a couple with the mayor, other chiefs around the area. I was even able to sit in on a professional new hire or interview, which I thought was really cool, just to see the process and how it works, because it's going to have to be something I have to do eventually. My main responsibility was to observe. There was some things that I was able to do depending, but when we would go out, I was always riding. When I was in the fire truck, I rode on this truck, the rescue truck, and for medicals with the EMS department, I would ride in the supervisor car. I was able to help clean up from a motor vehicle accident on I-95. I was responsible for being there on time every day, and I was able to do training exercise with the firemen and listen in on medical classes for new EMTs. Something I learned about my responsibility is that if you're not early, you're late. So I thought I was still early. I was 10 minutes early, and they had just gone out on a fire. So I ended up having to go with the chief, who was already on his way out the door. My accomplishments through the month of May during internship, we did many things I found interesting. We went on many calls, and almost all of them ended up having a positive impact. The EMS department hosted a memorial ride for fallen people in their department. They were riding from Boston to Washington, D.C., and they stopped in Stratford, so we had to set up we had to clear out all the bays and everything. They brought this trailer with supplies, and we got them water and snacks and everything. They were there for about an hour. It was really impressive because a lot of them were older, I'm just going to say. Some challenges and problems. During the few weeks we were there, we faced a few challenges. I learned the importance of being prepared because some days we were out going out on calls more often than we were back at the headquarters. A challenge that was frequently encountered was people not doing their gear checks when they first got there. More times than not, they ended up having to call in another truck because they didn't have supplies that was needed. That included narcotics for medical calls, refilling oxygen tanks that you would need to go into a fire. My conclusion. The skills developed, vehicle maintenance. As you can see, one of our ambulances broke down at one point, which was not a fun thing to deal with. Learned CPR, fire training, response and call response, interview skills, preparedness, scheduling, chain of command and communication. Here's the dispatch in Stratford, and this is the car that we would go out in. This program benefited me in many ways. The skills and experience I was able to obtain prepared me for a potential career path in the future. I was also able to sit in on an interview which taught me professionalism and interviewing strategies, which are very important for my next step into adulthood. Overall, the lessons and values I learned during this program are something that I would never have learned without going to a program like this or sitting in a classroom. My future plans. For the next 4 years, I'll be attending Mass Maritime Academy, where I'll be studying marine transportation. Through this program, I'll be able to achieve my EMT certification, along with my Fire 1 and Fire 2 certifications, on top of my Coast Guard licensing. After my 4 years, I plan on a career path out at sea for a period of time before working landside as a fireman. This is actually one of the accidents we went to, and this is a picture that he sent me when they bought these ambulances in Michigan. That's where he went for them. Here, the car that wrecked was leaking gas and other fluids, so this kind of soaked it up. It's some sort of, like, I don't even know. I'm just going to acknowledge the people I worked with. Kevin, for being my site supervisor, and he taught me a lot of things. Chief Jermaine Atkinson, he taught me a lot about command and leadership, and I rode with his crew and his lieutenants pretty frequently. And JP, he's the superintendent for communications and public safety for the town of Stratford. I was really impressed with how calm he always remained when people called in panicking. He's also a former state representative, which was pretty cool. Questions? Yeah.
What was like the, I don't know words, it's not like the coolest, but like the most interesting, like if someone called and you had to go, like what was the most interesting thing you saw?
We went to a pretty big structure fire one day. Everyone ended up being like safe, but it was just cool to see how everything operated.
You talked about like training things.
Yeah.
Can you walk us through like what that day looked like?
So they had a building that we would go to. They have a training building in Fairfield, which had a tower, so we'd have to put on gear and climb up and down the tower. They also did a lot with like, I know up in farther up in Stratford, there's like kind of cliffs near the river. So they did lots of training where if a car happened to fall down there, like how to get them, like roping everything off. A lot of training like that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because they're on the coast, were you able to do any, like, did they do any water?
We went down there to do checks on the boat and everything. We had one call that was kind of on the water that we had to go to, but it was just at the dock, so
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah.
Alright, so this is my internship presentation. A little bit about me is that my name is Ariella Valentine. I'm a senior at John Flint Law High School, and at law I've been involved in the Science National Honor Society program. I'm in the Model United Nations program. Other than that, like outside of law, I was a part of a laboratory research program where I got to perform genetics research in Hartford, and in the fall I'm going to Rutgers University. So a little bit about my internship is I was at Buena Vista Spine and Rehab in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and it's a chiropractor, physical therapy, and rehabilitation center, and it focuses on spine, neck, and head injuries, most likely from when they result in car accidents. And my site supervisor was Nicole Camillo, she's right there, and she's a head nurse and secretary, and her main day-to-day is calling patients, scheduling the appointments, confirming appointments. She also handles the patient files, so all of our files are organized on our desk and then in the back room, so she handles all of those. She also will call and handle medical insurances and other doctors, so a lot of these people, because they are from car accidents, a lot of their medical care is covered by their insurance, which allows, she has to communicate with these people's insurance to make sure that they're getting covered properly, and she also communicate with other medical providers, because a lot of these people are coming from the hospital or other doctors and are referred to Buena Vista by their doctor, so Nicole has to call them and be like, hey, why did you refer this person, can we see their medical case, and she also has to communicate with attorneys, because a lot of these people, again, come from car accidents, so they have to be able to use their medical care and their medical files to build a case for these attorneys, and she also will perform x-rays if they haven't been done at the hospital or their patient's doctor. So other people that I worked with was Vanessa. She's another head nurse there, and she does workups, and I mainly shadowed her. She does a lot of the same things that I was doing. And then the main doctor was Dr. Freddie Duque, and he's the main there's 4 doctors at Buena Vista, but he's the main chiropractor that I worked with, and he does assessments. So if you think about coming in, he's like, okay, where's your pain, where's your back hurt, what's wrong, what hurts when you move, and he also does the casual chiropractic thing, realignments and readjustments, so cracking your neck, cracking your back, making you feel better, and he also will read x-rays either that are from the doctor, other doctors, or ones that are done at Buena Vista. So for my site experience, I chose Buena Vista because they're extremely welcoming. When you kind of think about a doctor's office, it's kind of sterile or hostile, and you're a little scared to go, and you kind of want to get in and out. But Buena Vista is really welcoming. It's kind of feels more like a house, and you walk in and it's kind of warm and welcoming, and everybody there, you're seeing these people. A lot of your patients come in 2 to 3 times a week, so you're getting to build connections with people, and you really just you're seeing these people all the time, so it's important that it's welcoming and warm and comforting for these people, as well as these people come from traumatic car accidents, they're extremely hurt, so you want to just come in and be as welcoming and as kind to them. And a lot of the work does make a difference in these people's lives. Their pain is debilitating, and so they really just want to make a difference, and it's great to know that these people really are making a difference in these people's lives, helping them get through some of the worst times in their life. And they're also extremely open to education, so they're really welcoming. I know some places, they just, they don't really want to help. They're like, I'm going to do my job, you can just watch me do my job. And they're very open to, asking questions, answering your questions, questioning you, being like, okay, well, do you know what you're supposed to do? So they also allowed me to perform research, so I don't love working with patients all the time, and when I explained that to the doctor, he let me actually perform some of my own research, read this medical journal, write a report, and give it back to me, so that was always nice. And Buena Vista's main objective is to help people just essentially get through their day. A lot of these people have debilitating spine injuries. Obviously, back pain is annoying and, really bad for anybody, but these people it ruins their life. It kind of affects their life very, very heavily, and they have a hard time getting through their day, and so coming to Buena Vista is kind of sometimes the highlight of their day, and so getting to help them, get through their day, just feel better, is their main objective, and help people, be one step in their healing process. So for my expectations, I was briefed. I have another person that does our internship here. Her name's Sarah, and Sarah and I were talking about, she had gone in before me, and she was telling me what to do and how everything works, how the therapy works, how, everything what I would be doing essentially. So it was nice. I was prepped on what to expect and what my work would be. But I'm definitely a visual learner, so having to connect what Sarah told me and then what I would be seeing was definitely hard. So I didn't really know what 100% to expect. I knew what I was told, but I wasn't 100% sure what I would actually be doing and how that would actually physically lay out. I also was a little bit scared because I had previously worked with patients and I didn't love it, so it wasn't really a lab, and I was a little scared to actually work with hands-on, patients again, hands-on, and I also knew I had to talk to, the doctor and prep patients, and I communicate, with, have bedside manner with the patients, and also communicate from the patient to the doctor, and communicate with the doctor and other coworkers that I was with, and really the reality was that it wasn't that bad, and my tasks were really easy. I was able to visually connect my tasks, with what Sarah had told me, and it really wasn't that bad, and they got a lot easier the more I did them. So for my main responsibilities, I did like pre-workups on people. So kind of like a day-to-day is, let's say Miss Sylvia came in, okay? She'd write her name down on the paper. I'd take her paper from behind the desk, and I would say, okay, Miss Sylvia, I'd go into where it says S in the filing cabinet. I grab her file, go to the back, warm up her hot patches, and grab her patches in it's like a picture, it's right here. There's like a filing cabinet. This is, I'll show on the next page, but they're, that's like, they're not named there because for like confidentiality reasons, but it's a big filing cabinet of by last name. So I'd go to the S, I'd pick out Miss Sylvia's hot patches, or E&S patches, and then I'd grab her hot patches. I'd tell her to come with me into the room, and then here I would tell her to lay on the bed. I would ask her to be like, hey, Miss Sylvia, where's your pain? Where's your back pain, Miss Sylvia?
Up here.
In your neck? Okay, your neck and shoulders. So then I'd put, a patch on the right of her shoulder, and then a patch on the left of her shoulder, and then I'd do underneath. And then I'd attach, so we have the E&S machine. There's a tiny machine right here. I'll show you in the next picture. So right here, there's a E&S machine, and it has 2 cords, one red cord, one black cord, and then on the top, I attach the red cord to the left, black cord to the right, and underneath, I'd crisscross that. So black cord on the left, red cord on the right, and then I turn the machine on, turn it up to a level she liked, and then I put, pull her shirt back down, put the hot patches back on, and then I would leave for 10 minutes, and then I would come back, and I would be like, turn the machine off, take everything off, and then we have a massage gun. It's back there, you can't really see it, but I would then massage her back for about like 5-ish minutes, and then I would call the doctor and I'd be like, okay, you're all good, I'm gonna go get the doctor. The doctor would come in, crack her back, realign her, whatever, like, does it, like, makes her feel better. And then when Miss Sylvia would leave, I would then clean the entire room and sterilize it, and then I would see the next patient, and that would kind of just be my day-to-day life. So for my accomplishments, or a lot of my challenges or accomplishments were originally challenges that became accomplishments. So one of the big challenges was that it was a big language barrier. A lot of the people, everyone that works at Buena Vista, they all speak English, Spanish, and Portuguese, and I do not speak Spanish or Portuguese, and so a lot of the people that come in, they want to see doctors that can help them effectively, so that means doctors who speak Spanish and Portuguese. So talking to these patients that don't really speak much English or any English, and I don't speak Spanish or Portuguese, so I was a little bit of a language barrier between us being like, hey, like, what like hurts, like what's wrong, like I don't really know how to help you, but I was able to like kind of get through that. I would ask, Dr. Freddie or Vanessa or Nicole, what certain phrases meant, what does it mean, or like, what are you saying, or like, sometimes I'd even use Google Translate if they couldn't help me, but I got to kind of get over that, and I learned like some small phrases, like, how are you, like, what hurts, like, where does it hurt, point to where it hurts, and I also go, a big challenge for me was social skills, like having to actually talk to these patients, having to professionally, like, talk to the doctor, having to talk to the nurses. That was definitely a little scary, but I definitely was able to just build up my social skills, and I got more confident as, my tasks went on. The more I talked to people, I realized, what, it really isn't that bad. I also got to do quick sterilization, so cleaning rooms really, really quickly. I got to obviously learn new medical tasks. I also got to build connections. I really like being able to see the same patients. So you're seeing the same patients 2 to 3 times, even sometimes 4 times a week. So you're seeing these same patients all the time, and you get to learn them really quickly. You have conversation with them. I accidentally used my elevator pitch on them a couple of times, but I got to talk to them a lot, and you just kind of learn about them, and they learn about you, and you just get to kind of, when you see them, you wave at them, you say hi, and it's like kind of like banter. I also got to communicate with other medical providers, attorneys, and insurance companies. So I wouldn't be the one communicating with them, but I would get to see Nicole or Dr. Freddie, like, talk to them, or, write things up for them. And a couple times Nicole had to leave to go talk to attorneys. So it was nice being able to see her, like, not only talk to patients, but also beyond that, and see how it is, like, in business and, like, law and other medical facilities. But a couple of my other challenges were getting downtime. So we see a lot of our patients from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. and then from 3 to 6. So there's a 4-hour period where we're not really doing much. And in that 4-hour period, I get very bored very easily. And you see like 1 to 2 patients, and then you don't really do much after that. So it got a little tedious and boring. But eventually I was able to work the time, find stuff to fill the time. And then I also got out later in the day, which was definitely a little harder. So for my internship impact, I got to definitely build upon my communication skills, my organization skills, and self-control and management and sterilization. So I got to, obviously communicate with a bunch of, professionals, doctors, patients. I got to learn how to be on time. And, Nicole and Dr. Freddie wanted to be like, okay, you have to go see this patient. I had to keep on track, like, on top of my tasks, keep track. There was no one telling me what I had to do at all times. So I definitely had to make sure I was on top of everything. And then how it'll impact me in the future, so communication. So obviously communication is a big deal with patients, but if I'm working in a lab, I'm not going to be necessarily communicating with patients all the time, but I will be communicating with like doctors or, you know, other people that are working in a lab, you know, sending my findings to a doctor. So communication is still important. So I learned how to, you know, have professional communication while also keeping it like friendly, so it's not like very straightforward or like sterile. And time management and scheduling. So I had to keep track of patients myself. And that taught me how to keep track of my work and be on top of it without somebody being over me telling me what to do. And organization. I had to organize a lot, and for me this is going to be really helpful because you have a lot of data when you're doing research, so organizing all of that data and making sure that everything is on track and in place. And so for my future plans, I'm going to attend Rutgers University in the fall, and I'll be majoring in genetics. And I hope to get a master's degree and a PhD in genetics. And I want to perform genetics research and work as a geneticist, hopefully in New York. And I put some dreams down there, so I want to work for the UN or like do a global initiative and do research around the world. I want to be able to cure genetic diseases and create medications and vaccines using genetic technology. And so that's it. Does anyone have any questions?
Questions from our audience members.
Catherine.
How long did you go throughout the day?
Like-
What was your time period of hours?
Most of the time it was 8 hours, so I would be going from 10 to 6. So I was like working, you know, an hour straight, and then I would kind of get like a 4-hour break where I wasn't doing much, and then I'd work again for like 4 hours. So it was either like hustle and bustle or like doing nothing. There was not really in between or like, okay, like I'm seeing a couple patients, but it was definitely like a little hard because it's like a shift. You're working a shift essentially, which was definitely a little new.
You
Sage.
said you had previous experience, like previous, like I think you said lab.
Yeah.
How would you compare that to your internship now?
Well, when I did like a lab, I was really only talking to Mohan, who was the like main site supervisor there, and I was really only talking to him and then the other girls that were doing the research with us. And it's more like a teacher kind of thing. So it was like he was teaching us how to do things, and then when you do the experiments, you're doing them on your own, and you don't really have to talk to anybody. So I like that personally, or like you're talking to like your friends, like the girls you're with are like they're your friends. It's kind of like if me and Catherine were sitting together and just having a conversation. And when you're like at like a doctor's office, it's like these people are like professional. You have to have a certain specific conversation with them, and you kind of always have to like keep a conversation going. Where like in a lab, you can kind of have like quiet time and like downtime where you don't have to be like socializing. So like kind of going from like, okay, you don't have to socialize with anybody that much. Like you only have to socialize with people for like 5 minutes to having to socialize with people all day. It's definitely a big shift. Anybody else?
Are you surprised at how hands-on you were able to be?
A little bit, yeah, because like initially, obviously when I was doing CNA, it was kind of expected I was going to be hands-on, and I didn't really know if I was going to be hands-on. I know Sarah like told me a little bit about what I was going to be doing, but I was kind of just thinking, okay, like most people just observe when they do like doctor's offices or medical practice, they just get to observe. So I like that I got to do hands-on. I was a little like shocked that I got to actually like work with patients and they were just expecting me to like, okay, like go do this. So that was it was fun, but new.
Awesome job.
So.
Hi, my name is Katherine Cepetelli and I interned at WOW Radio CT. So a little bit about me is I'm a senior at Jonathan Law High School. I am a member of the Courage Club, Safe Promise Club, Mellow Mindset Club, as well as the SEL committee. I've played lacrosse all 4 years throughout high school and I plan on attending the University of Rhode Island in the fall. So what is WOW Radio CT? It's a radio station based in Wallingford, Connecticut, where they play like 60s to 90s rock and roll, and the two supervisors are Brian Smith and Pam Landry, and they have been in radio for so long. And also the radio station is located in the top of the Toyota dealership in Wallingford, and it's like its own little room, and it's amazing. So why I chose this site? So WOW Radio is a known station because Brian and Pam have been known for many years. And so Brian MCs most of the events downtown Milford, where I actually work. I work at a boutique in the downtown area, and my boss is the president of the DMBA. And the DMBA is the Downtown Milford Business Association. And Brian MCs all the events, and he's always around. And so he ended up asking me to be his intern because he saw that I liked marketing and I liked social media and I like communications, and that's all the things that he does in his job. So he came up to me and was like, hey, like, can you be my intern? And I was like, oh my God, of course. I actually have an internship that works out perfectly. So my site supervisors were Pam Landry and Brian Smith. I talked a little bit about them. Brian has been in radio for almost 40 years. He worked on PLR, and then he took a little bit of time off, and then he came back for WOW Radio. And then Pam has worked on various sites. I'm going to do a little bit about them in a second, but she's also a veteran radio personnel. So these are my 3 supervisors. Brian Smith, who I just talked about, he's been all over. He was on PLR. He does so many things for local businesses, and he, like I said, he MCs like literally everything you could ever think of in Milford or even New Haven. Like we did parades, we do like weddings, like literally anything you could think of, they ask him. Then the other one is Steve Zion. He goes by Z. He's the owner of the Wallingford Toyota, and he is just like the funniest, most lighthearted guy, and he runs like the Toyota dealership so well. He comes in with his like energy in the radio station from 7 to 11. It's him and Brian in the morning, and then Pam and Brian have the rest of the day. And so he's the funniest guy. Like, he treats us to lunch, he talks to me, he talks to the other interns. He's just so sociable. And he really, like, he talked to me a little bit about it yesterday, that he found Pam and Brian after they had left PLR, and he just like knew that everybody loved them, they were better in radio, and he wanted to really show the dealership like community that you can have a radio station inside a dealership and it can be extremely successful. So he put everything together, and they actually just combined with the Waterbury station because they used to be online and app only, but actually Monday was the first day that they combined, and so they were able to do both those things. And so he put that all together, and he's just an all-around amazing guy. And then Pam has been on PLR as well, VH1 radio network, Quinnipiac. She worked at Quinnipiac's radio, and now she's finally at WOW. And then she does another radio station on the side. So she's like all over it. She loves having guests. They always have local bands, local like events, and everybody comes on. They talk about what they did and like all these things, and it's like a daily thing. And then at the end of the slideshow, I have like all the people that I've met and all the companies and businesses that I've met through this, and yeah. So my expectations were, I didn't really know how much I'd be participating. I knew that this is like a very welcoming community and stuff like that, but I didn't know if I was gonna be on air. And so I actually like told a couple of my family members that I was gonna be like, oh, I'm going on the radio. And I'm close with Brian to the sense that like I knew that he wouldn't have me somewhere that I wouldn't be like welcomed and like actively doing things. So I kind of knew that I would be on, but not as much. And so really they just handed me a microphone and some headphones, and I would just talk like throughout the day, which if you know me, you know that I'm really good at talking. And it was really fun for me. So I had, literally I could talk about anything I wanted with guidelines, and like I was involved in the conversation, I was welcomed into the conversation. They called me like, intern Catherine, what do you think about this? Like it was amazing. So I didn't think that I was gonna get that much opportunity, and I'd take pictures, and like I actually got the passwords to the social medias, like all of the stuff, and I would be posting actively, like I would do all the stuff, and I was just so like happy that they let me in. Like an intern, you get the social media passwords, like okay. So yeah, my expectations were more than exceeded. So what did I do? So I got extremely like on-air experience. My family members were listening to me every day. It was super, super fun. I got technical and production skills, so I would put the videos and like the songs and the cut scenes where people would call in and they would do a promo and be like, hey, this is Katherine Cepetelli from Milford CT, and I love listening to WOW Radio CT. And so I would edit those and then put them into the sequence and then do all that stuff. Then I also learned how to do the switchboard, and I had to email companies and see if they wanted to come in or call in. I did something with like the population of like America, and I had to email them, and they said yes. and then they called in. I wasn't there, but they did call in, so that was successful. And then I also controlled the social medias, and I actively posted, and I got to use my Canva skills, which I love, and then it was amazing. So my struggles were adapting to a fast-paced environment, which it was in radio, like, you have to, if you mess up, you have to recover really fast. Like, it's just a faster pace, and also we had an audience. Like, it's an adjustment. And then another struggle I had was my anxiety when there was a really big group of people. So we had like 15 plus elderly adults in the studio one time, and they were there talking about their singing group, and it was just like a great community. But I was just like, the studio is so small. It's a little bit smaller than this room right here, and to have that many people like with me, and then I just get booted to the side. But I still have my microphone, but like, it's just a lot. And then it's a fast-paced environment, like all that stuff. So it was an adjustment. And then team coordination, there's some like, not problems, but communication things that I didn't realize, and then stuff like that. So that was a typical struggle. So the skills I developed was I got to listen and effectively interview other people, and Brian made sure that I got that right away, because that was one of the things that I said that I wanted to do, because I'm interested in being in radio in college, so I wanted to make sure I was able to interview. He taught me the soundboard, he taught me how to message companies and what to say, and like the way to word that you want them to come on, and letting them know who I am and all that stuff. And then, like I said, the broadcasting sequence with like promos and all that stuff. Then it affected my schedule a little bit more early on with my lacrosse and work and everything like that. But luckily my boss is in the DMBA, and she's great friends with Brian, so she understood that I couldn't really come in all the time. And I also am a full-time babysitter, so it was a lot to just schedule. But luckily, even in one of my journals, or one of the questionnaires that I had to fill out, I do Canva schedule, and I just write it all, and it's colorful, so I did that. And I made sure all of it was cute, and so that was a huge help. But it's definitely been easier since lacrosse has ended, and then like work is more on the weekends, and so this is through the week, so I figured it out. And then this will hopefully help me in the future, because I have learned to love radio. I've been marketing for the radio station. I love communications. I've just build on my relationships in the public, and like now I know all these industries and like all these things. I have so many more connections, like especially Steve Zion, which is like he knows so many people, and I know him, and I'm gonna go out through the summer, and I don't know if I'm gonna be on the URI radio station. I hope to, maybe, because I just loved it. So hopefully, yeah, it'll help me in the future a lot. Cool. Okay, and then my plans after the internship, I'll be attending the University of Rhode Island in the fall with an undecided major, but I'm definitely leaning towards like communications, marketing, and stuff like that since this internship. And I'm really excited to explore my interests, because this path is like amazing, and the connections you build are amazing. And I'm going to continue coming to the internship in the summer. Brian said I'm totally welcome. They love me there, and I just can't wait. Ooh. And then these are all the people that I've met and that have come onto the show. Pretty much every day that there's a different people, like from bands, or there was local Palooza that was in New Haven, I believe. There was a pet thing on Sunday that I went to, and it was just for like a local animal shelter raising money. There's been various singers, bands that I've reconnected that came on. Down here is the literal 15 plus elderly people that came into the small studio. That's a singer, that's a singer. This guy came in, he has a theory of the number 27, and he came in to talk about that. Actually, today there's a psychic that's coming in. So, yeah, literally it's amazing, and I'm just so happy that I went. So, thank you.
Question for Katherine.
What's your question?
Two questions. One is, what station was this?
Wow Radio CT.
What number is that?
It is an app, and it's online, but now it's combined with the Waterbury station.
Okay.
So WTR some number.
Okay. And the other question is, you talked about like mess ups or different, times when you're on the mic? Is there one experience that you had that you really remember that you want to share? Whether it was a mess up that you had to recover quickly, or one conversation that you really had that really hit home, or
I
you
feel
had
like
fun doing?
most of them are my conversations with Steve, because he's really, really funny, and he actually calls me and this other kid, Kyle, he's another intern, the interds. So he just really messes with us all day, and it's really entertaining. And we used to do a rebroadcast, since they combined with the Waterbury station on Monday, there's not been rebroadcast because they do just the Waterbury's cycle. But you could re-listen to it, and I would just hear, Steve calling me an intern. And it was just really funny. I love it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Yes.
Is there something that you learned during your time here at law that you feel like you were able to apply while you were out at your internship?
Definitely my broadcast skills from class. I was able to use Final Cut Pro for the Instagram and my Canva for the Instagram, and really when I was editing the sound sequences, I could figure out what tools to use and stuff like that I learned in broadcast.
Other questions?
Okay.
Great job.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sila, and I interned at the West Haven Fire Department. My site supervisor was Captain Urban. He's the owner of the fire dog, Danny. He is a training officer, and he's the captain. He's been a firefighter for about 15 years. Why did I choose this internship? I'm interested in firefighting and the paramedic life. I wanted to go on calls and see everything. And meeting new people. So before I chose this internship, I didn't even think about the fire station or paramedic or EMT life. But I remember when I was picking my internship, the last week of it, I was talking to Miss Sylvia, and she was giving me good ideas on the EMT courses I could do, and I researched more about it, and I saw they have summer courses for EMT and paramedic stuff. Just going on calls overall is just so much fun, and just meeting new people is really nice. Expectations prior. It's really scary going in a place where it's mostly, I don't know how to make it sound I don't mean for it to sound bad, but just a job where it's mostly men and you're just a 17-year-old girl. So I was okay, so what am I gonna do? I was very excited to go on calls. I didn't think I was gonna be able to go on calls, but I was. The first day I got there, they asked me if I was 18, and I said no, and they had me sign a permission to go on calls, and I was okay, I'll get it signed right now, and they're okay, calm down. And yeah, so I was able to go on calls. My job. So the first day I went was Monday, and Mondays they do truck checks. So they check the truck from the top to everything. They check the sides, they have one truck is for ropes, and then the second truck is for ladders. They don't have this for all the fire stations, but since this is like the main one at the headquarters, they have 2 trucks, which is really nice. I got to gear up in the fire gear. It was so cool. Like, they had me wear fire gear. They had me go up the stairs with like all the tools they carry. They had me wear the mask. I hated it, but it was so much fun. And then they had me pull the hose. What else? Yeah, they have like these, what is it called? Like you have to pick it up. It's like people, but obviously fake. And it's like 170 pounds. They had me dragging that. It was so much fun. I had so much fun. I learned about the different ladders and hoses. Like on the ladder truck, they have different, like they have small ladders, big ladders. Like it's just all different sizes for fires. Even on the hose, like different hose. It's a bunch of information. They have a bunch of gear in the trucks. They also have to wash the hose after fires, so I got to learn about that. They have really cool machines they use to wash them. It's like from the 50s. It still works. I also got to ride on the ambulance. That was my favorite part because 90% of their calls are medical. So I was mostly on the ambulance. I got to talk to like a really cool paramedic, and he was just giving me advice on like the EMT life, the paramedic life, and just everything. Accomplishments, I got to go on the bucket. So on the ladder truck, every morning they have to bring the ladder like super far, super high. So I got to go on that. It was really cool. Obviously gearing up in the fire gear, wearing the mask. I got to see some really cool calls. Well, it's not cool, but I thought it was cool. So there was there's a bunch of calls. It's mostly medical. I didn't really get to see any fire calls, but one call was like this lady and her husband, they were on heavy drugs. And it was kind of, that part isn't cool, but it was cool seeing like all the paramedics, EMTs, firefighters just getting straight to work. Like knowing what they're doing I love it. And another call, there was multiple calls to like the old people place. I forgot what it's called. And it was honestly one of my least favorite calls because it just stinks in there. But there was like multiple calls where we had to help the elderly. Like there was this one where this guy fell, they had to pick him up, and the West Haven Fire Department, they don't do transports. Like if an elderly fell and they need to be transported to the hospital, they don't do that. So we always had to wait for AMR to show up. That's like that's the ambulance for the hospital. And yeah. Future plans. My future plans are definitely I certified in EMT. I paid the deposit for it. I'm starting a summer course and getting certified. I'm also going to University of New Haven to study forensic psychology, which I might change to become a paramedic. I definitely want to start volunteering in fire stations. There's one in Orange I already started researching about. They do you could volunteer and then it'll help you. If you do want to become a firefighter, it'll help you in the future. And yeah, I have a coworker whose friend does EMT work at the hospitals, and they just go on rides with the ambulance, they help people, and since she's already graduating from college, she's going to help me do that for college. Thank you, and any questions? Yeah.
You said you were, anxious before you going because of not too many female in that profession, I guess, or at this
Yeah.
station. And now that you've finished, what's your feeling on that?
So when I got there, there was one girl, and she is the coolest. Like, I, look up to her. I also got to ride in the fire, the fire vehicles. So I would always sit with her, and she just looked so cool, like, wow. And yeah, it is. So I would say, you really have, if you're gonna intern, at a fire station, you have to, put yourself out there, because no one's gonna come up and talk to you. The first day, I was like, oh, okay, they're gonna have something planned out for me. They're gonna, talk to me. No. The captain, they have different captains on for each day. So the captain would always say, okay, you have to go ask questions. You can't just, sit down there. You have to put yourself out there. So, I built up some courage, and I talked to a bunch of firefighters, and they talked to me about, their future, how they like it. And I mostly enjoyed talking to the older firemen, because they're more laid back than the younger ones, because they just, I feel like they just talk to me to, get it over with. But the older firemen, they explained everything. It just seemed like they cared more about what I wanted. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to piggyback off of that. Do you feel like in your conversations with some of those people, you got some really great piece of advice about moving forward in this career path? Did anybody kind of give you some tips or things that they feel like you should be, planning to do in the future? Just good advice that you got?
So I did get good advice. There was this one guy who would talk to me every day. I would always ask him questions about EMT work. He would just tell me, if you really want a job like this, you have to be committed, because you do see a lot of crazy things, and you just have to deal with it. Because in the end, you're the help that people need. So, you can't just show up to a call and start crying. You have to help them. They're calling you for help. So you just have to, help them in the moment, and then just think about it after. Because I did talk to a few firemen, and they did tell me, it does affect you a lot. Just the calls you see, and it can affect, your mental health. Some firemen do, therapy. Yeah, it's a lot.
Mental toughness.
Yeah, it's a lot of mental, health, yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Good advice.
Yeah.
Any from the audience? Okay.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Camacho, and I had my internship at the West Haven VA. I'm a senior at Johnson Law. I'm a graduate of the school's Certified Nursing Assistant program, and I really look forward to growing myself in the medical field. Like I said, I did my internship at the VA, and my supervisor was Michael Lejeune. Why I choose the VA? Well, first of all, I was in a club, MAC, from the school that donated to the VA, so I was familiar with it. I met the supervisor ahead of time. It has to do with the medical field. I was always pretty interested in it. I was used to the environment. It was just really nice. All the people there are really welcoming. They give great advice. I like hanging out with the elder people there who have experience with everything. Very friendly. And one quote that I saw a lot was serving those who served us, and I just thought that was really meaningful because they're so appreciative for everything that people do. So about the VA Medical Center, They provide healthcare for veterans and their families and other dependents. They offer medical, rehab, and long-term support. It's kind of like any other hospital. They have everything. They have pharmacies, eye clinics, radiology units, like just everything, but all in that building. Well, there were 2 buildings. And my expectations. I thought like all interning was just shadowing. Like I didn't think I would be doing anything really. I thought I would just be watching. But it was also connected to a summer youth program that they have there, which was transporting patients, and I want to gain hands-on experience. From CNA, I had a lot of clinical experience, so I want to continue that, and I met staff. My responsibilities, the first days, I shadowed some nurses, which was really fun to see what they do. A lot of what they did was similar to what I've done in CNA, such as like bed bath, catheter care, so those things I was familiar with. We did a lot of patient transportation, which is just like if they're unable to walk far distances, you just put them in a wheelchair and then take them anywhere to whatever appointments, whatever departments they have to be at. And then we also helped with donation item distribution. My accomplishments, I improved patient communication skills. I really enjoy talking to them. It's just nice to get to know people. Sometimes they come like 3 times a week. You get to know the person, and they're all very sweet. I built positive relationships with staff and veterans. So it was like kind of an information desk we were at, and there was the volunteers, and they're all veterans, so they all like have that kind of experience in storytelling, and it was really nice to hear and be around them. They're all super friendly. I built connections for my CNA job because they're hiring there as well, and I already know the supervisor, so he's going to introduce me to some nurses, which I'm very excited about. I navigated a professional hospital setting independently, which was really hard. There are 2 buildings, there's like 9 floors on each, so it was really hard to like get around and transport patients when I didn't know I was going. But we had help with that, and I learned how to do it on my own. I adapted quickly to different departments and tasks. Again, I had to get to know the place to make sure I was going to the right places. And then I learned how hospital systems operate day to day. My first day I met some nurses, the charge nurse, CNAs as well, so it was nice to see just how everyone's day went there. Some challenges, I had like a 10-day delay for internship overall because there was a hiring freeze, and then we had one guy in charge of it, but it was hard to get connections, so it was delayed. So trying to complete my 100 internship hours was kind of hard. I did like 6 to 8 hours every day to try to get it done in time. It was hard working in a fast-paced environment, again, not really knowing the hospital at first. I was kind of lost for a moment, learning my way around the hospital, finding shortcuts. There's like little back way elevators or like tunnels to get places faster because you don't want to make someone late to their appointment. So I had to learn all of that. My skills and growth, definitely time management, making sure everyone's on time, taking people to the right places. I learned the importance of teamwork and communication in healthcare settings. I really just liked having like partners to be around because we didn't just start alone, of course. We had people showing us around. The veterans I met through that, they're very sweet and they guide you and they're just very kind. Becoming familiar with the building and protocols. Example, we had like a whole lineup of chairs and you have to unlock it, then you have to lock it so they can sit down, you can take their cane to the back. There's just like a bunch of like safety things for that, and gain experience with problem solving because not everyone knows what they're going. Sometimes you have to take them to one unit to find out where they're going because they don't always know. Reflection, it confirmed my passion with being in a healthcare setting. Again, I really like the environment. I like being hands-on, fast-paced environment, even though sometimes it's like intimidating, especially with my CNA. I already had experience with that. I want to continue that. And then understood the crucial roles of CNA and patient care. When I was shadowing, I saw the patients, and some of them live there, and they're just going through a lot, and CNA's like, you have to kind of get personal and get to know them and just do your job. And learned how to be adaptable in professional and medical settings. Sometimes it's hard and I feel bad like taking patients because sometimes they're okay and they had a good appointment, but sometimes they're going through a lot and had some bad news. So it's really important to be like that positive person to be there for them and not bring them down. How this will help my future. Well, no, it looks good on my resume. And I have more experience in healthcare settings. Like I mentioned before, they're hiring for a CNA, and I'm already used to the environment and the place, so I already feel comfortable. I want to pursue more in healthcare, and it keeps me on the right path. It has its own benefits because it's the VA. They pay really well, and I just know the people, and I'm just familiar with the area now. And then thank you for listening, and then any questions?
Do you have any like advice for future interns that want to do something in healthcare? What do you think would be something important for like our rising seniors to know?
Okay. I feel like in healthcare settings, sometimes people are going through the hardest times of their life, or they don't want to be there. So it just really, like, it sounds corny, but it's really important to be positive. And like example for here, just like every time you're done or taken to their appointment, you're like, oh, thank you for your service, by the way. And sometimes they're like really sweet, and they say back, and I was like, oh, I just like took you to your appointment, just like a really like wholesome, sweet thing. But you want to be like that person for them to try to bring up their day, and just like you can't judge anybody because you don't know what they're going through. Ariella.
What would you say is the most like rewarding thing that you did at the VA? Obviously, you're working with like veterans, and so that's like kind of rewarding in itself. But what would you say is like the most rewarding thing besides that?
They really love to see new faces and just talk to you, and they're all very sweet. Again, they're very thankful for like everything that people do, even if it feels like it's not much, like just handing out donations, like different brands work with the VA, and they give them little like care packages, and I did that for my club as well, and they're very appreciative and very kind about it. So, Catherine?
Did you see anything like really hard and like sad?
I did. I took this one man back from his appointment, and it was like a cancer unit, and he was just really having a rough day, and I felt bad, but I was like trying to stay positive, but it's hard to see people in their worst, yeah. Anyone else? Brayden?
What was like the hardest task that they had you do, like the most difficult?
Okay, it wasn't difficult, but okay, so there's stairs and there's ramps, and you have to like wheel people up a ramp, and it's hard. Okay, it's like an arm workout, a leg workout. Sometimes they're more heavy, and there's like different. There's like building 2, which is where you start, and there's building 1. So you have to go across the whole building, up this really high ramp, and yeah, and then you have to like act like you're not struggling because you don't want to make them feel bad. And yeah, but honestly, that was the hardest. It was pretty easy, just a lot of like interacting with people, but I really enjoyed it.
Awesome job.
Thank you.
I'm Sage, and I intern at a flower shop. A little introduction, I'm Sage Sonsini. I have a very long background in art. I've taken as many art classes as I can, and I took AP Art this year and submitted a portfolio. I also work at an art studio where I work with kids and I do summer camps, as well as birthday parties. And I have also worked a few paint and sips now. So I've worked with a very big variety of artistic crafts. And I also would like to mention I have 0 green thumb, and I cannot for the life of me keep any plants alive. I had to give away a couple of my succulents to my dad because he had more knowledge than me. My site supervisor was Christine. I technically know her. One of my close family friends this is her sister. I have actually never met her before this, though, so it was like a small connection, but she was very happy to take me in, and she's a very welcoming community of different family friends, and a lot of family works at the flower shop, too. She has a degree in art education, and she did teach art, and then she didn't really like it, so she got hired at a flower shop because of her art background, and eventually that led her to opening her own flower shop. I chose the site because there's a big, strong artistic background when it comes to making flower arrangements. It's a very creative job as well, and I do have a lot of, or not a lot, but I have interior design skills. I took the class here at school, and I decorate my own room, and it's one thing I find a big passion in, and I figured that would be a really good skill to use at the flower shop. I also like the ability that this would be like a fresh new job for me, especially because it's so different from working at the actual art studio. And both my grandparents love gardening, so I've been growing up around gardening, even though I can't do much. But I love seeing their thought process and how they pick things out, and I'd want to see how that would transform and cross over with actually selling flowers. Oh my gosh. The business of the site is essentially customer service, because obviously we're selling different arrangements. We sell baskets, balloons, we sell teddy bears to go with things. We create specific arrangements that people can pre-order, but we also do customized arrangements sometimes. We don't get a lot of walk-ins, but when we do get walk-ins, they always have the ability to, pick what we have in stock, and they get to see everything. We do catering for holidays, birthdays, sympathy, which is like if someone's sick, injured, if a loved one has passed, prom, wedding, and funeral. Those are our main ones. I was lucky enough to work Mother's Day weekend, and additionally we had Teachers Appreciation Week and Nurse Appreciation Week, so it was a very, very busy week. We ended up having 75 orders when traditionally you usually only have 20 or less, so it was very nice to see what a big rush of orders looked like compared to what an average day would look like. My expectations prior were that I would be creating a lot of arrangements. I honestly thought I'd be creating bouquets a lot. I thought that was our main product. I thought I was going to be taking care of plants and learning the names of plants and learning how to take care of specific ones. And I also knew that I was probably going to be learning different ways to utilize my skills, especially in artistics. And they were definitely not what I expected, so my main responsibilities were processing flowers, which is essentially cutting the stems off and putting them in buckets with flower food. I have no clue what that's made out of. I just know it's called flower food. And then we have a giant freezer. It's just like a meat freezer, except we put plants in it. And they're all organized. And certain flowers go in smaller buckets and certain flowers go in bigger buckets. And you always have to make sure that the flowers have enough room to bloom, because when we get deliveries, they're very tight and they still haven't fully blossomed, so we have to keep that in mind when we're making these. Greening vases, I'd say this is my least favorite part, just because it's so annoying and tedious, but it's very important in terms of the flower shop, because every single thing we do and every single arrangement we do is greened, which is essentially just ferns and what's called pike, which is kind of like eucalyptus. And it goes in all of our vases, all in our wreaths, any type of arrangement we make, and it's essentially a base that makes it so the flowers can stand up on their own and they won't flop over. I also did printing orders, which I actually kind of liked because you get to read all of the messages families write to each other. It's a little hard when they're in a different language and you obviously can't correct most of their grammar, so sometimes you're just like, oh, because you have to put it in how they write it. But it's really nice seeing the different ways that people connect through each other, even though they can't see each other. Obviously, this is the picture of the order. I couldn't put anyone's information or like their notes on there, but I just it's like a little slip and we fold it and it goes onto a plastic stick which goes in every single arrangement. And then I myself got to create a couple arrangements. I didn't get to do any vases, totally fine by me. Those are very complicated sometimes. But I did get to do a wreath for a funeral, and I got full reign of it. All I had were a set amount of flowers, and then I got to pick out where to put them, what to do with them. And everyone at the shop really loved it, so I was really proud when I got to do that. And I've done this one a couple times, but I did a couple fruit baskets. Fruit baskets are essentially just a collection of fruit, and I would go shopping for these too. I had a list and I had to check off every single thing, make sure fruit's ripe, which is really hard for someone who's never shopped for a ripe pineapple before. And it's also difficult because you have a set basket and you have to figure out how to fit everything in there. And I think that's where some of my interior design skills actually came through, because I had to figure out how to place everything so it still looked aesthetically pleasing, but everything wasn't smushed together and nothing was going to be damaged. Some of my accomplishments were creating arrangements. This is another wreath I did. I actually did two of these identical. It was really tedious doing the white and red parts because it's just lines of flowers over and over again, and I had to hand open all the flowers because they were not blossomed yet, but I figured out how to do that. I developed a lot of adaptation skills because we had to work on the fly. You can't if a flower shipment doesn't come in time, or if someone moves their order up, we have to be sure that we can figure out a way to adjust our orders accordingly. And I saw a lot of that happening, especially with some of the other team members when we had flowers out of season, or if we just didn't have the right stock. I did a lot of supply management, which means just stock, processing the flowers. Someone donated us a lot of baskets, so I had to reorganize a lot of different shelves to fit those. I also did, I did a lot of shopping trips for them, so I helped them stock up on certain things, and I made a lot of trips to get more supplies, especially when we were running out. Consumer marketing, I didn't realize just how intense, or how, I don't know how to word this, but basically, Christine's a very strong-headed person, and so she doesn't take anything from anyone. So I got to see, firsthand when you can put your foot down and when to, be hey, we actually can't complete this order, or there's no way we have any of the stock for this, which is very different because at my job, it's very about pleasing the people. So seeing two different sides of that was really good. I had to balance some of my time and projects because I did a lot of deliveries, and so sometimes I'd have to make sure I was doing deliveries quick enough, especially because I had to be careful. And then preparation, I just had to do a lot of prep work overall. Some challenges I faced, doing repetitive tasks like greening. I didn't really like doing that a lot, so I had to figure out a way to make it fun. Delivery, not everyone can accept deliveries right away, so you have to figure out, oh, should I leave this on the porch? You have to call them. There's a whole process you go through. And then communication, I had to communicate a lot with Christine about certain deliveries, again, if any problems occurred, and also about how to work things because she was very do it on yourself, and sometimes I want to make sure I wasn't doing anything wrong. This experience really contributed to learning a new view of customer service and becoming responsible for profits, because I had to be responsible for deliveries, supplies, and I had to make sure things were in budgets. And I also had to, again, balance events. This will definitely help me in the future because it's opened a new career option for me, and it's definitely showed ways that I can use my artistic skills without actually creating like paintings or drawings. And it definitely shows a different side of the workforce for me because this job compared to my actual job is very different. So I like being able to see the different opportunities I have. And then my immediate plans are I'm going to be attending Albertus Magnus. I'm considering art and art therapy right now, but going in undecided. And I will be continuing deliveries at the flower shop as an actual job. And then I don't have any other slides after this. Ariella?
So what would you say, like, how did your artistic background and, like, doing art, like, taking a bunch of art classes, how did that help you, like, through, like, working with the flower shop, making arrangements, things like that?
So one of the biggest parts that I saw was when the funeral wreath, I had to use a lot of composition skills because I had to keep the shape of the heart. And I also did a lot of texture space stuff where I'd make sure that the flowers were scattered enough that it wasn't, like, one clump of all, like, roses. It had to be spread out, and I had to make sure everything looked balanced while still not looking like meticulously placed everywhere. And I also had to focus on color because we had different colors flowers, and I had to make sure everything was spread out, and not, again, clumped together.
Did your scheduling mix with lacrosse in a bad way?
So at the beginning, it was a little tough just because when we were first figuring out a situation, they're not open on Sundays or Mondays. So I took up on Saturdays, and then she wanted me to come for 10 to 3, but we had practices at 3. But we were able to come, she opens at 9, so I was able to go in at 9 and then stay till 2. The only issue was sometimes I had deliveries that were really far away. So even if I finished my deliveries at 2, I'd still have to drive all the way back. But I was able to make sure I had all my lacrosse gear, and because it was a very laid-back outfit, like I could wear shorts and a hoodie or whatever, I was able to wear a lot of my lacrosse gear on top of that, so I didn't have to worry too much about balancing all of that.
What was your favorite part about working at the?
I would say my favorite part was definitely the people I got to meet and the people who work there. It's a really fun community, and as much as, even though I said that I don't really have a full connection with them, they're just like my family, so it was really nice to see that. They're very kind, very creative, they help me through a lot of the mistakes. Like, if you make a mistake, there's nothing bad about that. They're easy to fix it. And I'd say my all-time favorite part was definitely making the wreaths, because I'd love to be able to use my own skills to make things.
Just a comment, I think that you talked about specific skills you learned in your classes, and I love that you were able to identify those and then tell us about that in your presentation. I think that our art staff here would be so proud that you were able to identify those things and really put them to good use. And I'm just curious, is there something that you saw in this business that if you opened your own flower business, how would you do things maybe a little differently, or would there be other services you might offer?
I think I would do things pretty similarly because the way she has it run is very organized. I think the only difference I would have would be I'd be more of a nursery for plants. I'd want to learn more about plants and have to take care of plants. And I feel like I'd rather have the opportunity to show people how to take care of plants and whatnot. And again, like I said, I was just expecting to make bouquets a lot. And I think that's something I would enjoy and focus on if I did own a flower shop.
I just have a comment. Selfishly, if I did an internship, I have said for years I would do it at a florist, because I think that knowing how to do it will serve you so well whether you do it or not. But I can imagine you being 35 and wanting to do flowers when you run to Trader Joe's and you're boom, 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 and everybody's oh my god, girl, that's so good. So so jealous. Do you have, just a frivolous question, but do you have a favorite flower that you were oh, this is my go-to, that's not the typical what everybody else says?
So funny enough, I didn't really learn the names of many flowers, but I did discover that there's so many colors of roses, and I really love the roses that there was one and it was pink with orange tips, and it was completely natural. And then there was also a tulip that almost looked like a galaxy. It was purple and blue, and with a little hint of pink. And I just think going to the flower shop made me realize there's so much more to flowers than you think there are, and that if anyone were to get me red roses, I'd be extremely upset.
Did you use any sage?
No, we did not use any sage. Funny enough, that's more of like a culinary plant, if that makes sense. But yeah, we didn't use any sage.
Well done.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hailey Garcia, and I'm here to talk about my internship at Luzar Sweets. Here is just kind of a little clip of like the front of the store, the bakery. So I'm currently a senior at Jonathan Law High School. I have taken 2 years of food service, and throughout the past 4 years, I've been very involved in the culinary program here at Law, which is the reason why I wanted to find a place that involved culinary, baking, whatever I wanted it to be. But I did find Sarah De Palmer, which is a friend of actually my parents. They were very fond of some stuff that they had tried from her, and they knew that she had started her own small business in Shelton. So I got connected with her, and she was very open to the whole internship and everything like that. And honestly, it was the greatest experience I could have asked for. She really did everything better than I expected throughout the internship. I was also a part of the Law Girls soccer team for the past 4 years. And yeah. So my responsibilities at the bakery was I was mostly learning how to make the macaroons and the beignets, because we just recently added beignets to our menu. I mostly assisted with basically any desserts that we had, because we had a lot of custom orders, a lot of orders that we needed for the front of the bakery, and I would help with anything that anybody asked for, whether it was Sarah, my supervisor, or anybody else in the bakery. I also did help take orders and make our breakfast menu, which is over here. We do serve breakfast during the week until 1 o'clock, and then on Saturdays till 3, so I got to help with that. This was a wrap that I made. It's a very popular wrap. It's called the Egg Grenade. And then I also just helped with different holiday stuff, because a lot of holidays just passed, like Mother's Day, there was Teacher Appreciation Week and Nurses Week. I made stuff for like Memorial Day, lemon bars and macaroons, and something new that we tried was mochi donuts. We still have work to do on those, but it was definitely cool to see the start of a product at the bakery and see how we can go from what we started with. So I expected to be observing mostly, because being at a bakery, you want quality product to go out to people, especially because they're eating it and everything needs to be perfect. And I was also a little nervous about making desserts, because I am experienced in it, but it's definitely a lot different when you're in a professional setting. But my supervisor, she made everything very comfortable for me. She was just kind of trying to throw me in so that I could get as much experience as I could. Here, so this is some macaroons that I made. She does a lot of charity, she'll make cupcakes for charity events and things like that. These were cupcakes for a Yale event that she actually helped with. It's just an assortment of cupcakes. I helped her decorate the cupcakes and package them up. So at first it was a little challenging, because I was nervous about helping out making the food in the bakery, and I wasn't really communicating my full capabilities. But I think my supervisor quickly realized that I do know a lot of what I'm doing, and I do have a lot of experience with baking and cooking. And she really liked that I was, like after the first week, I was very into like helping her and asking her what she needs, anything like that. So I was able to gain confidence in a more professional setting and do things out of my comfort zone. I also brought new ideas to the bakery because in my food service class that I took here, one of the recipes that I shared with my supervisor, we did tweak it a little bit, but we are now selling beignets at the bakery because I brought it from my food service class. So she now added that to the menu, and I am the only one that makes the beignets at the bakery. And we did get a crowd this weekend to try the beignets, and they all loved it. I was also offered the job for a summer where she wants me to help with anything in the bakery, but she also wanted me to help with her new cart that she wants to get out there because, so she has, there's a video of it. There's this cake cart, basically how to build your own cakes for like any festivals or anything. You get like a cake in a tin, and you have all these toppings where you can pick basically whatever you want. And because she's very busy on the weekends running the bakery and everything, she thought that I would be a very good person to help her out this summer and bring the cart to places to get it out there because she wants more people to see the cart and make it more popularized. This experience gave me the idea of how a career in the industry would feel like, especially starting your own business, because that may be something that I want to do in my future. I was able to see a lot of the behind the scenes, like not only just the baking aspect, but I also saw things like her budgeting, her sending invoices to people, how she prices her food, everything like that. Because she did mention to me, like when a couple weeks after I first started my internship there, she was like, yeah, when I started this business, there was a lot of stuff that like no one told me to think about, that she was like, it definitely was a setback. She did get through it, and her business is very successful. But yeah, she took me through some invoices, how she priced out some cakes, because she said when she first opened, she didn't know how expensive to price everything, because she was like, oh, I'm making it myself. It doesn't have to be that expensive. But then at some point you don't earn profits from that. So she really had to find a balance between not making things too expensive to make customers not come in, but then at the same time make sure that she's making enough money to actually keep the business running. Here is just the front of the store, some of the cases with some desserts, like the lemon bars, the scones, cupcakes that are made every day. And this was a pull-apart cake that we made, because I also helped with that, and I helped with most of the baked goods that are in here, like the lemon bars and a couple of the scones. So I am currently planning on attending CT State Gateway. I would like to join the radiology program and receive my associate's degree for now, but I will still continue to bake and do culinary, and probably I do foresee a future pursuing this as my career. And that's it. Any questions? Yeah.
Do you think you'll do a minor in like baking?
Yeah, so I have like recently changed my mind to do radiology. For a long time I was going to do culinary, but I have like a passion for like helping people as well. And yes, baking, like you obviously see everyone, like it makes everyone smile. But I did recently change my mind, but I definitely do want to continue to pursue.
Prefer baking to cooking?
That's really hard for me personally, because I have been asked that question many times, and I honestly do not know, because both are, I don't know, they're very different. Like baking is specific. Like you have to do everything exactly the way it is, because otherwise ingredients can react to each other in different ways and it may not come out as well. But cooking, you have the freedom to like make it your own, which I really like about, both of those things in different ways.
During the days that you kind of like interned there, did you feel like going from task to task to task, or do you feel like that there were sometimes like break periods?
So at first, because like she didn't really know how much I could do, it was very a little bit boring. But once I really like got hands-on and everything, it was basically every day like, oh, make 100 sugar cookies, oh, frost these, this. It was very busy. There was a week in there where it was very slow because it was raining the whole week. But that's when we organize the kitchen and make sure that everything is where it needs to be for her entire week, or whatever orders she needs, or any supplies that she needs for those orders. So, yeah.
Do you think your training in your culinary courses like helped you feel like you could advocate for yourself when you were looking for more to do?
Yes, definitely. For sure, that was a big thing, honestly. Like, if I didn't do those classes, I think that this internship would have gone a lot different for me, especially because I was able to bring some things there from my classes as well. Like they don't really work with yeast at the bakery, but in classes, we worked a lot with yeast and different ways of making bread, so it kind of makes their menu more diverse. So I was able to bring things to the bakery, and also just like some of the skills that I had, like my cutting skills, everything, like even my supervisor was like very grateful that I interned there, because at first she was a little iffy on having an intern because she did have one before and they weren't the greatest. But she was like, we want you to stay and help us because I exceeded what she thought it was going to be like. So
That has to feel really good.
it did feel very good.
And I can't wait to come try the beignets. I will
Yes.
at some point because I'm dying to try those. They look
Yes,
delicious.
you definitely should. They're very good.
My comment, kind of like what I said to Sage. I think once you have like this skill and now
Mhm.
this background, whether you decide to pursue it as like a little side hustle,
Right.
like so those cupcakes like in their initials, like so
Mhm.
popular right now. If you could do
Right.
that, make a little extra money in college, like
Exactly.
awesome.
That's why, yeah.
And if not, you'll be like 35 going to some like dinner and you're gonna show up with these like homemade beignets. And people are gonna be like, oh, where did you know how to do that?
Right,
So
yeah.
I think it's such a valuable experience.
It
So
definitely
really good job.
was.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Beautiful
Thank
job.
you.
Thanks very much.
Alright, and then last but not least.
Hi, I'm Brayden Dollar, and I'm here to talk about my internship at the Milford Arts Council. So this is my site supervisor, Jeremy. He has kind of a confusing last name, but it's Adikevich, okay? But he is the office volunteer and coordinator, and he's been working at the MAC for about like 3 years now. And he just recruits people, and he does all kinds of stuff, but he handles like calls, and he like keeps everything under control, because it can get kind of like really busy in there, and it's just like really overwhelming. But he like keeps everything under control, and he like gives everybody like information and like directions, but he was like really helpful. So why did I choose this internship? If you know me, like I'm in the drama club, so I've always had a fondness for singing and dancing. As you can see, these are pictures. This is from the last musical, Lightning Thief, and this is from Mean Girls. But even though this internship doesn't really totally coordinate with what I'm gonna do in college, which is political science, I still think I learned a ton from this experience. Like, I thought if I did my internship at the MAC, I could really lean into the artsy side of my interests and, you know, learn more about the behind the scenes of the effort that like goes into what like makes a production a real show. But like my expectations prior, like I thought I was gonna be like on the stage, like I thought I was gonna be singing, like doing all this, but like honestly, it was so different. Like I thought I was gonna be like doing really hands-on stuff, like sewing costumes, moving props, painting stuff, like making sets, this and that. But my actual job and what I did, like, I did get to do some stuff like that, but I didn't get to do, like, a bunch of crazy stuff. Like, most of the time, I was, like, cleaning and, like, setting up tables and lighting candles, but I was also, like, greeting people at the door and, like, ushering people to seats. And it was a lot of talking and a lot of small talk. Oh my gosh, so much small talk. But I just spent so much time just cleaning and setting up chairs and this and that. But we did do this really one cool thing where he like taught me how to use the lights, and we did the spotlight, and we could figure out like I could move it around, like he did me this whole tutorial, and I could figure out how to like make the light bigger and smaller depending on like the thing that was going on the stage. So that was really really cool. And I also got to see 2 jazz shows for like free. I got to like sit in the audience, and it was, oh my gosh, it was so cool. And I got to talk to the performer after. It was so nice, but like that was really cool. So some of my accomplishments, I think I learned like so much from this opportunity, but my main thing was I got to work on my public speaking skills and my small talk skills, because so much small talk. But during this internship, I had, like I said, incredible chances to meet a bunch of these insane performers. And, you know, I just like talk myself, like give myself a little pep talk to go up to these people and like introduce myself, just say hi, you know, make a connection. But yeah, and I got to talk to so many different showgoers and just greet them on their way and, you know, talk about their interests and thoughts on the productions. So my future plans are hopefully going to political science, like I said, after attending UConn. And I just want to make a difference in the world by voicing my opinion and making some much needed rightful change in the world. And I think how this internship could help me achieve this goal is, you know, through the skills I learned by doing it. Like, not only did I get the opportunity to meet interesting new people, but like I got to make my own hours and like, you know, honestly feel like it was a real job. Like it was so cool. But oh, that was fast. Thank you. Any questions? Sila?
What was like your day in the life, like your schedule when you were interning?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so in the beginning, it was honestly so hard. Like, oh my gosh, like he kept emailing me and I couldn't come because it was drama club, like it was tech week, so I was so stressed out, like I couldn't come in and get any hours. But after that ended, like it was so easy, like I could just text him, or like he just said like I can show up and stay as however long I wanted. But yeah, you know. Catherine?
What exactly does he do? Like, does he like work with the schools and stuff like that?
I think he emails a bunch of different like volunteer places, and he gets people to come in, or like he advertises people to come in and help with the show. Ariella?
What are there any like specific things that you did that'll help you in your political science career? Like being able to either like talk to people or like even just get to like organize things in the theater?
I think talking to people, because with political science, you have to do a lot of talking and a lot of convincing and just like all kinds of stuff like that. But also like with theater skills, like I feel like it's the same thing. Like it's kind of like a performance. Like you have to go on stage and you have to just, you know, ramble on and talk about all this kind of stuff and just learn your lines. And I feel like that could really help me.
What's like your opening line when you have to like go up to somebody and start that small talk? I'm just curious because everybody kind of has their own go-to thing. What was like the thing you kind of found like was like that good opener for you?
Hi, like, how are you? Like, welcome to the show. Like, are you excited to see the show?
Great.
Like, that's kind of...
A welcome, and are you excited to be here?
Yeah.
That's great.
What do you want to do in political science?
I don't know. Like, I'm still kind of figuring it out. I honestly might change my major, but I just want to go in there. I just want to see how I feel. I just want to be important, you know?
You present as like super extroverted. Is that easy for you? Like, you just said like you had to do a ton of small talk.
Yeah.
Is that like super easy, or
I mean,
is it like fake till you make it?
No, honestly, it's like depending on the person. Like I feel like for some people, like it's so easy, like hi, like how are you? But like for some people can be kind of scary. Like I gotta walk up. But I mean, I feel like it was easy for the most part.
I think you should look into becoming a lobbyist.
A lobbyist?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like the political science realms that like to lobby and like the airlines, for example, have like lobbyists, right? And so you would go and on behalf of like JetBlue would lobby for like FAA regulations, but like it would combine your very outgoing like personality,
right,
and a little bit of your like theatrics with like persuading people to do what you want. This is just a thought as you were talking.
Yeah.
This is my internship final presentation. Who am I? My name is Tessa Piselli, and I'm planning on going to South Virginia University in the fall, and I plan on majoring in business/finance with a minor in marketing. Where did I intern? I interned at Be Caring Home Care located in Fairfield, Connecticut. My site supervisor. My site supervisor was the owner and executive director, Alberto Sanchez. Alberto started his company in 2022 with over 2 decades of experience helping out caring for seniors. He started this company with hopes to care for seniors while they remain living at home, also helping older adults and individuals with disabilities in care communities or their home. Why I chose this site. I chose to intern here because it covers both fields that I was interested in. I wanted to see what it would be like to run your own business, but I also wanted to get some experience with healthcare because that was a field that I potentially wanted to study next year. I'm going too fast. What is the business of this site? Be Caring Home Care specializes in providing at-home healthcare services to elders in need. There are many different types of care provided, such as long-term care, living care, hourly care, and personal care. There are 3 types of services caregivers provide, those being associate, companion, classic caregiver, and advanced caregiver, because each client is different and has different needs. Be Caring works to provide their clients with the proper care they need from caregivers. Expectations. Going into this, I expected to go into this and get the most out of it I could. I wanted to learn the ways of running a business and see what it would be like marketing for a company on my own. This internship exceeded my expectations and taught me more than I thought that it would. My responsibilities. Well, every day I had different responsibilities, but I just put together a list. So I created digital media posts and projects for them. I went through and updated client and caregiver files and made sure that they were up to date and had everything that they need to have. I conducted customer and team member satisfaction surveys. I created the satisfaction surveys, and I organized and did other duties like printing, copying, and faxing. My accomplishment, I learned how to fax and make copies. I successfully completed customer satisfaction surveys, and I learned how to properly make and update files. And then I added a picture of the satisfaction survey that I made. From the challenges and problems, I found it most difficult to call and interact with clients and caregivers over the phone at first because I was nervous. But after a few calls, I kind of got the hang of it better. Another thing I found difficult was working long hours that I wasn't used to working before, because sometimes I was working for 8 hours, and that was hard for me. Filing and auditing the files was also a hard concept to grasp at first because it's so much in the files that you didn't know that were there. How did the internship experience contribute to your intellectual growth and sense of responsibility? For the skills that I developed, I learned a lot of time management skills because I was working on my own, and I was creating my own schedule that I had to stick to. I also learned teamwork skills because there was a bunch of people in the office every day that I was working with, and I learned how to problem solve on my own when I was struggling with certain concepts and I was alone. There's no one there for me to ask questions to. Will the internship experience help you in the future? Yes, this experience will help me in the future because now I know sort of what to expect, and I have experience that some people may not have. My future plans. I was offered a permanent position at the place that I was interning at, but I don't know if I'll take it because I already have a summer job. And it kind of helped me make the decision to stick to what I wanted to do next year and continue to major in business and marketing because I really enjoyed what I was doing. Thank you.
Alright, hang up there for a second. Audience members, do you have a question? Someone should have a question.
I noticed you guys laughing, so.
Did you want to own your own business because of this?
Yes. Yes.
Similar business, like the same kind of business or a different kind of business?
A different kind of business. I didn't really like the healthcare part that much.
Okay. If you could pick a business, what realm would you want to be in? Do you have an idea yet?
Well, I want to after college, I want to go into real estate. It's maybe my own real estate something. Yeah.
What did you get a summer job doing?
My summer job now?
I don't know, you were searching frantically.
I already have a summer job.
Doing what?
I'm a camp counselor, but
It's nice you got a job offer from this as well.
Yeah.
That must have felt good.
Yeah. Did feel good.
Good job.
Thank you.
Nice job.
I didn't know if the prior.
It's good. About me. So my name is Aryanna Maldonado. I'm going to be attending San Diego State University in the fall, and I'll be majoring in biology on a pre-PA track. Where did I intern? I interned with a freelance travel hairstylist who specializes in hair coloring and bridal styling. My site supervisor was Darlin Rosa, a professional hairstylist with over 8 years of experience in the industry. She travels to different locations for wedding events to style bridal hair. She does parties and birthday parties and things like that too, which includes working with brides and their bridal parties to create elegant, long-lasting looks. She's also a colorist, which means she specializes in changing and dyeing hair using different techniques to match the client's style. And working with someone who has so much experience and talent taught me a lot about the beauty industry and what it takes to run a successful freelance business. I chose this site because I knew it would help me improve my skills with social media and engagement, teaching me how to use technology in a more professional way and creative way. I also wanted to learn how to build a strong and loyal clientele, which she has, and I think it's important for any type of business. And working with someone who already has a steady flow of clients, I knew I'd get a hands-on experience and what it takes to attract new people and to keep them coming back. And this included learning how to post on Instagram, taking pictures, and talking to people in a friendly and professional way so they'd feel interested and comfortable and interested in returning. The business of the site is focused on gaining and attracting more followers and engagement on social media in order to build a steady clientele for the hairstylist. By posting the high quality content before and after photos, hair videos, and styling tips, the goal is to catch people's attention and make them interested in booking an appointment. Social media plays a big role in growing the business because most new clients find the stylist through platforms like Instagram or other social media platforms like TikTok and Facebook. The more people who interact with the post by liking, comment, sharing, or saving, the more likely that the hairstylist will gain new customers or grow her brand. My prior expectations before starting the internship, I expected it to be a lot easier than it actually was. I thought my job was just going to be taking a few pictures here and there while she was working and posting, but once I got started, I realized there was a lot more to it. I had to actually talk to the clients and make them feel comfortable once on camera, and sometimes even guide them through poses for photos. I also had to learn how to edit pictures to make them look professional and figure out the best times to post on Instagram in order to get the most likes, comments, and overall engagement, and end up being more involved than I expected, but I did learn a lot from it. My responsibilities during the internship included filming, creating content to post on the hairstylist's Instagram page. I took photos and videos of the hairstyling process, especially focusing on before and after transformations to show off her work. I also helped up help come up with with ideas for creative posts and captions that would catch people's attention online. One time I even modeled for her so she could use the pictures and videos as part of her content. And overall, I was just in charge of keeping her Instagram active and professional. That's a photo of me modeling for her over there. My accomplishment, one of my biggest accomplishments during the internship was getting 2 new clients to book appointments with the stylist. After seeing the post that I created and shared on her Instagram page, it felt really rewarding to me to know that something I made like helped her directly grow her business, and it showed me that like content can actually like make a difference and that people will get like engaged and book with her. Challenges I face, or some challenge I faced during my internship, were like small things that like didn't seem like they would be important, like figuring how to get like the right lightings for photos, because if the lighting was bad then the hair didn't look as good as it did in person, and the pictures wouldn't turn out the way you wanted. I also learned how to use like editing websites to make the pictures look more professional, because most of the pictures were like on my phone and not an actual like camera, so like in order to make it look better I had to learn how to use editing websites. Another challenge was clients didn't like how they looked in photos I took, so I had to take a million pictures until they were happy, because like you can't post something if they don't give you permission to. I also had to learn patience, because hairstyling for brides or color treatments take a really long time. You kind of just have to like wait around and take pictures and videos and like get the right moments, but like it does take a long time. How did the internship experience contribute to my intellectual growth and sense of responsibility? The internship helped me learn a lot about time management. For some weddings, we had to wake up really early, like 6 a.m. or 5 to get ready, to get started on hair. So I had to make sure I was on time and ready to go. It also taught me how to make small talk with clients, which I think is kind of hard, which is important for helping them to feel comfortable. And when people feel relaxed and welcome, they are more likely to let you take their picture or post their pictures or want to come back in the future. I also learned that the way you write captions and post on social media really matters, because the right wording can make somebody want to book an appointment. So I had to think carefully about how to write in a way that would catch people's attention and make them interested. And these skills will help me in the future, because I want to become a physician assistant, and making people safe and comfortable is a really important part of that job. So learning how to talk to different kinds of people, and creating a welcoming environment and building trust are just some things that I practice and learn, and I know it'll help me in the future. My plans after, I was offered the chance to keep helping with social media in exchange for like free hair coloring. Like if I want to dye my hair, I can get it done for free. I was also asked to model when needed. In return, I would get free products like hair tools. Like I got in a free curling iron, like an expensive one for modeling for her, so that was good. And it felt good to know that my work was appreciated and that I could continue being a part of the business in a creative way. And in my future, I'll be attending San Diego State University and majoring in biology on a pre-physician's assistant track. I plan to use the skills that I learned from marketing during my internship to help me when I'm networking in the future, for future internships, or even when connecting with patients. And knowing how to present myself professionally and build trust with others is something that will help me a lot in the medical field. And that's it.
So you marketed, and you took pictures, and you modeled?
Yeah, I'm like I could do both. You know?
Oh,
yeah.
That's good.
How many followers does like this person have? Is she like popular?
She's not like famous, but like I'm pretty sure she has like 3,000. Like it's not like super a lot, but like good enough to get clients.
What's like your biggest takeaway from the internship?
Honestly, like learning how to speak to people, because like I feel like that's the hardest thing, is like speaking, like coming up with small talk with people you don't know, and you kind of have to if you're like up in their face. So I feel like that's like something I took away.
Do you think that there's anything you learned during your time at law, like whether it was in the classroom or in an activity that you did, that you feel like a skill like translated while you were at your internship?
I feel like when you're like at school and you're meeting new people, like and you're like you know, like in the beginning of the school year when you have like icebreakers, like you kind of use those icebreakers to talk to people, because you never met like these people, like you're going to their wedding with like their big wedding party. So I feel like using like skills like icebreakers and things like that, like you kind of get to know people and like learn how to like talk to them. Yeah.
It's definitely a life skill, for sure.
Great.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gina Lombardi. I did my internship at Strategic Solutions Therapy in Milford, Connecticut. My supervisors were Rob Praley and Rona Praley. They are mom and son, and they run their practice together. Rona is actually a professor at Fairfield University, and she teaches in like the master's program for people to get their therapist license, and I completed 85 hours. Why I chose this site, it was a possible career choice for me, and I think that it still is. I got a really like hands-on, and like I learned a lot when I was there. I would be able to like sit in on conversations that therapists were having about their clients and just really listen on like how they would frame the sessions and stuff like that. And I was in a really professional environment. Like it was very like I had to dress up every day and like be there and be very professional. What is the business of the site? They do couples, family, and individual therapy, which I thought was interesting because I feel like a lot of practices focus on like kind of one type of like clientele. My prior expectations were that I was just going to be doing a lot of office work and learning about like conflict resolution and like doing a lot of filing pretty much, which I did end up doing a lot of filing, but other than that I learned a lot more. My accomplishments was I learned how to intake clients, so like whenever they would get a call, like I would be able to pick up and tell them like how to intake, and then I would like set up the intake form and like I would put all the paperwork in the file and like intake new clients. I learned how to function in a professional environment and just like kind of like keep a straight face all day and not like just make jokes all day. And I learned from experienced clinicians about their experience in the field. A lot of the people that I talked to, it was their second career choice and it wasn't their first. Specifically, one of the clinicians I worked with, she had gone to Duke and got her MBA and worked in business for like 20 years, and then this was her second career choice, and she's still in school getting her license. But she, like, a lot of them are interns too, and they're just getting their clinical hours there, so it was nice to be around other people who were also like just learning and like still actively learning how to be a therapist. Challenges was I was not allowed to sit in on any sessions because obviously I'm 17 and I don't have any licenses or anything, and then going off that confidentiality, and then other than that, like not fully understanding like some of the frames that they would use to like help their clients. Like a lot of the time they would be having like kind of like higher level conversations about stuff that they learned in their classes at school that I obviously don't understand yet. And I would ask questions, but like still then again I didn't really understand some of it. Responsibilities, I would keep the office clean and neat, I would restock stuff, and then every Thursday they do supervision, and everyone talks about all of their clients if they have questions, and they get like supervision about it. They, if they're struggling and they don't know how to help someone, they ask and then they're answered, and it's very like problem solving, active listening, and like a lot of the time I would like take notes, and that's what a lot of my journal entries were about, like certain clients who like I would hear it and I'd be like, I don't know what to do about that. Like, that's a really hard situation. And then I would just file out, like, old cases. So I went through their whole filing room, and any cases that were, like, 2 years old, like, I filed out and I put in the basement for them. How did the internship experience contribute to your intellectual growth and sense of responsibility? I feel like I developed more emotional intelligence and empathy for people because I heard about a lot of rough situations. So I was like, this is really difficult. Like, kind of put it into perspective, like what's really important. The importance of confidentiality and like ethical responsibility in handling sensitive information. Like obviously anything that I heard, like when they would talk in like diagnostic codes, so like they would never say anyone's name or anything. Like they have codes for all the different patients. So there was never any names being said. It was very like private and very like they have to follow a lot of rules to make sure that everyone's information is being kept. And then time management and like organizational skills. Like when I was doing the filing, like I had to go through every file and make sure that it had like the intake form, the insurance form, and like all this other stuff. I became more accountable and professional in like a clinical setting, and like recognizing that like if there's a client walking by, like they can see into the staff room, like there's a big glass window, so like I have to be like working and like being professional. I can't just be sitting on my phone because they're here to work out an issue clearly. And then I learned to create a strong sense of purpose in supporting others in vulnerable situations. Like in one of those supervisions, there was a conversation about how like to be safe in the office, and like if there is a client like yelling at a clinician in an office, how they like how to deal with that and like if you should intervene if you're outside. And I honestly learned a lot about like office safety and stuff like that, like in really uncomfortable situations, and you don't know if you should go in because it'll escalate it or not. Conclusion, skills I developed, time management, teamwork. I didn't realize how a lot of therapists work together on cases. I only really knew about one therapist working on a case. Like sometimes they had 2 or 3 people working on it, and seeing each person separately and they saw them all together. Confidentiality and ethics, active listening. I really learned how to like engage in a conversation and not just like sit there and be like, yeah, like I actually answered and asked questions because I wanted to learn. Emotional intelligence, crisis management, like I said before, with like if there's a really bad situation in an office, like learning like when to go in and when to not, to de-escalate the situation. Problem solving and professional communication. And then I am not going to continue there, but they did say that if I wanted to keep going, I could help them with like filing and just like hanging around the office. But I also have a summer job, so I will not be continuing, but I'm going to the University of Miami in the fall, and I'm going to major in sociology and potentially be a therapist. I think that this taught me a lot more about like how emotionally heavy it was, more than like, and like how like you have to compartmentalize a lot more than I thought you did. So, yeah.
Hang up there, we got some questions.
Yes.
What is the intern?
Oh, okay, so like someone will call and they'll say like, I want my 13-year-old daughter to like come and see a therapist, and then like you just ask them a bunch of questions pretty much, like, well, what's going on, like when do you have availability? Yeah. Because like I would see the schedule and I'd be like, this person has availability this time and stuff like that.
What are you majoring in next year?
Sociology. So it's like the study of like people and like pretty much people. It's okay.
I really like that you talked about like emotional intelligence.
Yeah.
Is that something that you kind of already had some idea about because of maybe a class you took here, or like just through some experience you had already that you were able to kind of note that as like the terminology you use for what you learned?
I feel like I knew about it like a little bit prior, but also like even like taking humanities here, like there was times where like, so my supervisors are writing a book, and like they had me do research like towards the end of my internship when I didn't really have much to do. Like they had me do research for them, and they were like, she was like, oh, like use this format, and like I used APA format, like stuff we used in humanities. So I feel like classes at law definitely did help me like succeed when I was in the office. Yeah.
Next time.
So it's not clicking.
Just give us something. It'll be okay.
So who am I? I'm Chloe Kondoreski. I'm passionate about storytelling, equity, and sports. Where did I intern? I interned at Response, and she has a company inside of, like, she has a bunch of companies that she works with inside of Response, and one is Flame Bearers. It's a digital, Flame Bear, or Response is a digital marketing agency, and I work closely with Flame Bearers, a platform that shares stories of elite women athletes that promotes gender equity in sports. My site supervisor was Carolyn Walker. She's the CEO and managing partner of Response Marketing. Why I chose Flame Bearers?
The mission aligned with my passions. It combined sports, media, and social impact in a meaningful way. I've been around sports my entire life, and I want to continue being part of that world professionally. Working with Flamebearers gave me the chance to contribute to real campaigns that elevate women athletes' voices and promote equity in the sports space. The talk about gender equality in women and men's sports has been popular and growing substantially recently, and I get to be an inside part of it. What Flamebearers does. Flamebearers is a global storytelling platform that highlights the journeys of elite women athletes, especially Olympians and Paralympians. Through podcasts, videos, and live events, it shares their personal stories, challenges, and triumphs, aiming to inspire and empower others. The platform focuses on promoting gender equity in sports and amplifying underrepresented voices in the athletic community. My expectations, I expected to do content support and research, sit in on team meetings and observe and learn, gain exposure to the digital marketing process, learn how a mission-driven media platform operates in the inside. And the reality of what I did was I led campaign concept, strategy, and design. I was surprised by the level of creative ownership. I helped build an entire campaign strategy, participated in athlete interviews with like the Olympians and like Paralympians, and I contributed to create brand positioning to Gen Z insights. My responsibilities, like this is just like what they gave me in the beginning. So my challenge was, how can Flamebearers build a meaningful and lasting awareness among high school and college students, establishing itself in a media platform for young people passionate about women's sports, empowerment, and resilience. The opportunity was that young women are not only athletes, they're fans, content creators, and change makers. How can we turn Gen Z into Flamebearers, super fans, and potentially even connect content creators for the brand? With growing interest in women's sports, I have the opportunity to be a voice of my generation within the Flamebearers ecosystem. Through strategy, social insight, and storytelling, I'll explore how to better engage Gen Z audience with learning about media, marketing, and equity-driven content creation. My assignment was, over 5 weeks, I would design and present a full funnel marketing campaign to increase Flamebearers' audience engagement among high school and college students. I conducted peer interviews and analyzed existing content, research platforms, prototype content, and propose a scalable campaign strategy that ladders up to the mission. My accomplishments was, I analyzed Flamebearers' existing content and Gen Z engagement habits. I designed and conducted interviews with students to uncover content preferences and media behavior. I created and refined 2 Gen Z-focused campaign concepts, including message, format, and athlete tie-ins. I developed a sample social media content and mapped out a timeline and budget for the campaign rollout. I sat in on and contributed to athlete interviews with Olympians. I created a behind-the-scenes post reflecting the internship experience, and I gained hands-on experience in mission-driven media, sports marketing, and youth engagement strategy. This is an example of one of the concepts that I came up with. It's called Real Play, Real People. It's a national high school and college athlete-led program that puts storytelling into the hands of Gen Z women. By empowering young athletes to document and share their real experience on and off the field, this initiative shifts to the spotlight from polished highlight reels to raw, relatable moments. The Flamebearer Ambassador Program empowers female student athletes to share authentic behind-the-scenes content that highlights the grit, teamwork, and humanity behind their sports journeys. Selected ambassadors receive activation kits and post unfiltered day-in-the-life videos on TikTok, Instagram Reels, and YouTube Shorts, celebrating what it truly means to be a woman in sports. The challenges that I had was condensing broad ideas into targeted content, adapting ideas based on feedback, working with short turnarounds in multiple iterations, working entirely solo on my own project, and coming up with meaningful questions to ask the athletes. The skills I gained was campaign strategy and storytelling, visual communications, learned a lot digitally on how to get points across through digital platforms, collaboration and real-world project execution, social-first content planning, Balancing daily tasks, feedback, and deadlines taught me how to prioritize and deliver things on time. Writing clear, powerful messages that speak to values like resilience, teamwork, and identity. How to build content tailored to platforms like TikTok and Instagram, and learned what grabs attention. And how to interview, create surveys, and analyze media habits to better understand what makes young people engage. How this will help me in the future, it showed me what it really takes to build a campaign from the ground up, from research to content creation to presenting ideas to real decision makers. Since I want to work in sports media, everything I did helped me to get closer to that path. I get better at communicating clearly, thinking creatively, and working fast under pressure, all things I'll need whether I'm making content, running a brand, or working with athletes in the future. It also helped me understand what it looks like behind the scenes. Not just being an athlete, but telling powerful stories around sports. My future plans is I will be attending the University of Connecticut, majoring in business, and playing Division I lacrosse. Any questions? Ella?
So you said you did like Zooms with them. Is it fully an online company or is there like a headquarters somewhere?
Well, they have like a little office. It's called like the Clubhouse in New Haven, where like they'll like go to like meet with each other, and they won't bring the like athletes to them. They're usually all on Zoom. But yeah, Gina.
If you could work with like one woman athlete, like who would you work with?
That's a good question. Probably Simone Biles. She's just like an incredible person and athlete. Cam?
With any of the athletes that like you like Zoomed with or were interviewed and movie know them? Like are they like?
I don't think so. No, they're all like Paralympians, like Olympians, but they're not like very very well known. They're underground kind of.
You might have mentioned this earlier, but how did you get connected with this particular organization?
So Carolyn, like my supervisor, she actually lives down the street from me. She's the CEO of Response. So she like yeah, like all summer long. Like she has a house right on the beach. So like we're friends with her, and then she has a bunch of companies inside of Response that she works with.
So I bring that up only because do you feel like that was through like networking within your family or just like through conversation? Like how did that come to be?
Yeah, I feel like just conversation. Like my dad like just like talks to a bunch of people, and I think he posts on like Facebook or something like that I'm looking for an internship, and she like commented on it, and
that's great though.
Yeah.
I think that's what future interns, like our rising seniors, just want to know like how am I supposed to find something?
Mhm.
And it's sometimes as simple as talking to a neighbor or talking to your family members about what you're interested in doing, and then somebody knows somebody. So I think that's a great example of it.
Yeah, and it's just all about connections too. Like all these Olympians, like we wouldn't like what's her name? Julia wouldn't be able to like find these athletes without connections that she has. So it's pretty cool.
Pervasive, it's everywhere.
Will you get to do like any ongoing work with her?
Well, if like the campaign that I came up with, like the ambassador program, if that works, like I will like probably be the first ambassador in college, and hopefully like that'll grow outside of just like me.
Very
Yeah.
cool. Nice work.
I did my internship at West Shore Middle School. Who am I? My name is Cameron Upchurch. I'm a senior at Jonathan Law High School, and I'll be continuing my academic career at Monmouth University in the fall. Where did I intern? Who was my supervisor? I interned at West Shore Middle School, the local middle school just down the road, which also happens to be my alma mater. My site supervisor was Mr. Glenn Maxwell, physical education teacher, and I also worked with the other gym teacher, Miss Adela. Why did I choose this site, and what is the business of the site? I chose the site because I like to stay active. I enjoy giving back to the community, especially since I was a student there in the past, and to serve as a positive role model to the children, to explore a future in coaching and inspire the youth. The business of the site is a local public middle school where students in grades 6 to 8 can grow academically, socially, and emotionally. It's a place where students learn subjects like math, science, English, and history, also other important areas like physical education, art, and health. Expectations and responsibilities. My expectations were to assist the teachers in any way necessary, be a role model to the students, help the students, and be professional. And my responsibilities were setting up and putting things away, assisting by supervising and monitoring the children, and joining in and playing games with the kids when necessary. Some challenges and problems I came across were encouraging students to engage and participate, students that were disrespectful and rude. There's a lot of those, and that is something that I did not like at all. And students not wanting to listen to me because I was an intern, which wasn't really a big deal, but I just thought, I don't know. Schedule and routine from class to class felt repetitive. The same exact things were going on like every single day, 8 periods a day, and students engaging in behaviors. How did this internship experience contribute to my intellectual growth? I learned time management, balancing track, AP classes, and getting to the internship. Group management with helping handle 20 to 40 students at a time. Patience, flexibility, and adaptability, because every class is different. How this internship will help me in the future. I have no current goals or dreams of becoming a teacher in my future, but I do foresee myself coaching in the future between basketball and football. This experience and knowledge I have gained from working alone, the physical education teachers in the gym teaching gave me insight to the skills I will need to be successful in working with all age groups as a coach. Immediate future plans. Attending Monmouth in the fall, majoring in finance, economics, still unsure of my future career. Any questions? I also didn't get offered to continue because you can't do that. Don't all put your hand up at once. Ariana. These made up games that they have in gym, it's like basketball, soccer, and baseball, all combined. So tough.
Was it frustrating working with the kids?
Sometimes it was, because some of them are just rude, for no reason at all.
What did you do when they were rude?
If a student was rude to me, I would kind of just ignore them and I'm not going to engage in the student, and I would just tell the teacher that said student is rude. Maybe you have to handle it. Gina?
What was your favorite grade?
Favorite grade was definitely the 8th graders, because they're more mature. I could have better conversation with them. And then they would just socialize, especially with the kids that were injured. They would sit on the stage and I would sit with them and just talk.
Sorry for coming in late.
It's all good.
2 questions I'm sorry, what school were you at?
West Shore.
West Shore. Do you think you would have had a different experience, or your view on teaching would be different if you did it at a high school, where the kids are a little bit more mature?
Yeah, I think it probably would have been a different experience because if I was
Because I was just thinking back, I student taught middle school and hated it, but then when
I think I would definitely
when I got to
enjoy
high
high
school,
school
it was so much better for my personality with it.
I agree.
You know?
I'd probably enjoy it much more if I was with older students, more mature students.
You mentioned that you might want to be a coach sometime in the future, and
Yeah.
that this particular experience might give you a little insight on managing kids. So what's one of those specific things that you can name, out of this experience, and how does that help with coaching?
Including all students, because if I was a coach, obviously all students are not, or all the players would not have all the same capabilities, and all students obviously don't have the same capabilities, especially in gym, because not all of them want to be there or even participate at all. So I could just help incorporate and involve everybody, to benefit multiple different groups.
Did you have like a favorite student?
Yeah,
Name them by name.
there was this one kid, like, he had a broken ankle, and like, so he was very upset like all the time, and he was honestly causing trouble a lot. But like, having him like next to me was fine, because like it was also good for him too, because he missed out like on all the stuff, especially the track meet, because he was like the top guy, and then he broke his ankle on his bike. So
you kind of got to talk to him how he felt about it. So that's a good skill to have though, to be able to kind of connect with young people, you know, other than, you know, your own friends who are young. But like, I think that's a great skill to have, because as a coach, you're probably gonna have to implement that.
You said you went to West Shore. Was going back weird in the sense that when you left, you probably felt very old? Like when you're in 8th grade, you feel like old and oh my
Yeah.
god, so, and now looking at those 8th graders, you feel like
yeah, and they feel like, I feel like it was different when we were there. I don't know. I feel like the students are like physically smaller and like just way less mature. But maybe we were probably the same way, but like now it seems like different
it's
for
kind
me.
of a nice full circle moment to end high school going back.
Did your supervisor have any like advice for you about like coaching, or you know how they handle, you know, class management and stuff like that?
Well, I didn't really talk about that like specifically, but he did say like kind of what I said, like engaging everybody, because like he mentioned that because like there was a couple of students that like there was one class actually in particular like none of the kids want to do anything, so like just trying to involve them, encourage them, but just basically.
Nice job.
I did my internship at WTNH News 8 in New Haven. About me, my name is Ella Franzman. I will be attending Syracuse University in the fall, and I'll be majoring in broadcast and digital journalism with a focus in sports media. My internship was at WTNH News 8 in New Haven, and WTNH is an ABC affiliate show. WTNH serves the Hartford New Haven market. It was established in 1948 and is owned by Nexstar Media Group. The station operates from its studio on Elm Street in downtown New Haven, and it shares its facilities with its sister station, WCTX. The first show of the day is at 4 a.m., and the last show is at 11 p.m. So I chose News 8 for many reasons. It's a lot more local than Fox 61, NBC, or News 12, which are in the Hartford and Norwalk areas. I also grew up watching News 8. Like, that was always like my parents' like go-to news station. So being able to like intern and see the behind the scenes made like younger me really excited probably. Ahead of time, I knew the sports team has been around there for a while, so I know that they're the best in the market, so they know what they're doing. So it was cool to work with them. That was me when I went there. My dog was on TV a couple years ago.
Stephanie and Fred no longer work with News 8, but that is my dog. This is my site supervisor, Eric Dobratz. He is one of the 3 sports guys. Eric has been with WTNH for over 20 years. He began in 1998 as a writer and then later moved to producing and transitioned to sports writing in 2011. He's also now currently a sports anchor and reporter for the station. He's typically seen on the 6 p.m. and 11 p.m. newscasts on the weekends. And before moving to News 8, he worked with WLIS and WMRD Radio, which is in Middletown, and had worked for CBS Radio Network in New York City. He's covered major events like UConn Women's Final Four, produced specials on golf and tennis, and has contributed to Emmy-nominated sports programming. He graduated with a degree in journalism and political science from UConn. These are some other people that I worked with. I worked with John Pearson, he's been at the station since 1995. He's been a great leader of the sports team. He's the sports director, and he's been the sports director since 2016. I worked with John almost every day simultaneously with Eric. I also worked with Kiara Smith. She happens to be a law graduate, graduated in 2017. She's like a hard news reporter for News 8, and she's been there since February, so she's also a little new. But before, she worked at WWLP 22 News in Springfield. So I had gone out a couple of times with her to cover some stories in Hartford mostly. And then this is Jillian Andrews. She's also a reporter at WTNH since January of 2023. She graduated with her master's in broadcast and digital journalism from Syracuse as well, which was super unique. We were just kind of talking, and she was like, oh yeah, like I went to Syracuse. And so it's kind of just cool to also meet someone in this industry who is from Syracuse. She's primarily on the CT Buzz segment, which is their 12 p.m. newscast, and it just covers like trending news and like food, fitness, health, and like just entertainment across Connecticut. So a day in my life was always different. We never did the same thing. We would get to the station at 3 p.m. every day, and we would look at the rundown to see what stories we were going to cover. We'd always look to see what professional sports are happening to try and figure out how much time we had to work with. So the past couple weeks, obviously, we were doing a lot of Knicks stuff because that's our most like local professional sports. We always do the Mets, Red Sox, and Yankees. And then every once in a while, if the Hartford Yard Goats are playing, we'll cover a story about them. And then we always look at local sports. So we've gone to a couple boys volleyball games. We go to Yale stuff. We've gone to a couple lacrosse games. A big thing that happened in one of my first couple of days was University of New Haven made the change to D1. So that was like the big topic. So we went there, we did a couple live shows, and then headed back, and we would put together all of the news stories and then put them into the rundown. And then we would go live for the 10 and 11. This was a day with Kiara, a very different day. I went to the station at 10 o'clock with her. We would go to a morning meeting with all the producers and directors. Once we were done in the meeting, we would find out what our story was for the day and head there. So I went to Hartford both times with her to cover Hartford Public Schools. They had a new budget, so they were trying to get $3 million to save a bunch of programs. So the mayor was doing a press release, and then we went live from the top of the bureau in Hartford, and this was interviewing one of the council's members. My expectations were just to get the most out of it that I could. Between the networking of meeting new people and watching how a show works, I was just there to live the lifestyle and help out in any way possible. Honestly, I was able to do a lot more than I thought. I helped start the Sports 8 News Instagram, which ended up actually having to get taken down because Nexstar, their like owner, wanted it to be like run their way with like ads and everything. So after a couple of days, we did have to end up actually taking it down, which was disappointing. But I was able to film my own games and create my own scripts and kind of just do like whatever I was comfortable with. This is a video. So this was one of my first scripts that I had written, and it was the Detroit Tigers and Red Sox game. So he would have me watch the whole game, find highlights, and then I would go in and edit the highlight myself and then write the script. I don't know if you'll be able to hear it just because it is kind of quiet.
Subway Series
So that was just kind of cool to hear like what I wrote like then on live television. And then after I wrote my first one, every day that I was there, they would have me wait until all the MLB games were over or the Knicks games and write the scripts. So then it became like normal, but this was just one of my first ones, so it was pretty unique. Some tasks included watching the professional sports, MLB, NBA, WNBA as well. After watching games, I would find the best highlights to include for the sports package, and then I would write the script to match the package. I think my biggest accomplishment, I would say, was being able to meet all the new people and working with them. Everyone I met and talked to in the station was always willing to help and so willing to let me shadow them, whether it was an hour or the whole day. I was able to shadow with a couple of the producers and directors. They were just also willing. There was two guys there who also were graduates from law in 2008. So it was pretty cool there's a decent amount of law people there. Some struggles I first endured was learning the software. They don't obviously use like Final Cut like we use. They use Adobe Premium, so it was a little different to learn how to edit. So that was definitely one of my first struggles. But Eric and John were both very helpful, and they were helping me figure out how to use it. And then after like the first 2 weeks, it became pretty natural to me. So the skill I developed was being able to learn the software and understand how to put together packages correctly. And another skill I developed was professionalism, being able to be professional around athletes and coworkers. My future, so I will be attending Syracuse University. I've kind of always said that this is going to put me like 10 steps ahead of everyone else that I will be around in Syracuse, just because being able to immediately step into a studio and dive in and being so hands-on, it'll better prepare me for when I step onto campus. Since I'm already familiar with how a newscast runs, I'll be ahead from most of my classmates, and I'll also have met all these producers and reporters who have all said that they would let me intern and after college come back and get a job there. So my coolest experience was we went to a WNBA game. We went to Paige Becker's return game, which was very unique experience. So the rundown was we did 2 live shots at 4 and 5 p.m., and then we headed into the arena. We did a live shot at 6:15, and then we recorded some warm-ups in the intros. Once it was game time, we headed to the press table to record and watch the game. And then at halftime, we put together first half highlights, and after we went to a press conference with the coach, Paige, and another player. So these are just kind of some photos. This was warm-ups. That's my credential. That was me with the News 8. That was like after intros. This was the start of the game. But it was just really cool to be able to be like right there and like just like a foot from her. So it was really cool. These are some other videos, but just like kind of cool to like be around them. But yeah, so then this was a video that we had put together, but it's kind of long, so. But this affected my schedule and the way that I'm used to working. Ahead of time, I knew I was going to have to make some choices of playing a spring sport and my internship, which that was definitely like a struggle that I had to go through. But that was a big adjust. And then going into work at 3 p.m. and staying till 11 p.m. or midnight was definitely not what I'm used to. I'm used to going to bed earlier. So that was rough the first couple weeks. And then I will continue to work with them throughout the summer a couple days a week. The next big event that we're going to go to is the Travelers. We're going for the Pro-Am Day, which is when all the celebrities are there. And then we're going to go for the first whole day later in June. And that's it. Gina?
I kind of the same question I asked Chloe. If you could like broadcast with one athlete, who would you pick?
I don't know that I would want to broadcast one specific athlete, but I would definitely want to broadcast swimming. Like I would love to like broadcast the Olympics and go to like swimming. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Ari?
How was like writing scripts? Like was it like really hard? Did it take a lot of time?
Honestly, the first one I kind of like didn't know how to like exactly go about writing it, but I would just watch it. Like if I knew that there was a home run in the first inning, it was just like I would just be like, oh, like in the first inning, like Aaron Judge hits a homer to right, scores 1-0, and then I figure out the next play, the next highlight. It was always kind of like whoever wins, you would always try to put 2 highlights and then whoever doesn't, you always try to put one. And you try to get not always just like offensive but defensive highlights too.
Did Paige Becker's team win?
Yeah.
I feel like what you were just talking about was like a formula you kind of follow. Did you notice that there's like patterns and things that happen a certain way, like behind the scenes that maybe you weren't like aware of?
Yeah, I honestly had no idea how like a newscast works and how like the like putting everything into the rundown like was one of the most complex like Google Sheet type thing I've ever seen. So it was definitely a big adjustment, like learning what everything means, and there's a bunch of different words like voice dots and all this other stuff that like I had no idea what they meant before.
Lingo that's
Yeah.
new.
Yeah.
But
So
like you said, gives you like a
Cam.
Were there any things you did not like at all? Like things you did not enjoy about it? Or
Sometimes just like waiting around. Like when we did the live shots from the arena, like we did our first one, we went live at like 4:05, and then we just had to wait around until 5:10 to go live again. So it's just like a lot of like sitting around and waiting sometimes. So that would be like the worst thing.
You said Kira does the hard news. Is that like
Yeah.
not sports? What is that?
Yeah, so she doesn't cover sports,
That's
so
what
she
that
goes out during the days and just kind of finds any like news that's going on. It can be if it happens to be like sports. I know like a story she had talked about was how a lot of high school baseball teams are using like real talk to pitch comms. So she was gonna possibly like run a story on that, but
And then, is sports what you want to do?
yeah, I want to have a focus of sports media.
Was John helpful?
Very.
Yeah.
good work.
Good job, Ella.
Thank you guys.
So this is my internship presentation. Okay, so about me, I'm Taylor Coretti. I'm a senior at law, and I play soccer and basketball all 4 years of high school. My senior year, I was captain for both soccer and basketball. And for next year's plans, I'm attending Marist in Poughkeepsie, New York, and I'm going in undecided. And hopefully I will study abroad eventually. So my internship site was at West Shore Middle School. It is located very close to law, so it was nice when I had to come in for AP Psych. I could just go to law right after, and it was very quick. And it is a middle school, so it holds 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. My site supervisor was Mr. Maxwell. He is one of the physical education teachers at West Shore. Also, he is the teacher with Miss Sedella, and he has been teaching there for about 8 years. So I chose this site because I enjoy working with kids and helping them out and being a role model for them. And I'm also familiar with the environment because I did go to West Shore for my 3 years. And I had gym with Mr. Maxwell and Miss Sedella, so I already knew who they were, and we already had a connection from when I was in middle school, so it was easier to choose there. The business of the site, with physical education teachers, they follow lesson plans, they promote social skills and teamwork, and they create a safe environment and promote health and wellness. Yeah, every teacher has to follow a lesson plan, so with their lesson plan, they pick sports they want to play throughout the year, and they make a timeline of it. And they promote social skills and teamwork because when they play certain games like hockey, pickleball, they'll do teams, and that will help with communication for younger kids and help them for the future. And they create a safe environment because they're teachers and they want everyone to be safe in school and have fun, especially if kids are misbehaving. They want to make sure everything is safe around. And health and wellness because that's very important, and that's what their job is, to teach. So my expectations prior to the internship was to help Mr. Maxwell with anything he would need assistance on, like setting up games or going outside and participating with the students and engage with all the students because I was going to be like a teacher, so I'd have to talk to the kids and help them with anything they needed. Well, my responsibilities for this internship was to help set up activities or games being played. So when I first started the internship, we were playing floor hockey. So what I would do was take the goals out of the closet and take the pucks and the sticks and set them all up throughout the gym. And then we moved on to a game called All Ball. So I would set up the cones for the goal and then take out the pennies and the ball. And then I would also participate in games if an extra player was needed or if the team/student needed help. So for example, if we were playing hockey and a team needed an extra player, one of the interns would step in and play with them to assist them. Or if a team was losing, around like 4 points usually, we would step in and help the losing team try to get back. And then I would also help the teachers with the track and field events because that's when we started, when I got there we started qualifying the kids. So I would help set up the cones for the 100 and the false starts, and I would record the times for like the 400 and the mile, and then help with the long jump by raking the sand pit. My accomplishments through this internship was I observed and learned teaching techniques. I was on the teacher side point of view for this internship, so it's very different from a student side. So it was pretty cool to see the difference in how they handle teachers or how they handle students. Showing leadership and communication skills amongst the students. I feel like I
did this because I'm closer in age with them, so I think they would be able to relate with me more than the teachers because I'm younger, so I understand them better than the teachers. Contribute to a positive learning environment because I just always stayed positive and tried my best to help out kids when they needed it. And I learned to adapt on the spot. Like, for example, if we were planning to go outside on a day where it was raining, we would have to change our plans on the spot and stay inside and play basketball or just have an open gym. Some challenges and problems that I faced were some of the kids' behaviors during the class. In the beginning of my internship, some of the kids would act up and I wouldn't know how to fully handle them because, I've never taught these type of kids before, but watching Mr. Maxwell and Ms. Sedella handle them helped me learn how to handle them better. And then engaging with the quieter students and getting kids who don't enjoy playing to participate. Some kids just do not like gym and they try their best not to participate, so that was a challenge because if you didn't participate, you'd get a 0 for the day. So the interns and we all tried to engage the students to help them enjoy the sport and encourage them to play because it was fun what we were doing. Intellectual growth and sense of responsibility. From this internship, I learned time management, teamwork, and leadership. Time management was something we had to do because all the classes were about an hour long, so we had to plan out the activity we were doing, take attendance, talk about the activity, and then have time to clean up. So I learned how to space everything out perfectly. Or not perfectly, but a lot better. Teamwork because, like I said before, we were doing activities with teams. So we had to use teamwork in order to eventually win the games we were playing. And leadership because I would try my best to be an influence for other kids and a role model because I want kids to have a good role model they can look up to. And then since I'm going in undecided, this could be a possible career choice for me because I'm not sure what I want to do, but this internship helped me see teaching is fun and it could be something that I want to do in the future. I was not offered a summer job because it's a school, so they don't work in the summertime, but this internship did help me want to get a job as a camp counselor at the Y because I enjoy working with kids. Any questions?
You said you were going in as undecided, but if you did choose to pursue this as a career, what age group would you rather?
Ooh, good question. I like middle school. I think it's like they're not too young, but they're not too old, so it's a good group.
Was it like really different from your prior expectations, or was it pretty similar to what you thought it was going to be like?
I think it was pretty similar because I expected going in with like helping Mr. Maxwell and participating, and that's what I did.
What's something you learned during your time at law that you felt like you were able to use while you were at your internship? Could be academic or could be something else.
Well, playing sports at law, I was a captain, so leadership from law helped me with the little kids at middle school because I took in that role from my soccer and basketball sports to teaching.
Okay, so my internship presentation. So who am I? My name is Charlotte Rascoll. I'm 17 and I am a senior at Jonathan Law High School. During my time at Law, I was on the swim and dive team all 4 years. I've also managed the softball team all 4 years. Work experience, I work at Camp Happiness over the summer, and I work at the Giggling Pig of Milford. I also have a lot of experience babysitting. So I completed my internship at Live Oaks Elementary School in an integrated preschool classroom. For those of you who don't know, an integrated classroom is a classroom where students with and without disabilities all learn together. And this is Live Oaks. My site supervisor is Marlene Sanchez. She's been a preschool teacher in Milford for 36 years, and she's also the director of Camp Happiness, so she is my boss for the summer. This is a picture of us. There's a little quote from her at the bottom. There was also one more adult in the room. She is a para, Miss Michelle. So it was me, Marlene, and Michelle in the classroom with the kids at all times. Why I chose this site. So I chose to do my internship in a preschool classroom because I'm majoring in special education in hopes of becoming a special education teacher. So I wanted to gain experience and get a real feel of what it's like in the classroom working alongside a teacher. And then this is just a picture of like a little overview of part of the classroom. Okay, so my responsibilities were monitoring the students. So like I was just sort of like there, like I was just making sure they weren't misbehaving or getting themselves into trouble. They do like playtime, so I would often be at a station and I would sort of be playing with them. I was helping them whenever they needed it, so anytime they need help doing something, we do encourage them to try first. We don't help right away, but if they give it their best shot, then we intervene and we help them. Asking the students questions about the activities they are engaging in, that's really important because it really gives them like they understand what they're doing. They get a feel for the situation, which is important because it helps them to understand like their actions and how their actions can affect the people around them as they start to get older. My accomplishments communicating with the students, I just think like this is always like a good thing because like some students are shy or they have communication like barriers or boundaries. So it is a good thing that I'm able to communicate with them because I was with them for a month. So communicating with them like felt like an accomplishment for me because by now like all the students are comfortable with me, making the students feel comfortable around me. Obviously I didn't want them to be afraid of me or like not like me because like as I said I was with them for a month, so that felt like an accomplishment too, that like none of the students were afraid of me or anything like that. And establishing myself as an authoritative figure, so I wanted them to feel comfortable with me, but I also wanted them to respect me. So like because I was someone in there who was responsible telling them what to do or telling them if they're doing something wrong. So making sure they understand that they have to like listen to what I say, I also see as an accomplishment. So for my challenges, children obviously can be stubborn. Sometimes they don't want to listen to you, or if you tell them to do something, they just give you a no. So obviously that's a challenge that I had that happen a lot during my experience, and establishing and communicating expectations. So sometimes I have trouble like disciplining the students or any kids that I'm working with because like they're just little, like I feel bad, but it is important for me to be giving them my expectations, and sometimes that includes having to raise my voice a little or yell at them. So these are a few of the stations that we have. So we have the kitchen, the stand table, and the light table. So this goes more into depth on like the questions I was asking. So if I was at the kitchen, like what food do you have, or what are you making, what are you doing? At the stand table, I would often bury the objects and then say like, oh, find like the goat, find the horse. And at the light table, they have like little letters, numbers, or little bugs they could play with. So like, what color is that? What letter is that? What number is that? Can you make me this number, like 20, and then see if they can do it? Because as I said before, it's important for them to like understand what they're doing, and it also helps to know where they are developmentally, like if they can say that color or if they can say that number. That's really helpful too. This is their little like name chart. So they are responsible for taking their name and putting it at the station they want to go to. So all their names are blocked out, but these are all their little name tags at their stations. So they have to do that every day, and they have to do it themselves. So contribution to intellectual growth and responsibility it taught me a lot of the skills and responsibilities that go into being a successful teacher. As I said, Marlene has been teaching for 36 years. She's very successful. She also had my sister when she was little, so I have known her for a very long time. So she's a very good teacher and a very good role model. Time management within a schedule, so knowing we need to take out this much time for choice time, we need to finish choice time by this time so we can have this amount of time for snack time. Like, that's really important, so you're not running out of time or not getting to do everything you want to do. The importance of establishing routine within a student at a young age, it gives them structure. Like, we have a routine here at law. Like, everybody needs routine. It's very helpful, but especially at such a young age, it provides them with structure. So it's not, because it can be very overwhelming if they don't know what's going on, or like if they're not knowing what to expect. So they know what to expect next. And life skills are something that should be incorporated into children's routine starting at a very young age. It helps them to gain independence, and it helps them like to be prepared for the real world. If they come across challenges in the real world, they're not always going to be able to turn to someone and ask for help. So life skills are very important at such a young age. How my experience will help me in the future, since this is a career I'm hoping to pursue, my internship is going to be something I consider as I work towards that career. Like, all those things I just said I learned, like they're like something I'm going to be thinking about now, and hopefully it are going to be things that will make me successful in my career. This just goes more into life skills. So when they come in the classroom, they are responsible for hanging up their own backpack, their own coat. If their sleeves get stuck, they have to do it themselves. Like I said, we encourage them to do it themselves. If they really can't, we will help them. They have to take their folders out, give it to the teacher. This is our snack table. They each have their own little placemats, and when they're done eating snack, they have to take a sponge and wipe it off. So all that like is helping them to become more independent, so they're not just relying on people their entire lives. My immediate future plans, I was not offered a summer job because this is an elementary school, but I do have a summer job with my internship instructor, so I will be doing that over the summer. I'm attending Southern Connecticut State University in the fall and majoring in special education in hopes to become a special education teacher. Questions? Yes?
I know you said that like you wanted the kids to see you as like an authority figure and respect you, but did you feel like since you were a different age as the two other people in the room that they could kind of tell that could they tell that you were a different age, and did they treat you any differently?
They actually really didn't. Like, the first day in there, they were calling me a grown-up. Like, they didn't know how old I was. So obviously they treated me a little different since I was the one who was like playing with them, as I said. Like, so I feel like they saw me as a friend, but they also saw me as like that authoritative figure.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So you talked about like the disciplining part being maybe like a little bit of like a challenge. How do you feel after having this experience that might translate to when you're working at Camp Happiness or doing Giggling Pig? Will that change like your approach if you have to be a little more
honestly, I feel like my experience at Camp and the Giggling Pig helped me like to be successful at my internship, because like obviously like I was there and I'm like, well, I know it's okay like to not like to yell at a kid, but like I know it's okay if they're not acting up, like you need to like stand your ground. So I think those actually helped me at my internship.
Yeah, so it's actually vice versa.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's great. And do you feel like there were any classes or experiences you had at law that you implemented while you were at your internship?
I feel like just really going back to like the time management and like within a routine, like obviously at law, like we have our class schedule. I know when my class starts, my class ends, and like having to get all my work done within that period, I think that helped. Like at school, like we need to do everything we need to do within that time period.
So I interned with for speech language pathology. My name's Kacey Pagaduan. I'm a senior at Jonathan Law High School, where I play tennis and was named captain for the girls tennis team. And I play violin for orchestra, and I've participated in a variety of clubs at law. In the fall, I plan to attend Southern Connecticut State University, where I plan to major in communication disorders for speech pathology. So I interned at Civita Care Center at West River, which is located at 245 Orange Avenue in Milford, which is right across at the Orange Elementary School. So my site supervisor is Shan Elms. She is the director of the rehabilitator, and she's also the speech pathologist. She was mostly the only speech pathologist there, and another guy started working a few weeks prior. She also got her bachelor's in Iona University and got her master's in Sacred Heart University. So my choice of internship, because it was close to my home, it was maybe like 30 minutes away, so it was easier. She also knew my dad, and it was a flexible schedule for me because I had tennis matches right after, so it was super hard to schedule. So having this be lenient, it was easier for me, and she was also a speech pathologist. About Civita, it's a nursing and rehabilitation center and has a facility of 120 beds, and they participate in Medicare and Medicaid, and they also do short-term rehabilitation recovery, which involves strokes, injuries, and heart attacks, while long-term care, which helps with like daily assistance with non-medical needs, so like going to the bathroom, like brushing your teeth, anything they need help with. So my expectations that I knew I was gonna work with elders, and knowing that it was like a nursing home, I won't be able to have like firsthand experience because I wasn't able to touch them. And I was just able to I knew I was gonna be able to take notes, and I was observing anything from here to here area, and just to help out any assistance they needed. So some responsibilities I had was just giving them an extra hand, but without touching the patients. I was able to take notes and ask questions to my speech pathologist supervisor, and also observe their mastication and process of eating. So during like lunch, I go during like between 8:30 to 2 before my matches start, and I was able to see how they eat and what techniques they use to help swallow easier. And I was also able to interact with patients, which was really nice because I got to know how they are and their well-being. And I was also, in the times that my supervisor had meetings, I was able to research different techniques and methods of speech pathology. Some accomplishments I had is that I built a close relationship with my supervisor, with the staff and the residents, such as the OT, PT, and then any of the social workers that I was there with. I was able to understand the backgrounds of the residents, so just getting to know who they are and what they did back in the day. I also learned methods of techniques with CTR, which is chin tuck against resistance. So it's where they roll up a towel and they push down on your chin to strengthen muscles for swallowing. And I also, for tongue depressors as well, I will be going over this shortly. And process of drinking liquids and swallowing foods, which I'll show later. Some challenges and problems was just like, again, I was able to touch patients and I wasn't able to perform any of these methods of practice. And sometimes some patients could be non-compliant, they could be resistant when eating food. So like one example was when there was a patient and she did not want to eat, and so it was hard to observe like the techniques we were supposed to give and just observe how she is. And just my obligatory events with tennis, it was a lot for me and it was overwhelming, but I was able to overcome that. So this is just through some photos I wanted to include was the nosy cup and the scoop plate. So first, this nosy cup, it's when you want to it prevents you tilting your head back, which could damage some like part of your muscles, and it could be really bad for you. And for a scoop plate, which is kind of self-explanatory, so when a patient needs something to be scooped with like a spoon, they could use that side to scoop it easier for them. And this is a puree texture of a watermelon for people who struggle eating and it'd be hard for them to swallow, and it goes into the airway, which can go to their lungs.
So it could be really bad. So they are able to puree a lot of these foods, such like these. Like this, for example, this is a doubled portion. They are able to eat these because whenever they're swallowing, it prevents from it in the airway, which could be really damaging to your lungs. And it helps it move smoother. So we also have dysphagia advancement, which if you don't know what dysphagia is, it's difficulty in swallowing. But since it's advanced, they're able to eat more textures, and like they're able to cut it up, and there's like textures where you're also to have regular texture. I'm pretty sure that's fish, either chicken or fish and chips, I don't recall, but we also have mashed potatoes, and then we have green beans, and here you can see it's scrambled. This should be, I think this is scrambled eggs, not really sure, and then we have bread and pancake. So the skills I've developed is to be more compassionate towards others and to have a lot more patience because of the elders. And it's also helped me to grow more communication skills since I struggled a lot with, like, I'm very shy meeting new people. I was able to create relationships with more communication towards others and to just give support and advocate for elders who can't really stand up for themselves anymore, and just a good understanding of speech pathology itself. So it helps me benefit my future because it helps to give me more background about speech and guide me where I want to work. I preferably want to work in a hospital with both children and elders because it gives me a range of what I want to do. I could also sometimes, if I am really unsure of speech pathology, I could really opt out to occupational therapy or PT because I've seen how they worked. And I was able to complete hours in this facility even despite my busy schedule, and it looks good on my resume. And I have experience with elders. So my future plans is that I was not offered, because it is a nursing home, you would need a degree, and I have a tennis job in the summer, so I coach children ranging from like 5 years old to 15, occasionally teach like adults. I plan to major in communication disorders for speech pathology in Southern Connecticut State University, and I hope to become a speech pathologist. I hope that I can have my clinical fellowship at Civita. It's where they're under like Shannon, for example, my supervisor, just to see how you do, but you're more hands-on. So just for the props, so this is ITSE. It's to show like the thickened foods and drinks, and it corresponds with each other. So this is, it helps prevent liquids going down. So they show like a little triangle here, and it shows where it is at the ITSE frame. So if you want to try it, Charlotte. It is really, it's like thick, but it's not like extremely thick.
We have a guinea pig.
So sorry.
Wait, where is it on the triangle?
It's at moderately thick. So they did say it has like the texture of mucus.
It's not.
It's really thick.
Does it have good flavor?
It tastes like orange juice,
Yeah.
but it's not like, it's just thick.
Not ideal.
It does taste like orange juice.
If you want to finish it.
I'm good.
Thank you, Charlotte, for being
Thank you.
here.
It just helps move slowly down the throat area and to prevent it going down the airway. So I also have a tongue depressor. It's also known as a popsicle stick. It helps strengthens the tongue muscles, which helps improve breaking down food. So you could either use the edge of the stick or the middle, and you're gonna put it against like the center of your tongue, and you push and try to prevent the stick from going too close to you, and it's supposed to help the muscles, basically. Thank you. Any questions?
What was something surprising that you learned while you were at your internship site?
Well, I didn't expect myself to be like attached to like the elders, so it was really kind of like sad when I left, and sometimes I like experienced like, there was one time, there was a patient that passed away, and I was super, super close with them, and it was just like shocking for me to hear that and just almost see like firsthand. So.
Yeah, that's gotta be tricky.
Yes.
did any of the like elders like not like you or not like you being there, or like were they like? I know you said you weren't allowed to come in contact with them, but were they like stubborn with you or like?
Yes, that specific lady, she was really sweet, but like she wouldn't like be so like stubborn whenever it comes to eating food. She would not eat food and she would only use like drinks. And there was like maybe another elder where she was just like kind of sassy with everyone, and she would just like almost like come out like in a very aggressive way, but not really, but
I'm going to ask the same question. Anything you learned during your time at law that you were able to apply while you were at your site?
I guess like communication skills, because like for tennis especially as a captain, I had to be more communicative to my team, and I had to really apply that since I can't really come in contact with the elders themselves, so I had to really implicate it.
Do you feel like this experience gave you maybe like more confidence in moving forward?
Yeah, I definitely want to try this experience out with children more, because I kind of tend to enjoy children more as well. And I hope to give that same experience with the children, just, I guess, a little bit better.
Great job.
This is my internship presentation for my internship at West Shore Middle School. Who am I? My name is Paige Kantor. I'm 18 years old and I am a senior at Jonathan Law High School. I am a part of 3 sports, diving, gymnastics, and track, 2 of which I'm a captain of, which is gymnastics and diving. This fall I'll be attending Endicott College's Cummings School of Nursing in hopes to pursue a career of pediatric ER. So, my internship site, I chose my internship site at West Shore Middle School, which is close by law, and it's one of the 3 middle schools in Milford. It holds grades 6 through 8, and I did it in the physical education classes. My site supervisor is Glenn Maxwell. He's been a physical education teacher at West Shore Middle School for around 10 years. And he actually went to college with my dad, so I kind of know him. And he used to teach my sister when she was in elementary school. Why I chose this site? While I am pursuing a degree in nursing, it might seem weird that I chose to do it at a middle school with phys ed. But since HIPAA laws are a thing and it's very competitive to find medical internships, just because of age and all the laws,
I wanted to choose an internship that kind of carried some foundation and skills that I might need in the future for nursing. So one of the things I know I wanted to do was work with kids because I want to be a pediatric nurse. So obviously working at a middle school, I get to have that interaction with kids, and also working in a gym class is a fast-paced, like moving environment where I can be active with the kids and help them if necessary. So I thought that would carry over to what I might be doing in the future. The business of the site, they have to follow lesson plans and plan out what they're doing for the year and kind of like almost make like, I don't know, like a list and skills that they want to have the kids do. And they have to communicate and interact with the children and get them involved. They also help develop the kids' social skills and foundations that can be used in the future. For example, we do some sports like kickball, pickleball, and one of the things that I really liked was this game called All Ball, where it's a combination of different sports like basketball, handball, and soccer. And it was really good since it includes a bunch of different types of sports. Kids can get an idea for what they like and maybe if they want to try a sport in high school. And I also really liked this game because it really helped with teamwork and communication, because how this worked was obviously there's 2 teams, and then each team was split into 3 groups. There would be one group on the sidelines, and then people in the goal and people on the court. And basically if you're on the sidelines, you can only run back and forth with the ball, but you can't go on the court. And if you're on the court, you have to either you get 3 dribbles and try to shoot it, or you could pass to someone else. But if it touches the ground, you have to kick it, like soccer. So they would often have to use the people on the sidelines to help them. You have to like communicate and use skills and share the ball and call out just so you can score it. And you would switch around. So that was just a fun way to get everyone involved in how so they could communicate with each other and try and win. Oh, and obviously being a gym teacher, you have to teach wellness and physical activity. Just being active and playing games really promotes that. If kids don't do sports outside of school, this is a good way for them to get the physical activity in. My expectations were just to help Mr. Maxwell with anything he needed, to set up equipment, to do free open gym with the kids. I didn't really think there was going to be much structure to it, but the reality, I was expecting it to be sort of what I see in high school gym where we just have free time, but it was actually a lot of structure, and there was a lot of thought and planning that went into this, and how they planned out different games and different activities just so they could see if kids like certain things, or they could do stuff to help kids know what type of sports they might want to do in the future. And like I said before, it was a lot of teamwork and communication and social skills that went into this, and it just really helped the kids, I think, interact with each other and get a sense of what type of sports they liked. My responsibilities were to take out and put away equipment. We also participated in games and activities. If a team was short of a person or if they were losing by a lot, we could always go in and help. And we provided any necessary help, like if a kid got hurt and the teachers weren't available, we could go over and assist them or help with anything like that. And then they were doing the track meet tryouts for the middle school track meet, which was just held here the other day. And we got to help with them doing long jump and shot put and the 400. So we just like timed it, took down their times, and set up cones. And we also got to like check to see if the kids fouled or if their foot placement was right on long jump. My accomplishments, I really think I got to help kids with teamwork and communication. Some kids were kind of shy and they didn't really want to participate, but just interacting with them, encouraging them to have fun and participate showed them that like they could have a good time, and it was good to help kids feel more comfortable. And also showing leadership and taking charge if needed. Like I said, if kids got hurt or if a teacher wasn't there, we could go to them, assist them, see if they needed help, or if a teacher wasn't in the room, or if they were in a different part, or if they were helping someone else, we could kind of take over, take charge, and settle things. Or if there were arguments or conflicts, we could kind of show the kids how to resolve the problems, which is good. Challenges. So my parents are teachers, and I have heard stories about how some kids can behave, and it was just really kind of surprising to see it firsthand. I definitely was not expecting it, but some students were very rude and they did have attitude to their peers, to us interns and the teachers. For example, I did get flipped off a couple times. I also got sworn at and also just saw some rude behavior that kids were, the way they were treating others, and even to some of the teachers, making rude comments with no shame. Another challenge was the laziness, the disinterest, and the lack of effort. Some kids simply were bored and they didn't want to do gym.
Any student who will be taking AP Biology next year with Mr. Corrigan, you can pick up your summer work in room 206 at any time. Again, if you're taking AP Biology next year with Mr. Corrigan, please pick up your summer work in room 206 at your earliest convenience. Thank you.
Some kids were being lazy and they just didn't want to play the sports, so they would just take a 0 for the grade and sit out, which I thought was kind of crazy because it's really simple just to have fun and play a game and keep a good grade. So I tried to encourage them, show them that it's not embarrassing to play sports, it's not embarrassing to have fun, and they should really try, especially if it's going to affect the grade like that. Responsibility and growth. Taking charge and being a role model to the children, I thought I learned a lot from that because I was able to kind of act like an adult to them. Even though we're pretty close in age, I was able to resolve some conflicts or I was able to help resolve conflicts or any confusion or arguments. I got to kind of step in and help settle it so it didn't have to become a big thing with the teachers. I was able to learn to adapt to different problems and help. If something unexpectedly happened with the student and the teachers had to leave, I could quickly take charge and, keep everything organized and help out. And offering advice and promoting, just well-behaved students, it was just I could teach them how to act, if they were being rude. If they were, being rude to the teachers, you could kind of be I know you're a kid, sometimes I get angry too, but it's not the type of thing you really want to be saying to a teacher. You should really think about it before you say it. And also just some sports advice. I used to do long jump, so when they were practicing it, I kind of give them some tips. Immediate future plans. Obviously, I couldn't get a job at West Shore Middle School since they're not open in the summer. But I am working at a kids camp this summer. I do have a job where I do work summer camp at a gymnastics place, and I also do a summer camp for kids at my church. So this definitely gave me a lot of experience, and it definitely will help me in the future this summer with resolving things with kids and also encouraging them to have fun. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
What was your favorite grade to be with?
I would say 6th grade was probably my favorite grade, or maybe 7th, just because they were the least embarrassed and they would actually try and they would all participate and they all would have fun. I feel like the older they get, the less into it they are and they don't want to do it anymore. So it was definitely more fun to do it with 6th graders because they interacted more and it was a lot of fun.
You mentioned at the beginning that you think you want to do pediatric emergency,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, and then you were talking about how challenging students are with behaviors sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that you might see children in sort of distressing situations. Mm-hmm. Did this experience maybe prepare you or give you some idea about how you would approach a child that might be in distress?
100%, because also you have to be careful since they are young kids. You can't just go at them and scream at them. You have to be compassionate and know that they might be going through something. Obviously, there's a reason behind this. They're not just doing this. They're not just not trying to be fun. Sometimes they're going through something. So definitely you have to understand what they might be feeling or thinking too while approaching them. But it's also sometimes you do have to correct them and help them in the not most comfortable way, which might happen as a nurse because you might have to deliver poor news sometimes. So.
Definitely. Any other questions or comments?
How is it working with other students your own age as interns?
I think that was actually really great in case one of us didn't know what to do in a situation or we were embarrassed to ask our supervisor, what do we do? We could kind of talk about it with each other and discuss and learn from each other and be oh, do you think this would work? Or just offer advice so we could learn together. And instead of being too scared to do something or ask, we kind of figured stuff out together, which helped. And it was fun to be with people we knew.
Great job, Paige.
Alright, so my internship was at RACE, which is a coastal engineering company in Stratford. Intro, so I was at RACE. My site supervisor was Chris Kane. A little bit about me. My name is Logan McCorkle. I'm a senior here at Jonathan Law High School. Next year I'm going to go to University of Rhode Island for ocean engineering. So why I chose RACE was because I have an interest in ocean engineering, which I'll be doing next year. And then I also want to learn more about like the design and stuff, and it was a hands-on learning opportunity. So what RACE does, so they design like seawalls, breakwaters, things like that, like along the coast. They also help with environmental and structural assessments. And they do construction oversight and permitting. So for example, at URI actually, I got to help with a permit for like a new marina at the Bay campus, which is kind of like what I did. So what I did was I did AutoCAD drafting, design updates, concrete testing and site inspections, and I also surveyed field work, and I just supported basically. So this is one of the projects I helped on. It was South Pine Creek, which is a outfall replacement in Fairfield. So what I was just helping with was we were pouring new concrete for a wall, yeah, on both sides. The another one was in Westport. It was a house seawall, so I can't show pictures because it's like private property and stuff. But what we did was like check for erosion on the seawall. It's like this is kind of one, so we checked for like erosion at the bottom, like missing rocks and stuff. We also checked for weep holes, which is right here. Just helps like water drain out from the lawn. And then if they don't have it, it can cause sinkholes. So this wall didn't have it, so we had to look for like sinkholes and stuff. So in Greenwich, I did a hydrographic survey. This was like 3 days long. Yeah. So what they did, they went out on the boat with a basically they were just scanning the bottom for dredging, and then yeah, they just kind of went along. And my job was to take down the tide, to help calibrate the machine. So this is like their stuff. This is like the computer that collects it, and then over the side of the boat, there's like an arm that reaches down, and there's like a scanner, like a radar. Yeah. Then also in Greenwich, we helped with a pool. So for this one, we just had to check out the rebar, just to make sure everything was aligned before they poured the concrete. And this is in Port Milford. So this is another thing that they do. So they have a person there named Mike. He's like their lead geologist, and they'll do boring samples to help kind of figure out where they want to put stuff, and it really just helps with the design and stuff. That's what all this stuff is from too. So this is a Shelby tube that they use to help drill down, and they'll collect the sediment with it. It's actually wax on both sides, so if you open it up, it's perfect how it was. And this one's from 33 feet underground. Yeah. Then also kind of going back to the Shelby tube, this is how you classify it. So this is number 3. So this is from 3 feet down from this point right here. So that's 3 feet, and then I'll just show you the bottom of it. So this was 49 feet. This is like mud into like clay. Yeah. So accomplishments. Again, I contributed to a pier redesign for the URI Bay campus, which is where I'll be next year. And I gained more proficiency in AutoCAD, which is where I did a pier set design. It was for a property in Darien, Connecticut. Yeah. So the challenges was kind of like understanding the construction plans, like looking at it and then seeing it like in real life, just kind of like the process of it. So an example of this would be the Morningside construction drawings for the seawall down there. So in 2016 they replaced the entire thing. Yeah, so that would be, I think it's this one. Yeah, so this is the Morningside seawall. Then,
Is that the old picture or the new picture?
This is their designs for it.
This is their design.
Yeah, yeah. I wasn't able to get like the drone shots, but yeah, so this is how it was before. It was just kind of like smaller rock and then like grass. Then what they did was they raised the entire thing. So this is like the actual plan. So they raised it, which is why we have that thing. Yeah, there's like the rocks and stuff in it. So skills and growth was like time management because I had to do the peer set review in like the first week, and there was like other projects I was helping with. Technical skills, the AutoCAD stuff, and also just kind of like seeing what goes on site, and like what can go wrong and how like they deal with it. Is the problem solving. Future impact, it confirmed my interest in like coastal and ocean engineering, and my plans to study engineering in college. And it's also given me an opportunity for a future internship and a career. Yeah, they offered that to me for like, stuff at URI. So closing, the internship, it's a real world confirmation for me, and I'm grateful for the mentorship and experience that they gave me. All the people there were super nice. It was just an awesome team. I'm excited for my engineering journey. Yeah.
How did you first get interested in this? Because it seems pretty niche.
So that's like, I'm not too sure, honestly. Yeah. Because I grew up on the water, I sail and stuff, and then I was like, I knew I wanted to do something with engineering, so when I was looking at URI, I figured out, like I found out about it, so I was like, I guess I'll do that. Yeah.
You do aqua?
Yeah.
Yeah. So through your aqua connections, is that how you got this? I'm trying to remember the story.
No, so I have one of my friends, his dad worked there for like 17 years. Yeah, he helped like kind of start with the company and stuff. So he got me into that, and then, yeah.
What's a really interesting piece of advice maybe you got from one of the supervisors, one of the people that you work with about going into this industry?
Kind of just stick to it. Like, it's going to get really hard, but just stick with it. Yeah.
Are you thinking like academically it's very hard to get through a program like that, or just that
Both.
It's a hard industry in
It's yeah.
Physically demanding and mentally demanding, I'm presuming?
Physically, not really.
Okay.
But more mentally.
Yeah.
Because physically, you're more to supervising sites. You're not actually building anything. But yeah.
I would guess that you have to also know how to make like good relationships with the people who are doing the work on the sites.
Yeah.
So did you see a lot of that happening, like the relationships
Yeah.
between?
So
the
the
designers
people on site hate the engineers. Because
Oh, no.
yeah. Because you're basically, as an engineer, you're just sitting there. You're not actually building anything. And the people on site, so kind of going back to like the problem solving stuff, they kind of mess things up, or they'll try to take shortcuts to get it done earlier or cheaper. Yeah. So then we have to tell them they can't do that.
Yeah.
And they get kind of mad. But
Are you like excited to be able to share with people next year that you were part of that project on campus? Is that
yeah,
that's gonna be
it's
cool?
gonna be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so they're not building it yet. I just kind of helped with like the permitting stuff, but yeah.
It's cool that you got a hand in it though.
Yeah.
Any other final comments or questions for them? Great work. Thank you for working.
So this is my internship final presentation. So I'm Kishal Shah. I'm planning to go to college to study neurobiology next year, and I plan to pursue a career in the medical field. So I interned at Yale New Haven Health's Park Avenue Medical Center, which is an outpatient center in Trumbull. And so my site supervisor was actually Miss Elizabeth Block, and she actually works at the main campus at Bridgeport Hospital. But I wanted to do my volunteering at my internship at the outpatient center. So I wasn't directly like with her all the time, but there were definitely other supervisors at my actual site. So I chose this site because Park Avenue Medical Center is a outpatient center, so that means that there are no overnight surgeries. It's just during the daytime, and also it was a very flexible internship, even though it was 30 minutes away with traffic. I was allowed to come in whenever I wanted. Obviously I clocked in 5 hours every day, but I was able to come in whenever I wanted. And also I really liked that this is just good initial and primary exposure to the medical field, because I'm having one-on-one interactions with patients and I'm working alongside nurses and doctors, which is of course very important. So the business of this site, it's affiliated with Yale New Haven Health, which is the leading healthcare system in Connecticut. And of course it's affiliated with Yale School of Medicine, which is a private research university. And I really wanted to work at this site because there are just so many, there's so much access to research. It's a good teaching site, and there's just there's over 160 specialties, so many surgeries, and so much experience you could gain. So my goals were just exposure, learning, and building connections. Exposure, just because of HIPAA laws, you can't be in the OR, and you can't do a lot of things at this age, but I was definitely able to have patient interactions and work alongside the doctors and nurses, which was my primary goal. Learning just medical terminology, safety procedures regarding the patient care, and just learning about the types of procedures and surgeries that were going on. And then building connections. It's definitely important in the medical field to build connections early on, because they might help you out later on when you're applying to medical schools or looking for certain residencies. So my responsibilities included providing support to approximately 30 to 54 patients per a 5-hour shift, pre-op and post-op. That's a lot of patients for an outpatient center, because at our center we had 24 hospital beds. So if we have 54 patients, that's a lot of patients in the ORs at a certain time, and then a lot of patients outside being recovering. So it was very important to communicate with the patients to ensure their needs, such as providing them food and water, and talking to the patients bedside and providing support, pillows, or just bedside manner was a vital part of this internship, talking with patients, getting to know them, even though it's for a short amount of time, because it's not an overnight surgery. You're still getting to interact with patients and get to know them, which is very important. And then afterwards, once the patients are discharged to their cars, which I would do, I would wheel them down. I would sanitize the area, clean up the beds, get rid of waste, reset medical equipment, put the labs and stuff where they belonged. So this is kind of a breakdown of like my responsibilities. Discharging patients and sanitizing beds and medical equipment was like a main like aspect of it. This part is a little bit different now because especially like this week, I got to read a lot of patients' labs, and like I also got to enter an OR like 3 times this week, which was very cool. 2 times it was like prepping like for a procedure. One was a lithotripsy, which is a like procedure for like you're crushing kidney stones. And then another one was a colonoscopy. And so I just got to talk with like the doctors and then just like see like the medical equipment and ask any questions I had about like the procedure that was going on. And the 3rd time I got to see it was, so I wasn't actually in the OR, but there was an actual procedure happening at that moment. And so like one of the nurses had to open the doors to get something from another like room. So they kind of like left the door open and I kind of like scooted over to like see what was going on. Obviously I didn't step in, but it was still cool that I got to see a procedure. So my experience definitely taught me like about communication and how important it is, because like if you're working in the medical field, it's like a very like high stress environment. So you have to communicate with the other doctors, the other nurses, and the patients to make sure everything runs efficiently. Being present and aware of patient surroundings. An example of that is I have like some downtime like sometimes, and so I can go on my phone at like the nurse's desk. And there's a situation where there was a nurse that was like on the day with like 55 patients. She was like very busy with a bunch of stuff, and the patient wanted like some food and some water. And so the patient had asked the nurse, and the nurse was like obviously like filling out labs and doing a bunch of stuff. So I just like, I had some free time, so I went over, got like the food and drinks and brought it over to the nurse to give to the patient, which is important. It's just like one example, but it's like, it like displays how it's important to be aware of your surroundings, especially when it's very busy. And then learning medical terminology. I took medical terminology this semester at school, and it definitely helps because like learning about like what procedures are taking place. Like that day I would read the patient's labs, and definitely understanding the medical terminology itself would be like, okay, this is what's being performed today, this is how the procedure is going to go. So my accomplishments, so I definitely improved on like just like bedside manner, like patience, empathy, and critical thinking skills. So they require you to be like very like understanding and emotionally intelligent of like your surroundings. And many people think of healthcare with like the scientific aspects or just like the medical like aspects, but they don't think about like the one-on-one patient interactions, which is very important. And you have to learn to maintain composure in stressful situations. An example of this was on a day where there was like the 55 patients. Like you definitely had to like listen intently to what's going on, and then like make sure like there was an example where like a lot of like the ECG wires and the blood pressure cuffs had to be like cleaned often because like so many patients were coming out of their procedures. And so like since there's a shortage of that because there's so many patients, you have to make sure to like clean them often, like get like supplies where they need to be as soon as possible. So just like maintaining like composure in stressful situations. So one of the biggest challenges I faced was during the like days when there were like more like child patients. The biggest challenges come with like the smallest patients because they're obviously very stressed with like what's going on. They're like, they don't know how to process their emotions like properly all the time. So like there was an example of one toddler that was like maybe 3 or 4, and he had just gotten out of a procedure, and obviously was very weak and like scared, and was like crying and yelling a lot, which was very sad, obviously. And the parents were there, and there was a doctor there, like debriefing the parents on like what had gone on. And so one of the nurses told me to get like a few toys for the patient, maybe that would like cheer them up a bit. So I went to the back, like storage room, and I got like a Darth Vader mask and like a Lego Spider-Man set and a Pokemon coloring book. I thought the patient would like that. And so I brought it over, and like it made the patient feel better. They were definitely like stressed at the time still, but like once they had calmed down, of course they appreciated the gifts and they got to playing with it. One of the other doctors had brought over a My Little Pony, like, I don't know, like some sort of game or whatever, thinking that the patient would like that. And so the patient didn't and threw it at the doctor, but anyways, I think my gift was better. Yeah, just like this internship taught me to handle high stress situations well. Like there was an example of a patient being stressed of like not being able to go home on time because like they have dogs at home, and like M7 is like the taxis that like the medical taxis that take the patients from the hospital home, and they're not really reliable in terms of like showing up on time. So a patient was really stressed about that, so I think I handled that well. And then just like comprehending, learning medical terminology is definitely important. It's kind of like the same thing, just like maintaining composure, emotional intelligence, like regulating like the time and responsibilities, like what's going on, and then cooperating with nurses and doctors. This will definitely help me in the future because I want to pursue a career in medicine, so this was a good like primary exposure. Yeah, thank you. Any questions? Yeah.
Did doing this internship, like I know you said you wanted to go in the medical field, did it influence you to go into like any specific like specialty or field or age group or anything?
Yeah, so I was like, so I'm gonna be majoring in neurobiology, and I was like initially like really set like I want to be a surgeon, and I was like completely set on like neurosurgeon for like a long time, but like this like definitely made me want to like think about like, okay, I don't want to be like 100% set on like specializing in that. Like the experiences with like the children on like the children days, and like just like it opened my mind up and made me like consider other like specialties definitely. So I'm not like 100% set, but it's like definitely good to like gain exposure.
Do you feel more confident in your ability and your bedside manner?
Yeah, definitely. Like I think the like stressful situations with like the kids or like with like overwhelmed patients, like that like definitely was more important than like, well, like not more important, but like stressful situations definitely made me feel more prepared for like how to handle those kind of situations with patients.
Hi, this is my internship presentation. My name is Olivia Pisacane. At law, I participated in swim and dive, gymnastics, and track. I was also in a number of clubs like National Honor Society. In the fall, I plan to attend University of Connecticut for pharmacy. I interned at Care Advanced Dental. It's located right off of exit 40. It's like right off the exit, other side of Milford. About my internship. Care's been around for 40 years. It recently went through a huge rebrand. It was under the name Sensitive Care for those 40 years, but the owner just passed it down to his son, who is now the head dentist. The practice is open for all ages. There's a specialty dentist for everyone, so anyone can come. And there's a variety of dental services, from cosmetics to oral surgery. My site supervisor was Kelly Cirillo. She manages Care, and she started 28 years ago. She grew up in West Haven, Connecticut, and she attended Branford Hall Technical School for Business. Why I chose Care? I chose Care because it's my dentist's office. So I don't know all about it, or at least I didn't before I started internship, but I did know some about it. And their environment was friendly and seemed hardworking. And I wanted something in the clinical field because I originally wanted to go into dentistry, but I chose pharmacy in the end. Expectations prior to my internship. I thought I'd be spending a lot of time with the hygiene team because I originally wanted to go into hygiene. I thought it was the most interesting. I expected to do a lot more hands-on tasks than I actually did. I did a lot more watching than I expected. And I thought I'd be watching the same person every day. It would be one person I was assigned to and I just watched them. And then I thought I'd be working the front desk as well, like answering calls or doing paperwork, but I did not do that. Oops. And then my responsibilities, I shadowed every day. I shadowed a different dentist or hygienist. So that room right there is for the periodontist. That's a gum dentist. Whoa. And it just specializes in gum. That was set up for a surgery, a gum surgery. It was like a deep cleaning of the gum. They disconnected the gum from the tooth, and like you clean under the gums. I won't go too crazy into specifics, but it was a really interesting watch. And then the sterilization room is where everything gets cleaned. All the tools have to go through this room in order to be put back out and be put into patients' mouths. I wasn't really allowed to touch most of it, but I did help with like restocking and stuff. Accomplishments. I watched multiple surgeries. I know it doesn't sound like such a huge accomplishment for me. It was pretty big because I've never been in that side of clinics. So seeing all the surgeries and stuff, I was really proud that I was able to watch it and see what happened. And then I helped the orthodontist. I gave him tools and stuff. That was really interesting, and it made me very proud to be able to help the doctors like that. For most of my internship, I just felt like I was watching. And then I learned new information and improved research skills. A lot of the time, I had no idea what the dentists were saying. I would sit there, and they would talk about teeth and these surgeries, and I'd be like, oh my God, what are you saying? Like, this makes no sense. So I'd go back home, and I'd research everything they said, because I was like, I want to know more. I want to know what you're talking about. So once I researched everything they said, I would go back and be like, oh, why did you do this? Ask more questions. So it really improved my research skills that I did not originally have before the internship. And then I gained a new perspective. I was a patient before I was an intern, so I only had the patient side of things. So once I went in and actually saw what happens, it broadened my horizons. I had no idea how much work actually goes into the dentistry field. Challenges and problems. One of my biggest problems, I would say, is not knowing how to interact with patients. My first few weeks, I would just stand there and smile. I had no idea what to say to them, but learning and watching how the hygienists talk to their patients, or how the dentist talk to their patients, helped me ease into it. And I started talking to patients about everything. Most of the time, I would just talk about college and stuff. But they're all very welcoming and all very nice. And then I was awkwardly following around whoever I was shadowing that day because of I couldn't really touch anything. I couldn't be like, open your mouth, I'm gonna go in, sorry. No. So I was just basically watching or just following them around. It was just very awkward at first, but I got used to it. And then my next point being not being able to help much. I felt so bad when they were taking down the rooms because you have to clean the room every time someone comes in. So you strip down the room, de-sterilize it, and every time someone comes in, and I would just watch them. I'd be like, oh, do you need help? Just kidding, I can't really touch anything. So I just felt bad. And then my knowledge of dentistry was very limited. Even though I did say I researched a lot, it's still, I would say, kind of limited. There's so much I don't know because they just had years of experience and like school behind it. So it's also hard for me to come up with questions sometimes, because they would just be talking a mile a minute about all these dentistry facts, and I'd just be like, right, that is what you're doing, for sure. Skills developed, time management. Care is located on the other side of Milford, which doesn't seem that far. It's only 15 minutes away, but most of the time it was hard for me to plan out when I should be getting ready and when I should be there by. So I think this really helped with my time management skills. And the communication, back again, speaking with patients, it was really hard for me at first, but I feel like by the end I was talking to at least every patient, even if it was a small talk. And then technology, I had a huge fear of like touching technology before my internship, because I was like, what if I mess it up? But there's so much tech in the office, like I couldn't avoid it. Like if I was gonna do something, like I had to touch it. So it was a huge improvement afterwards. And then research, again, just going back to my house and researching all the dental terms they were talking about. And then how will this help me in the future? I plan to go into the clinical side of pharmacy. So helping with all the patients and seeing what the dentist and hygiene will help me with the clinical side, even if I'm not exactly going into dental. My communication with patients hopefully has improved, and I will be able to carry this on towards my future in pharmacy. And then work experience. Even though it was not really a job, I got to branch out into many working environments. I think it's important to see how each job worked and how I fit in within those roles. And then my immediate plans after high school, I plan to attend the University of Connecticut in the fall, as I said in the beginning. In the summer, I'll be working a part-time job, and I'll be looking for jobs and internship opportunities similar to care, because I really did like my internship. I thought it was so interesting in all the things I got to experience. Like I had to wear scrubs for my internship. I had no idea I had to do that, which doesn't seem that important, but I was just like, being able to have that professional setting made it so much more realistic to me, and I feel like I could really carry this experience to me within college. Thank you. Any questions?
What were some of the surgeries you saw?
So as I saw a gum surgery, like a deep cleaning. So they like took apart the gum, they like just cut the gum, detached from the tooth, and they cleaned underneath to get everything. It's like a really, so clean your gums, guys, because that could be your future. But I also saw a bunch of like, there was like a healing cap being placed for implants. I saw a bunch of implant surgery too, and Care has the technology to print the tooth in one day. So I got to see the implant actually being placed, and then the tooth being placed on top.
You said at the beginning you wanted to be a hygienist. Did you say you wanted to change to something else in dentistry, or is that still the plan?
No, so I'm majoring in pharmacy.
Okay.
So I'm going into dentistry, but I think it was still interesting to see.
Oh, cool. What do you think here at Law helped prepare you for your internship?
I think definitely the meetings beforehand, like when Miss Sylvia like prepped us, especially her interview talks and stuff. I think that's what really prepared me for.
Anything from any of your classes?
In my classes, I would say just presentations in general and speaking, being able to like speak with your teachers. I think really helped.
Hi, I'm Madison Frimpter, and this is my internship presentation. I'm Madison Frimpter. I'm 18 years old, and I'm a senior at Jonathan Law High School. While at law, I've participated in multiple clubs and attending multiple events, like sporting events, and helping the drama club. While at law, I've been a part of the National English Honor Society and the National Science Honor Society. Next year, I am attending Michigan State University for biochemistry, molecular biology, and biotechnology. And also at law, I have danced for 11 years through Leland Studio of Dance. And I also have 2 part-time jobs. I work at GCA and Walnut Beach Creamery. And that's a picture of Beaumont Tower. It's a landmark at Michigan State. So my internship, I did my internship at Omni Physical and Aquatic Therapy, and my site supervisor was Dr. James Davis. So Dr. Davis did his undergrad at a community college near Pittsburgh, and originally he got his degree in nursing, and he became an RN, but then he did all his prereqs for a chiropractic school at the University of Pittsburgh, and then he moved here and did all of his chiropractic school at University of Bridgeport. So our site, I chose this site because I was interested in physical therapy. I wanted to know how it worked and like why people got physical therapy. I also wanted to learn how I could use techniques at home because I tore my meniscus back in July, so I wanted to see like how the physical therapy was helping me and then how I can continue it at home. And I also wanted to learn how different treatments help people in specific ways. Along with like physical therapy and chiropractics, they also do acupuncture, which I thought was really cool. It definitely like scared me in the beginning, but maybe I'll try it, I don't know. So my expectations going into it, I thought that I was just going to shadow Dr. Davis and like learn what he does on a daily basis, and then like learn what he does like for patients besides chiropractics. And I also wanted to have more patient-to-patient interaction and become more familiar with talking to them. My responsibilities, so every day I would come in like around 8 o'clock or 9, depending on the day. I would immediately like do the laundry for the towels that were used the day before, and throughout the day I would prep heat and ice packs like shown there, and I would clean the beds and replace like the face paper after every patient. And we have like an ultrasound machine which is used for like put sound waves like in to help like reduce inflammation in the muscles, and so I would refill like the gels that were used for that. And then when our front desk staff went on lunch, I got to sit at the front desk and help out with like, I definitely got more patient interaction through that, and I helped like fill up, like give paperwork and stuff, so that was pretty cool. My accomplishments, I got to learn how everything works and why people receive physical therapy. So like a bunch of different people like came in with different injuries or like a lot of like back pain, like lower back pain, so I got to see how like we could help them with that. I definitely got to learn a lot about patient interaction. It's so cool, like learning like how to like talk to people in the real world. It sounds kind of stupid, but I definitely didn't know how to do that prior to this, so it was pretty amazing. And like you got to meet so many new people, and like I definitely saw some familiar faces that went there. So, and then I also learned how to provide stim, ultrasound, and combo to patients with supervision. The combo is like they put a stim patch like where your pain is, and then they also use the ultrasound to like relieve inflammation. And then these 2 machines are new from when I started. One of them is the Pro Balance, which I had to do every day. The first day that I got at my internship, I did it and I fell. So that was a pretty eye-opener to how bad my balance is. But the last time I went, like this on yesterday when I went, I did my balance therapy and I didn't fall once. And my, like you're supposed to keep your center of gravity like right in the pinpoint, and that's exactly what I did. And then our other one is like the Pro Motion. So it has like a VNT gun, and it like pinpoints like parts of like your back or like your knee or like anywhere where your pain is, and it shows you like where to pinpoint them and like exercises that can help with the pain. Some challenges that that occurred. I was really unsure of patient needs. Like I wasn't sure like who got what or like what I was supposed to be doing sometimes. Also, I burnt my fingers on the hot packs probably once every day. Like there was like a giant heater, and I probably burnt myself at least 3 times, but it's okay. And especially on Tuesdays and Thursdays, it was super slow, and I would try to have to fill my time. just because normally people come in Monday, Wednesday, Friday because they're supposed to come 3 times a week. But I definitely filled my time with researching and learning new techniques. My intellectual growth, I learned so much in such a short period of time. Like, I learned how everything works, plus I had to learn, like, what part of, like, the spine they were talking about, whether it was, like, their lumbar spine or, like, your cervical spine. And I had a sense of responsibility when someone wasn't in the office. I had to help some of the patients myself, so sometimes our tech wasn't there, so I had to step up and use some stim on some patients, but I definitely learned a lot. Some skills that I developed a lot of patient interaction. It was so cool just like having small talk with the patients while they were getting their treatment done or while they were waiting for a bed to be cleaned. I got to definitely have a conversation with them, and it was so super fun. Also time management. When it got super busy on some days, we had to use our time efficiently to make sure everybody got what they needed, plus they didn't want to wait too long. I also learned how to be a part of a team. I never really worked in a team setting before, so working with 3 other people in the office was so cool. Like, I definitely had to, like, help one person or help a different person do something, so. Will this help me in the future? I don't think this could help me in the future, but since I want to go into biochemistry, I'm looking to be a pharmacist. But I could definitely take the skills and information that I learned into the next chapter of my life. And I can use the techniques that I learned to help my own body in the long run. Like I said, I have some knee problems, so I definitely know how to like use the stim and help my knee. My immediate future plans, I am going to school to be a pharmacist, so if pharmacy doesn't work out, maybe I'll attend physical therapy school and become a PT. I found everything so interesting. Like, I think that I would want to help people if being a pharmacist doesn't work out. Questions? Yeah.
Do you think like working at your internship could like convince you that you could go into physical therapy, or did you always have that in the back of
100%. Like, physical therapy was never in my mind prior to this, so definitely working at Omni, I definitely had a sense of like, oh, like, this is something I could totally do.
I just wanted to highlight when you said, could this help you in the future? No. And then went on to highlight all the ways that it could probably help you in the future. So even though maybe the goal isn't to be in physical therapy, it sounds like it was an interesting experience to be in the office.
Yeah, it was definitely such a cool experience to be in the office. I think, like I said, if pharmacy doesn't work out, I would totally go back to school and become a PT. Or maybe even if, like, since I have this experience, maybe during the summer or next summer, like, I can get a job out in Michigan becoming, like, a tech, which would be super cool.
Yeah, and last comment, I know that you worked really hard to find an internship place, so I'm glad that one worked out and that it ended up being a positive experience, because you hustled to find.
I did hustle.
And I think you learned a lot through all those phone calls.
Yep.
And cold calling during study hall, just like, which I'm very impressed with, so nice job.
Yeah, I'm happy that I met the people that I met, and they told me to come visit back, so I'm welcome anytime.
Great.
My name is Deepika Chitirala, and this is my internship presentation. My name is Deepika. I'm 18 and a senior at law, and this year I'm attending University of Texas and Austin in the fall, and I'm majoring in statistics and data science. My internship site was at IEP and Me, and it's essentially a website that creates IEPs, 504s, MSS, MTSS, any other student support plans that students need throughout their education. and it makes a guided and simplified process. I think these are known as being really complicated and hard to make, and this just helps make it as easy as possible. It helps you track your students' progress, and it makes adaptable programs that can be changed based on how well or poorly the student is doing. It helps students, families, and educators all around. My site supervisor was Coretta Martin. She was the co-founder and chief strategy officer at IEP, and she's a tech entrepreneur, a very experienced educator. She studied at Howard and Harvard, and she was just amazing to work with, and I loved hearing from her, and she was very smart and amazing, super nice. I chose this site because I wanted experience with real-life data in ways that I wasn't really used to. Usually when you think of data and data science, you think of technology and really heavy tech firms, and I've always been straying away from that, and I wanted to see what other opportunities there were in different types of fields, and I wanted to learn these data analysis tools that I could use with me for the future, and especially the non-technology uses, in education, and just see the broadened uses of data all over the world. Prior expectations before going was that I was expecting to work with a lot of data sets. I thought I'd work with raw data, a lot of these, and just help sort, manage, look through it, just a lot of the grunt work that you would expect to do with something related to data. And I thought I'd be finding trends and similarities in the data, either in the process where they were making the plans or after when they're seeing whether they should tweak the plans or how well they've been working. And I was expecting to see a lot of spreadsheets, a lot of tables, lots and lots and lots of raw numbers, random numbers, works, comments, all of those stuff. However, what I was put on was a very different, not what I was expecting. Coretta had told me about this project that the company was looking into, and it was essentially a research project on my end. And they wanted to develop methods to monitor and mainly quantify student progress. They wanted to find ways where they could take qualitative data, like social and emotional things, and put it into something quantifiable and work to see something they could actually compare against themselves before the plan, during the plan, and after the plan, and also look at other things that are more measurable, like academics and the test scores, and look at both and combine both factors together to see really how well the student has been improving. And essentially it was tracking, visualizing, and analyzing data. My responsibilities were more internship goals and not daily, which is where I think my internship differed. It was a fully remote internship where I worked mostly on my own. I met with Coretta occasionally, but it was mostly just me on my own. And instead of giving me daily things, she instead gave me goals for the entirety of my internship that was broken down into 4 parts, essentially. The first part was research, which was the biggest chunk, and it was looking into all these programs. Before this, I had a vague idea what a 504 was, but she really made me dive deep into finding out what IEPs and all these 504 programs are, and the different ways and people who do use them. And also looking into ethical data collection, like FERPA, and just things revolving data and how to collect them. Another thing was data tools and using those tools to collect and analyze the data. And another main one was goal tracking, was finding ways that I could track these goals. And the main one I learned was SMART goals, and that was what she had me research and look into and find out about and see if there were other maybe possible solutions that I could use for tracking these goals, and data visualization. Doing this internship taught me that not only is it important to get the data and put it together, but the main thing is to share it out and find ways to show it visually and share it to make sure that it could be used and understood by many, many people. The challenges and problems with my internship, again, come with the unconventional setup. It was remote and had overall goals instead of specific goals, and it was very, very flexible, which may seem like a pro, but for me personally, that was a very big problem because it heavily relied on my own time management. I needed to find ways where I could figure out what I was doing. I needed to figure out what days I was going to do when, what tasks I was going to do, how I was going to break it up, how much time I think I would need, and a lot of it was also figuring out how I was going to do it. I needed to find my own databases to look at things. I needed to do research on my own and find all these sources to help me get my information, which was a little more challenging than I thought it would be. And problem solving on my own. If I had trouble with any of these stuff that I would need to do, I needed to figure out myself, I could text her, she was very available, but I tried to keep it to our weekly calls to make sure that I wasn't figuring out stuff on my own. And data privacy limitations made it so that I couldn't use a lot of her real data. I was expecting in the original plan that I would be looking at data of her students and things, but with privacy limitations and the fact that she doesn't want to expose too much of the data of actual students she has, I wasn't able to use much of her students' data, and instead I had to find some of my own data from different databases. And this goes into the experiences and skills that I earned in those same 4 categories. With research methods, the biggest takeaway was finding online data sets and being able to collect those myself. I looked into a lot of archives and databases and truly learned that I could find data like everywhere, and it was very, very easily accessible. Then I also learned a lot about data tools like Sheets, Excel. SQL was a very big thing. I learned about SQL, which is a data programming language, and I did a lot of practice on that, which was really helpful. Goal tracking, I learned about the SMART goals and all those other types of goals that I could use, and data visualization, graphs, plots, everything from that. I wrote like analysis paragraphs about things. It was very helpful for me to like quantify and write down what I thought of the data. For takeaways and career experiences in general, I witnessed the capabilities of data. I'd already known that it was a big thing. The reason I was interested so much in data is like the vast capabilities it had, but it was even more like vast, and like I just found out there's so much more, and like it was broadened, and I found out like there is really so much you could do with data. The uses of data in various fields, again, like education, like I never thought I would see it used this much, and how helpful it can be, and like just how data science can be used in so many different ways. And data science experience, working with the data hands-on, as SQL, Python, all of those things were really, really helpful for me to learn about. Managing my own time and work, that was the biggest thing. I think this really, really helped me figuring out like how to manage my own things, especially for college, where I won't be given really daily assignments and more sometimes assignments for the semester or things, and really helped me like figure out how to work things for myself. And the steps of data processing, which would be like collecting the data, sorting, analyzing, and finally presenting. For future plans, I'm not working or interning for IEP and Me, but I do plan to further my knowledge in data science and statistics and those fields before college, and that includes practicing SQL and Python. I really want to work more on that and like strengthen my skills before college, because I will definitely be working on that for all of my career. Analyzing other public data sets, after learning how like public and easy those are to access, I definitely will be looking more into them and doing my own research and doing my own sorting and analysis of the data. And looking into other implementations of data now that I've been introduced to data in education, I want to see what other options there are and see what other fields it can be used in and how broadened it could be. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
My question is, since you had like the privacy stuff and you did your own research, did she add it onto her project? Like what happened to your research?
I think my research was more just going to be like for me to look at, and with the project, she was just going to use it for like small bits. I wasn't obviously a very, very big significant part of the project because it's like a bunch of employees, like it's a very big thing of their job. But I think she did look at it, like the main thing that she looked from mine is like the SMART goals and like ways to actually quantify things and my ideas for that more than the data.
Question. So I'm a special ed teacher, so this is interesting to me. Does she just run out of like a private sector with families, or is this something that she can implement in schools?
On the website, I believe it's private sector because the website is like you talk to them yourselves. I think you work with the students and the parents together with her, but she also does talk to the school district to like make sure it like goes into the schools.
So I can answer that question only because we talk about like networking. I guess my first question is, I know it was like untraditional, but I hope you got something out of it.
Yes, I definitely did.
I'm wondering if she taught you anything, even maybe not overtly, but about like the importance of like networking or putting yourself out there.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did she give you examples of like what's worked for her and stuff?
I think more than that, like we didn't talk as much. We like it was very like more me working on it, but she did tell me like she said like she was always available for me in terms like the first step of networking, like if I ever needed help with anything in the future and stuff. But I think the main thing is just like be confident in yourself, but also like be okay with like going out of your way and talking to people is I think the biggest thing.
Cool. Nice job.
Thank you.
So she's like
Hi, I'm Skye Hamilton, and this is my internship presentation. I'm Skye Hamilton. I'm currently a senior at Jonathan Law. I plan to attend Vassar College in the fall, right now to study history and hopefully go to law school. I interned with Liberation Programs Bridgeport Outpatient Services. I worked primarily in the basement level, which dealt with specifically harm reduction and providing supplies to adults over 18. This is the van. I was also on the van. If you've driven to Fairfield County, you may have seen it before. It's pretty bright. They're working on redesigning it and making it more, less like that, and also have like computers in it, and so that we can use data and streamline the process of collecting data from clients. My site supervisor was Liz Evans. She is the Senior Director of Harm Reduction at Liberation Programs. She is the founder of the Portland Hotel Society in Vancouver, which is a nonprofit that helps support people with housing. And she's the co-founder of North America's first sanctioned supervised injection facility, Insight, which is also could be called an OVC. I forget what that abbreviation means. But yeah, so people can supervise injection for drugs, and it's safer. You're doing it. Sorry. She was also a vocal advocate for harm reduction policies such as Housing First, which she implemented with the Portland Hotel Society, which argues for prioritizing stable, non-abstinence-based housing prior to other supportive services, which is different from a standard model, which often requires people to go through a program or be sober in order to get housing. But she argues that housing should be the first thing that is provided, and then those services can come after, which is proven to result in more long-term housing. I chose Liberation Programs primarily because I have a connection. My dad is the CEO, but also I've been surrounded by this field my entire life, and I've always taken an interest in participating in the work. Both my parents are involved with addiction treatment services, and I've long wanted to engage in it. I am a firm believer in the principles of harm reduction and the importance of meeting people where they're at, like supporting people and not like judging, and providing people with their more immediate health needs rather than forcing them into abstinence. I wanted to expand my perspective of my local community and contribute meaningfully, making a positive impact directly in the lives of others instead of interacting with clients and people in the community directly. It's a very interesting part of this work. The Outreach Van provides harm reduction supplies and to individuals who use drugs, mainly crack cocaine, heroin, and fentanyl is most of what we helped with, and also who are unhoused. So this, I included a picture. This is some of like providing like syringes and also test strips to prevent disease spread, distributing safe supplies, providing treatment referrals to put people into detox if we can find beds, and access to recovery coats and prescribers. We would often travel in the van with a APRN who could provide people with buprenorphine and Suboxone prescriptions. We also, so Liberation Programs also has a methadone program. A lot of people are on methadone. And we also offer overdose prevention tools like naloxone and Narcan, which is used for fentanyl overdose reversals. Supporting clients also with basic necessities such as providing food, clothing, hygiene products. We always would give out waters and granola bars, stuff like that, not just necessarily drug related. I expected to primarily work behind the scenes and assembling kits and shadowing my site supervisor and also supporting staff. I didn't expect to be as involved with client interactions as I was. Most of what I did was interacting with people and going into the van, giving out things and stuff. It was very interesting. I also did a lot of behind the scene work as well with assembling kits and such. Did a lot of that, a lot of receptionist work. People would come into the office and I would give them, we would provide the things we would provide in the van as well in the office. I didn't go through any professional training prior to starting. The only thing I knew was what I already knew from my dad and parents, and I definitely gained a deeper understanding through my work. My responsibilities were assembling and distributing harm reduction kits, as I said, Yeah, I included a picture of like what goes into a kit. It's not just, we don't just give out crack pipes and needles. Like we give out like clean stuff, like stuff to sanitizing, but also like the crack pipes that we do give out are less likely to break and to prevent the spread of hepatitis C. Yeah, front desk duties, managing client intake forms. It's a specific way of recording that in a way that was anonymous because obviously like liability. I had to create a client satisfaction survey, which I had some trouble with because a lot of people didn't want to do it. It was very long. People would come. That was it was a challenge. But yeah, I also went to the state capitol and to help lobby for the installation of an overdose prevention center. That's what the OPC stands for, which is the same thing as a safe injection site where people can safely use in a supervised environment where we can respond to an overdose. Yeah, Liz Evans opened the first one in North America and Canada. She also started one in Harlem, so she wants to start one in Bridgeport, Liberation. We did not get that bill to pass. There's obviously a lot of controversy surrounding things like that, but we're likely to do it in a less official way with creating like a bathroom system, not like encouraging people to inject in the bathroom, but making it a safer and cleaner way to do it so that like if there's to be a timer and like people can respond if someone is to overdose, and like unlock the door from the outside and that sort of thing. There has been places in Connecticut that do that already. Hopefully in the future we can actually create a safe injection site in Bridgeport. There is statistics to prove that that is the most effective way to prevent overdose and keep people alive and such. The work I engaged in was pretty emotionally heavy. I came into this with a deep fear of xylosine wounds based on that presentation we had a couple months ago where we saw like the result of like, I don't know if you guys know what xylosine is. It's like horse tranquilizer, and it's obviously often mixed into like heroin, and it causes like really bad abscesses and like flesh-eating diseases. I knew I was probably going to see some going into this, and I did see some, and I don't know, it was definitely like hard, but getting used to that. Also like the more personal element that you don't get to see, and when those presentations that we see in school is that they're just like, they're people, like, you know, it's like humans, you're interacting with humans, and like it's not like, I don't know, kind of removed the fear I had of such a thing. Maybe that's a selfish thing to be afraid of, but not a realistic fear. Adapting to unpredictability, there are definitely instances of unpredictability with interacting with clients. There was a time where like a man was like trying to get into the van and like pounding on the windows. We had to call the cops. That didn't happen very often. Most people were very kind. Most of the people that we interacted with, we had a good connection with the community in Bridgeport. I struggled at times also with the data collection piece. With, like I said, there was an anonymous way of recording names with like using certain letters of the names so that people feel, you know, comfortable and not like, yeah, because, you know, it's illegal to do drugs and people come in and it creates like a more safer environment for them. But I struggled with that, and there's also like the aspect of like someone standing in front of me and they want what I'm gonna give them, and like I have to like do it quickly, but I got better with that. I obviously lack a lived experience of homelessness or addiction. I felt somewhat out of place. A lot of my coworkers also have that lived experience, so learning to listen more and speak less was definitely something I not struggled with, but had to acknowledge was the reality of the position I was in. I learned how to apply harm reduction principles in real time, not judging people. I feel like that is something that can help me in whatever field I go into. It's just like non-judgmental client interaction. Trauma-informed care, knowing that everyone comes from a rough background that I'm interacting with, being sensitive, knowing how to interact with them in a nice way. I felt I was able to build a trusting relationship with the individuals I interacted with. A lot of people were familiar faces, and I felt I could form a connection with them. I feel like it's a very overlooked community in Bridgeport, and it felt really good to have make connections and have a trusting relationship, feel that they can come to the van and to the office and not be judged. I became more adaptable and responsible, handling, as I mentioned, just like remaining professional, having boundaries, not letting my like emotions be visible. I definitely gained a deeper understanding on the way that policy and public health, individual dignity intersect. There's a lot of, like restrictions, and also going to the Capitol and seeing how that plays into the work that they do. There's a lot of restrictions on this type of work. There's also like an aspect of like when we give out syringes, we have to have a certain percentage of syringes returned in order to like have the government allow them to do that kind of work. We would do a lot of syringe cleanups. Like companies would call and like clean the area with a lot of syringes. If you ever been to a park in Bridgeport, there's a lot. So we'd clean those up and also like have to count, make sure that we're getting the back as much as we give out. And also just like, interacting with people and individual dignity. Yeah, there's a lot of aspects to it. As I mentioned, helped me with crisis management and communicating with clients, knowing how to maintain professionalism and managing not crises. There weren't that many like instances like that were crises or we had to like contact authority. That didn't happen very often, obviously. Like that is like an aspect of this, is that Liberation has a good community connection with these individuals. But yeah, there are definitely instances, and just like maintaining composure and such. Data collection, as I mentioned, with recording their names. But when they update the van, they won't have to do it in like that code way. It will be more streamlined with like computers and Wi-Fi. But yeah, everything I did was on paper, and yeah, it was a little I don't know, it's hard to manage. Yeah, maintaining professionalism and self-regulation, as I mentioned. Engaging in such direct and personal work definitely shifted my understanding of addiction and drug use from a more theoretical like issue that's in this community that I hear about from like my parents and like the work that they do, and then seeing it firsthand in the complex lived reality that it is. It definitely helped me and will help me in future in my life, just understanding. And I believe that this internship will help me regardless of the field I pursue. I know I said I planned on going to law school. I don't know, even if I still end up doing that, I feel like the work that I did with this community and like client interactions and just harm reduction in general, I feel like helped strengthen my ability to build trust and connect with people from all walks of life, and they're very different from my own. I plan to continue interning with Liberation programs, at least for the coming weeks, until I can secure a part-time summer job, or maybe a different internship, maybe more law-related. I plan to go to Vassar in college in the fall, and hopefully maybe attend law school. I don't know. I really feel like this internship made me more inclined to engage in nonprofit work probably in the future. I don't know what direction I'll go in. All right. Thank you.
Do you think this like made you want to go more into like the addiction side of law, or did, like?
I think so. I mean, I was kind of I don't really know exactly what that would look like, but I definitely want to keep this type of work in my life.
Because of like your connection to the liberation, or if it's not right, do you see yourself continuing this for a longer time than what you said, or you're kind of just gonna be like done?
I don't think I think I'll keep doing this at least for a couple weeks. I don't know, until I can find a job. I don't know. I don't really have anything lined up, so I might just continue doing this as long as I can.
I just want to have more of a comment. You spoke so beautifully about it. I feel like it must have been such a great experience because it sounds like it really opened, even though your parents both do it, that it like opened your eyes to be there on like a consistent basis and to see it. And you spoke so
for sure.
kindly and warmly that it just like struck me, the experience you must have had. And I think it's interesting because the cool thing about law is there's advocacy always needed in this area, right? Whether it's mental health or addiction services. So I feel like you could pair your interest with like the law with something or like meet your needs here at nonprofit. So really nice job.
Thank you.
Nice.
Hi, welcome to my internship presentation. I did my internship at the Milford Pediatric Group. Does not work like that, okay. Okay, so the contents of my presentation, I'm going to talk about who I am, my internship, and my supervisor, why I chose Milford Peds, and who are they, my expectations, responsibilities, and my overall experience, and then just kind of what I learned, my skills developed, and my future plans. So again, hi, I'm Hannah Bulkley. I'm a senior at Jonathan Law High School. I'm planning on going to nursing school in the fall, and at 11 years old, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. My diagnosis story was very different than a lot of people's. I should have been in cardiac arrest, and so that kind of, along with a lot of other things, kind of struck me as I wanted to be like the nurses who saved my life. So yeah, like I said, I saw what they did for me and knew that that's exactly what I wanted to do. During my junior year, I took the Certified Nursing Assistant program and I passed my board exam, receiving my CNA license. I've been using it by working at Lord Chamberlain Nursing Home to further my experience before going off to nursing school. Why Milford Peds? I've been a patient at Milford Peds since I was born. Dr. Sadinsky he was my supervisor. He was also my doctor from literally the time I was born in the hospital to 5th grade. I've had a great relationship with all of the staff there. I have Dr. Lockhart now. But because of this, I decided to intern with them at the office. Like I said, my supervisor was Dr. Howard Sadinsky. Dr. Sadinsky has his DO degree and has been with the practice for 29 years, which is a really long time. Who is Milford Pediatrics? The Milford Pediatric Group has been in Milford for 56 years. They serve a range of individuals from newborns up until the age of 26 when your insurance rolls over. Milford Peds takes pride in their top-tier family care, and they also have 2 offices, which offers extended hours and offers flexibility and accessibility. I was lucky enough to be able to spend time in both offices. And if I were to give a favorite, I would definitely choose the sick office. You see a lot more interesting things there. The doctors in the practice also offer postnatal visits in the hospital to provide quick care and instill a good relationship with families right from birth. I chose to do my internship at Milford Peds because, again, of the care I received over the past 18 years, as well as the wonderful relationships I've established with the staff, and it also gave me another perspective on working in the medical field. And, just kidding. Site experience. Prior to starting my internship, I expected to just kind of sit in on appointments and learn more about what it was like to work in a doctor's office. During the time that I was there, I saw newborns, toddlers, grade school, preteens, teens, adults, the whole thing. I saw cases with special needs, mental health. I saw annual checks, sick visits, and vaccinations, etc. I saw a lot. I was able to interact with patients and learn more about them. A challenge I did face was basically being kicked out of appointments, which is understandable if a patient was uncomfortable. And honestly, that probably only happened 2 or 3 times, so it wasn't really that big of a deal. And usually it was around kids our age. Which was another interesting thing I came across was when someone I knew would come in for an appointment or someone I knew of That was interesting. Or like even just kids my age who I didn't know. And then it was just like, why is a high school student sitting in my appointment right now? But on the other hand, I did get a lot of people who already thought I was in med school. So that was kind of cool. An accomplishment for me was being able to help younger kids feel more relaxed and calm. For example, Monday I was at the well office and there was a toddler and the mom brought the toddler and the baby brother and they both needed vaccinations. And when the toddler was getting theirs, the mom couldn't hold the baby and he was really upset. So I got to hold him and make sure he was okay. But I had a couple instances like that, which is really cool to just have that positive interaction with patients. This internship helped me to rethink kind of what capacity of the medical field I want to work in. I really enjoyed the pace and flow of the office and being able to interact with families. It definitely gave me a new perspective on family dynamics. You see a lot of different family dynamics in a pediatrics office. It taught me that time management is very important, but it's more important to take the time to listen to patients thoroughly so that you can give them the best care possible. My future plans, I'm in the process of actually getting a medical assistant position at the Milford Pediatric Group for the summer. This fall, I'll be attending Lee University in Tennessee, and I will be majoring in nursing. My plan is to get my BSN and work as an RN in the ER for hopefully like 2 years, we'll see. And my end goal is to go back for my MSN, get my nurse practitioners, hopefully continue to work in the ER, but I don't know, maybe I'll end up in a pediatrician's office in the future, you never know. But I'm excited to pursue a career that serves others and can make a difference in someone's life. Thank you.
Was there like a favorite case or a really interesting case that just stuck with you and like you'll remember it?
Oh, like when you came in?
Yeah, that was a good one.
Oh, I saw a lot of very interesting things. I don't think I had I've seen some really interesting things, but I don't know if I actually had a favorite or like one that stood out more than others. I saw a lot. Yes.
Is there like and you said that there were people you saw and knew. What is like the protocol for like confidentiality?
So if they wanted me in the room, I could stay in the room. If they wanted to kick me out, they could kick me out. Every appointment I got kicked out of was like a guy my age, which fair enough. Like I would also do that, but like I saw kids like from other schools that I knew, and they were more excited and like it was more funny than anything else. But yeah, it wasn't that big of a deal. If they wanted me there, I could be. Yeah.
I know you said you don't have a favorite. Is there like a weirdest thing you saw, or like, I'm thinking like a little kid with like a marble up their nose, or like, I don't know.
Wait, I don't know. Sorry. There's this one really standing out to me. Is this recording still?
Stop it.
I can stop it.
Yeah.
This girl came in with chlamydia. That was really
I'm Natalia, and today I'll be sharing my internship at Lovella Care in Brantford. Alright, so I'll be sharing in this presentation my site experience, how I chose this internship, the expectations and responsibilities I've had, challenges and accomplishments I had to get over, and skills developed, and my future plans. So, my name is Natalia Gagliardi. I'm interested in the medical field. I've taken many science courses at law, like Intro to Allied Health Professions, Medical Terminology, Anatomy and Physiology, and lastly, CNA, Certified Nursing Assistant Program. And I just passed my board, so I'm a Certified Nursing Assistant. I chose to intern at Lovella Care in Brantford. It's an interim medicine private practice, doctor's office, and the site supervisor is Dr. Antonio Diaria. He owns it and runs it. I knew I wanted to choose an internship at a doctor's office, but this practice stood out to me because he's all about caring for the whole person. He spends so much time with every single patient. Some patients, he's in the doctor's room for like an hour, just talking with them, making sure they know what's going on and they have no questions. I didn't know how much I could possibly learn in a month. So expectations and responsibilities. I mostly observed every case. I did have to set up every patient before and after cleaning. I learned how to take blood pressure and perform an EKG with my site supervisor's help. I also learned that taking blood pressure on smokers is actually harder than regular people because it can be difficult to obtain an accurate reading. Some accomplishments I made was I gained confidence in a clinical setting. I learned how to take vitals, and I learned how to speak to people of different ages. I remember like before, when I first talked to people, I would have no idea what to say, I would just smile. But I kind of like realized what they like talking about so I could make a conversation better. Again, I learned how to take vitals, so the oxygen, blood pressure, And then some challenges I faced was understanding medical terminology. Even though I took medical terminology, the class, it did not prepare me for how much terminology I need to know. I learned a girl came in and she had PCOS, and I had no idea what that stands for, but it's polycystic ovarian cyst syndrome. And I learned all about that syndrome and how it affects someone's daily life. So that was cool. And then I did have to adjust to the busy and fast-paced work environment. Sometimes we had many patients and we had to be in and out of the room quickly. Other times we had a slow day, I would just sit at the front desk. Skills developed, I definitely developed how to be professional. I learned a lot about HIPAA. It stands for, I'll find it later, but it is all about not sharing patients' information, obviously, so I can say a case, but I can't say their name. I also learned a lot about time management. Since this internship was about 25 minutes away, I would make sure I would leave early in case there was traffic. A lot of times there were. Communication, again, I communicated with a lot of different patients from different ages. And then my future plans. This really gave me great clinical experience for pursuing nursing school. I'm so happy that I learned how passionate I am about nursing and make sure I'm going into the right field. I won't be a doctor, but I worked with a nurse and it was just great experience. Again, it helps me learn a lot of important skills I need to get through nursing school to be successful. All right, and then that is it. Does anybody have any questions? Yes?
Do you have a favorite case?
So a lot of our cases that we dealt with, it was a lot of like checkups, physicals,
And something interesting that I've like noticed with every single patient is I do not think there is one patient that walked through the door without having high blood pressure, high cholesterol, or high sugar. So, it was a lot, sometimes it was awkward having the conversation. I would just stand there, and he would be like, you have to like start eating better, or we're gonna have to do something. And I'm just standing there like, this is the third time I heard this today. Like, it's a lot. So, sometimes like the cases were interesting, but I always heard one of those things being brought up. Yep.
What was your favorite part of your internship?
I would say like, I don't know if this is the favorite part, but the favorite thing that I loved is being so close with my site supervisor, and then there's a nurse who also worked with it. It's a private practice, so it's just the two of them, and I love just being so close with them, being able to go to them about anything. I know if I have any questions, I'd be more than happy to help them answer them. Yes?
Since you work with a doctor, did this like change your opinion at all about like being a doctor versus a nurse, or did it like reinforce the fact that you want to be a nurse?
I think it reinforced the fact that I wanted to be a nurse, because he has to put up with a lot on the daily. Like, it doesn't go unnoticed how much work he had to put in for every single patient. And it's a lot of schooling. I don't know. I love school, but I don't know if I want to do it for like 8 years. So yeah.
How did you find this place?
So my dad goes there, and my uncle also goes there. And I'm saying it's like really different from a regular doctor's office. He is so empathetic with every single patient. He's not taking any patients because he can't handle any more of them. He wants to make sure that every single patient that he has is in good hands.
So, my internship experience. So, hang on, who am I? My name is Emily Bagwell. I'm a senior at Jonathan Law. I've been a student all 4 years, and I was a part of National Art Honor Society and the National English Honor Society. I did choir, and my plans after high school are Gateway Community for 2 years before I transfer and begin my journey in architecture. And I'm passionate in art, so I have like a picture for reference to show So I interned at JFK Elementary School I had a total of 86 out of 85 hours, and I got there every day at 9 and then would leave on and off depending on my AP class of the day. So my site supervisor was Amanda Kemp. She's a first grade teacher. She was teaching for 17 years. She was an undergrad at Iona University in New York, and she got her master's at Sacred Heart University, and then she graduated her 6th year at University of Connecticut. She taught 4 grade letters and has been a literacy coach throughout her career path, and she loves teaching phonics. That's literacy. And then I have quotes from some of the kids. Carson, she said her favorite color is green, and then Adriana said she's fun. So my goals while in my internship, I wanted to decide what I was doing in my future, so I was looking for something to kind of broaden what I was looking for. I knew I liked art, so I kind of was trying to look for something within that. My goal in my internship was to become better attained at the knowledge and creativity of a child. I wanted to better understand where a passion comes from, if it's something that you one day up and decide you want to do, or if it's something that builds within you as you grow up. And I always liked working with kids because my whole life was kind of centered around that. So to be given the opportunity of learning the early stages of development while also doing my own research at my internship was really fun and nice. So my roles and responsibility at my internship, I was helping the children with spelling. They would come up to me and ask me to help them spell something, but when you're working with younger children, you're not supposed to just give them the answer. They're supposed to learn on their own. So I would listen back to what my teacher would do, and she would help them sound out by looking at her mouth, pronouncing the word. I helped them with math problems and giving them strategies to solve. I let them read to me, which I thought was really cute. And then I would go to them with their specials, so they would go to art and media, which is library. They would go to Spanish and STEM, which is science. And then I also got the chance to do a Wonderful Me art project with them. So that's on this slide. It was called Wonderful Me, and it was full creative freedom for me to do with the class. It was a piece of artwork the kids would decorate to design as a replica of themselves. I had a week-long due date because then their parents would come in for this Wonderful Me showcase, which was really cute. And it was responsible for cutting out the head and the hair and helping them design it to what they wanted it to look like and to fit them. And then after it was done, my teacher, she stapled a folder full of their artwork throughout the year that highlighted them as a person, and some pieces they wrote who they wanted to be in the future, which I thought was really cute. So my classroom experience, it was if the kids would be given a certain task or assignment, I would walk around the room and I would just tend to any student that looked like they needed help or ask me for help. Some of the kids that asked me for help, they would just want me to give them the answer, but I realized instead of giving it to them, I needed to provide them with a pathway or a tool that would help them. They would be on the rug for certain lessons, and I would sit in a chair in the corner, and some of the kids would crowd around my legs and hug them while they were learning. I thought it was so cute. And then one of the teaching techniques I observed was sounding variables, and it was they would lay on the rug with a whiteboard, and then she would give them a specific sound, and one would be I, the sound I, and they would have to find 3 more ways for them it to be written within words. So an EY kind of. They just had to figure it out. Another would be the sound oi, found in the word boy, so O-Y instead of O-I. Yeah. Okay, this is a lot, but there was a lot of challenges because I was with first grade, and whenever the teacher would leave or a sub would come in, they would literally switch their personalities completely. It was terrifying. They got comfortable with me, and then they would like just act like they were at home, like running around the class, yelling, like throwing things. And although like I was kind of annoyed with it, I saw it as something that strengthened my ability to handle people. Like going into the real world and getting a profession, like you need to be able to work with many different personalities at the end of the day. So I feel like that strengthened that in me, like to be able to like deal with someone and not react and just like understand that not everyone is gonna flow. It's all different. One of the girls, just like a scenario, one of them, she like ran from the rug and then sat at her table and was like scribbling on the table, and I got up and I like in the middle of a lesson too, so all the kids were distracted, so I went over and I tried to help her to like move back to the rug, like put the stuff away, and she just continued to rip more things out. And then I realized because they're kids, they want attention, so I walked away from her and I just sat down and ignored her, and then she joined us on the rug. So I think that's like a thing with kids, like just ignore them and they'll stop. Okay, so what I learned, I felt as though I was learning along with the kids. Like I was like relearning everything I learned in first grade, and it was kind of like deja vu. Like it was in the same class, that's me, in the same classroom. But it was just like, I feel like it was like eye-opening that when you're so young, you don't realize like every teacher that's there for you and like comes before you is building you a pathway for life, and is like providing you like the pathway. Like 'cause there's so many things we learn when we're younger, and like even me like talking right now, like someone taught me how to do that, and it's like not just something that came to me. So I feel like doing this, I learned that like we're supposed to appreciate the adults and the people who guide us in life. So yeah. My memorable moments. Every day in the morning, the kids would run to me from wherever they were in the room, just hug me, and I would like stand there with all my bags like this because I couldn't move. In the hallways, like they would just do this, and I would hold their hand when we'd be walking, which I thought was really sweet. And then one of them was, we were doing a suffix lesson, and they were supposed to give a sound, so like the sound "ly," like fastly, I don't think that's a real word, slowly, like hastily, and they all chose the word Emily, my name, which I thought was really cute. And then my teacher was like, oh, let's see if there's any other kids that have like a Lee, and there was no one else. So one of the boys was like, oh, we only have Emily, which I thought was really cute. And then my last like best moment was on the last day. Like they all wrote me little letters, and like I thought it was so sweet. Like I'm never gonna throw those out because that just means so much to me. So my conclusion and reflection would be that when working with children, like you need to understand that not everyone is going to come from the same background or family life, and that doesn't mean like you can't help lead them to be successful in who they are as a person. So yeah, I feel like, yeah. Oh, and then these are my visuals. These are like letters they wrote me. This one is really cute. It says, "Dear Miss Emily, congratulations graduating college." They thought I was graduating college. Everyone wants you to come back to JFK Elementary School. If you don't come back, we'll hug you with our hearts. We love you forever. So cute. So, yeah. Any questions?
Any questions? Okay, of all of the students, did you have like a favorite one that you kind of gravitated
I
toward?
did. Her name was Carson. She had Down syndrome, and she was the sweetest thing ever. Like, she just would see me, and she'd be like, Miss Emily, and then she would reach her arms out, and I would hug her. And I remember, like, there was a fire drill, and she got really scared, and she, like, kind of clung to me the whole time. And it was just, like, sweet. It's like they're scared, and they look for someone, and she came to me instead of her teacher, which I thought was sweet. So, yeah, she was kind of my favorite.
Now, what's the plan for the future? Like, where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Hopefully in school, like continuing like with a career path I like. I don't know if I want to do like something with kids. I think I do want to do something with kids. Like I really enjoy them. I actually just got a job at Boys and Girls Club, and all the kids in my class, like half of them, are going to be there. So I'll get to see them. So that'll be fun.
And do you have a favorite day of all the days of your internship that sticks out to you?
Probably the last day. I don't know why. It was just like really emotional, I feel, because all the kids knew I was leaving, so whenever they would hug me, it felt like I was like kind of saying goodbye. That's probably cringy, but like hugging them, it was just like it was so like weird to think like I'm never gonna see them again.
Yeah.
Like some of them I'm like never gonna see again. And then like I just remember growing up, like if I had like an intern teacher, I would like remember them like to this day. Like I just remember like really liking them, so I hope like they'll think back and like remember me in the same way. So yeah. Thank you. This is my internship presentation. Okay, who am I? I am Jaedyn Supple. I'm a senior at Jonathan Law High School. Going off of high school, I've done choir for all 4 years. I've done drama for 3 of them. And I tried to be really involved in the school. I interned at JFK Elementary School in a 4th grade classroom. My site supervisor was Devin Calandro. In this picture, we had a guest speaker named Rowan Freeman, and he was actually calling all 4th grade classes while he was summiting Mount Everest, which was really cool. And the kids were able to like ask him questions about his past, like what he was doing, and his future plans, which I thought was really, really interesting. My site experience, why I chose here, because I'm going to be majoring in psychology, and I kind of thought that kids and psychology go well together because kids are so open about how they feel, and they just act on their emotions, and you can really like get a lot from them, I feel. And they open up to people very quick, as I learned. The business of my site is John F. Kennedy Elementary School from the Milford Public Schools District. My prior expectations was that it was going to be very awkward, and that the kids wouldn't warm up to me, and it would just be silent, and I would have nothing to go off of and no one to talk to. I quickly learned that was not the truth. My responsibilities were being a student teacher and helping when needed, connecting with the kids, like talking to them, making conversations with them. I had the students read to me a lot, so during independent reading, I would walk around and just like stop at a student's desk, ask them to read to me like a page or 2, and then move on. And I helped the kids a lot with writing, and math. And during math, they would always get into groups and separate around the room. So I would walk around to each station, basically, and see where they were, if they needed help, and just like see how they worked together, how they communicated to each other, which was really interesting. And my class also does this thing called bookworms, which is where we all sit in a circle on the mat, and they all read at the same time, out loud. And every day the kids would raise their hands and ask for me to sit with them every day. Accomplishments are making a positive impact on the students' day, and because of how close me and the students got, we were able to have fun every day. And from the pictures you can see they really liked playing with my hair and dressing me up. I actually think that's the same day.
Some challenges were one day there was a sub, and I was really nervous because I had a bond with the teacher. Like, we had a schedule that we would go off of, and I trusted her, and she trusted me. So I was a bit nervous that the sub would not be willing to let me help out because they don't know me and like I'm not a teacher there. And I was really nervous that the kids were gonna misbehave. Even though my class was a very well-behaved class, I was nervous that it was just gonna be like a switch and they were all gonna be different. And another thing was the first week and a half while I was there, they were SBA testing for math, which took about all the morning half of the day, which was annoying because there was nothing I can do there. Like, I can't help them with that, so I just had to sit there and like I had nothing to do. So that was very annoying. For a conclusion, I say I developed time management really well. Having to go there every day at 8 a.m. until 3:30 was a lot. Even being there like before the kids got there was hard, but it was nice to see how the mornings are before. Problem solving, because there was one day, this was when the sub was there, the students didn't know what the assignment was that we were doing, and I mean the sub didn't either. We were really confused, but we all had to like make it like simplify it down to a way we thought it was going to be. And one of the girls asked for my help, so I kind of had to break it down to her without giving her an answer, which was nice because, like, I don't know, that's not how I normally am used to, like, communicating with people, but it was nice. And how this helps my career choice by observing the kids and understanding why they think the way they think, why they act the way they act, and just like why kids act like that. And this is actually my class on the last day. So, any questions? Oh, wait, I actually do have some, sorry, some cards from my last day there if you want to pass them around. This is only a couple of them, and I have all of the jewelry they made for me on. One girl made me earrings, and then these are all bracelets from the last day. Yeah. They're really creative.
No questions? Okay,
I'm gonna steal my question. Did you have a specific student that you liked or bonded with?
I wouldn't say I had a favorite, but I did have a girl who I was closest with because she actually wouldn't leave me alone. Like, she followed me everywhere. She would come up and sit next to me every day. Yeah, but she was so sweet.
Okay, similar questions to Emily, but like, do you think this is something that you'll now pursue, and did it solidify that, or?
It might be. I don't really know what I want to do in the future, but I think now working with kids is definitely an option that I would think about because I had so much fun there.
Did you have a favorite day?
I'm gonna copy Emily. It was definitely the last. Yeah, because we just had so much more fun that day, and when I actually walked into the classroom, they all like covered a paper and put it into like under their desk, and I was like, okay, like I kind of see what's going on here. And then they said that they were making cards for kindergartners. I was like, okay. And then they all started walking up to me and giving me those cards, and it was just really cute. And then at the end of the day, we took many pictures, and there was many hugs.
Yeah. Isn't it crazy how quickly they can bond? Like,
Yeah.
like a month and they're
Yeah. It wasn't like on the first day, we were already best friends. Yeah.
It sounds like a great experience. Really nice job.
Thank you.
So, my dental office internship experience. Who am I? My name is Aliza Herrera-Mendez, and I'm a senior at Jonathan Law High School. In the fall, I'll be attending the University of New Haven. I interned at a dental office called Smart Dental, and it has 2 locations. One's in Milford and one's in New Haven. At the office in New Haven, there's 2 receptionists, 1 hygienist, 1 dental assistant, and 1 dentist. Everything's the same in Milford, except there's only 1 receptionist. So he's the dentist, that's his wife, she's a hygienist, and that's the dental assistant. They're all from Cuba. He graduated from NYU College of Dentistry. His wife graduated from the University of Bridgeport. His son is one of the receptionists at the University of New Haven. And Anna's been a patient since 2010, but she's been working there since 2015. Technically, she's my site supervisor because I spend the most of the time with her. I chose this site because dentistry was a career path I was considering. Smart Dental provides dental care to patients such as deep cleanings, fillings, tooth extractions, and other oral health treatments. I didn't have any expectations prior to this internship besides a bigger office. I came in with an open mind and ready to learn. My responsibilities at the site was to take the tray after the doctor or hygienist is done treating the patient, place the instruments in the ultrasonic, throw away the glass cart of anesthesia, and wipe the chair down and get the room ready for the next patient. Sometimes I would package the instruments, but mainly Anna knew how to do that because you had to put in another machine for it to get sterilized again. And she burned herself like twice, so she didn't want me to burn myself. Challenges I faced at the office was that everybody knew each other for like 2 decades already, and they were like best friends. And I struggled to speak up or start conversation, learning new things while trying not to slow everyone down or make mistakes, and figuring out how the computer works. Accomplishments would be, they offered me 2 weeks in July to cover the dental assistant during her vacation. So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I would be in New Haven from 9 to 5, 10 to 6, and 9 to 3. Tuesday and Thursdays, I would be in Milford from 11 to 7, 9 to 5, and no weekends. So that was the first, room number 1 in New Haven. The doctor would be at the right of the patient, Anna would be on the left, and I'll be right next to Anna. This is just a basic tray for any patient. It doesn't matter what they're getting, their tooth pulled out, or fillings, or a regular checkup, that's what's always on the tray. That's the machine for the x-rays. I think on my first week there, they told me to press the button. I don't know which button, and it kept saying error, and I thought I broke it. But turns out I just had to press the gray button on top, and it'll go back to normal. And that's just the hallway. They would, the hygienist and the doctor would trade off room 1, and the hygienist would mainly be in room 4, and the doctor would be in room 2. They would never use room 3, I don't know why. That's, again, New Haven. That small machine on the left of the sink is the ultrasonic. I'd put everything in there besides 1 tool and glasses. And that machine on the right is what burned Anna twice. It's what sanitizes the things again. And I'll just put everything on here and then get a gauze pad and alcohol and just wipe everything down to make sure it's clean, and then put it in the packages and stamp it, and then give it to Anna. One of my favorite memories at the place was that I saw my aunt. I haven't seen her in maybe 5 years. And another one would be one of the patients came in because her crown fell off. Her previous dentist told her to get crazy glue and stick it back on. Everybody was shocked, I was shocked, and that's what made her change dental offices. A couple skills I developed would be patient communication, teamwork, and time management. I learned how to talk to patients from different age groups. And there was a woman who was very, very anxious. She hadn't been to the dentist in maybe 6 years, so I helped her get her mind off of it. I improved my teamwork skills by working with a dental hygienist, assistant, receptionist, and I had to learn how to manage my time properly to keep up with my internship, classes, and other things outside of school. Interning at Smart Dental helped me understand what it means to work in a professional healthcare environment. I learned how important it is to pay attention to detail, have good communication skills, and be empathetic. This internship helped me rule out dentistry as a career choice and helped me narrow down my choices. This experience taught me how to adapt to new environments and schedules, how to communicate properly, teamwork, and time management. These skills will help me in college and whatever my career takes me. At the University of New Haven, I'll be exploring mechanical engineering and psychology. Not quite sure which one I want to do yet, but I want to choose a career that has a positive impact on people. And that's it.
Any questions?
Did you not like dentistry?
I just don't think it's for me. Like, by the first day, I was like, yeah, I don't want to do this. I just can't, no.
But you're gonna do it for 2 weeks this summer.
Well, they asked me, and I remembered my cousin was looking for a job, so I asked them, is it okay if I ask her first? And they're like, yeah, that's fine. So I'm not gonna do that.
So you still helped them, but.
Yeah.
Okay. What did they do for the woman who super glued her crown?
Oh, she didn't get it super glued because she was like, I don't think I'm supposed to do that.
Oh.
And then she came in with the tube, and they told me to add, like, get crazy glue. And they were like, are you sure that's what they told you? And she was like, yeah, you want to get crazy glue from, like, Walmart or whatever, but I'm not going to do that because I don't think that's, like, I'm just not going to do that.
I have a gross question. Did you, like, ever, were you in a room and somebody had really bad breath?
I have my mask on all the time.
Okay.
I have my mask. And then they had, like, a mask and then another mask on top of that mask.
Mhm.
And then they also gave me another mask to wear.
Okay. So no, like.
No.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I have a question. Did you ever have to like be in someone's mouth?
Yeah, that's what made me think, like, oh, I'm not doing this anymore. Like, they told me to hold the tongue with this mirror thing, and I was like, I'm not doing that. I did it, but I just don't want to do dentistry.
Interesting. All right. Anybody else? Nice show.
So I did Harborside Middle School. Okay. Who am I? My name is Joi Beauduy. I'm a senior at Jonathan Law High School. I'll be attending Southern Connecticut State University in the fall. I'm not so sure what I'm studying yet, and I like the arts and will consider pursuing it. And this is actually what I did at the internship place, and that's something I did in the past. Oh, wait. Oh. I entered at Harborside Middle School. So this is my site supervisor, Cynthia Adobe. She's one of the 2 art teachers there. She teaches grades 6 through 8, and she received a Bachelor of Fine Arts from the School of Visual Arts, and she went back to school and received a 2nd degree in teaching art from Southern, and a master's in thinking and learning from the Graduate Institute. And she's said that she's been doing this for more than 13 years, and her artwork is in different museums and collections, and she has her whole like profile online. This is one of her paintings. Yeah. So I was previously a student here for 2 years. I wanted to do something with art and wasn't exactly sure like what exactly, so I just thought this would be like the safest option to see if I want to do that. In Harborside Middle School, children are taught to prepare for later learning, and this is a big step towards high school. They have a chance to be very creative and take hands-on classes to explore new things. So I was expecting to shadow the teacher. I was thinking I was gonna help children if they needed it, watch over the classes when like she wasn't there, walk around the room and interact with students, prep any supplies for the teachers, and cleaning after students. At first I also thought it was gonna be pretty awkward because I don't like to talk to these kids, So some responsibilities I had was like handing out tools. I'd hand out scissors, box cutters, or hot glue guns when they were working on projects to make sure like they weren't using it incorrectly and didn't get hurt. I also refilled paint because they would use large amounts and they just make messes. So I would pour it for them. I'd also like find the tools around the room, like if they didn't know where things were. I'd give back feedback and solutions to their artwork, and I would make sure the floor and sinks were clean, because they left a lot of brushes and cups in the sinks and just like messes everywhere. And I made sure that they stayed on task and kept working. So a few accomplishments is during the first week, Miss Dobie said that she was going to be absent on Friday, so she put her trust in me, and she said that I was supposed to almost give like a tutorial to the 2 different 6th grade classes. So I like showed them how to make different gradients and then do a technique called stiffling. So it was a cool experience. I gained respect and trust from students. I had a successful art rotation for 6th and 7th graders ran by the school's art council. So some challenges were that during morning classes, some of the periods only had up to 4 or 5 kids, and they were all very quiet, and they didn't like seem to talk to me much, so I didn't have much to do. And in the beginning, when kids would ask for tools where I didn't know and I couldn't help, like, because I've never been in this classroom before, I myself had a bit of trouble talking to these students. I got over that quickly because they were pretty nice to me. When some students would not want to do any art at all because it was like the end of the year and they were just over it, I tried to encourage them. Sometimes it would fail. And then some students in particular would see me as like a peer instead of like an authority figure, and I had to establish boundaries, like letting them know I'm not like a student, like I'm supposed to like be helping and like. So some skills I developed during this internship, my communication skills have become better. Being in this new environment and seeing many kids each day and interacting with them all has taught me how to communicate with different age groups and help or support them when needed. I also gained a different viewpoint when it came to students' artwork. I learned to look at their art and not believe it was like created a wrong or right way. They were all allowed to use creativity and their own ideas to make art any way that they wanted, valuing their different perspectives and not trying to control or change their process. In a way, I was also to think the same about like my own art. So some highlighted moments was as time went on, the students started calling me like Miss Joy and would say, "Hi, Miss Joy," if they saw me in the hallway or whenever they came to class. This made me happy because it made me feel like they liked having me around. Eventually, the students that weren't that sociable started talking to me and they would ask for help. Even when Ms. Dobie was in the room, they would come up to me and ask where certain things were. The art show rotation held by student council was also a highlight moment. I think it was really successful. It was like an in-school field trip for 6th and 7th graders because 8th graders weren't there that day. They had a field trip. But basically, we would go to different classes and they'd have painting out, they'd have clay, just a bunch of different activities for the grades to do. And I thought it was nice because they asked me for help, so I would give them the materials they needed, and it was pretty good. In conclusion, I learned that being a teacher is sometimes a stressful job because you have to deal with a class that's full of students and they don't listen all the time. They're loud and messy. Every child is different and they all learn and understand things differently. Art is important for these students. It gives them the freedom to be creative. They get to try all different mediums such as paint, clay, colored pencils, everything. They have an amazing teachers who's willing to guide them through different processes, even when it can be stressful. Teaching isn't an easy job at all. Future plans is attending Southern. I don't know what I'm studying yet. I want to pursue art more and trying different things. That's the end.
Any questions for Joy? I'm like, let it. Yeah.
Was there like a specific grade you liked more for Joyce?
I think the 7th graders, they talked to me more. And yeah, I feel like the 8th graders were more like reserved into themselves than 6th graders. But yeah, the 7th graders were the most fun.
I have a question. Is it weird going back to the middle school now as a senior, mostly, and I found kids earlier who had also been in the middle school who presented, like when you were in middle school, do you remember being like older and feeling like much more mature, and now you go back and you realize like, oh my god, they're so young?
Yeah.
Did that happen?
Yeah, it felt kind of weird, and like seeing like the kids, like they all acted mature when really they're not even in high school yet, but.
And did you have a favorite day?
I think I had like 2 favorite days. The art rotation, because I thought that was really successful. It gave everybody a chance to do art stuff. Like, and then the last day, nobody knew I was leaving, but I was just glad it was over. Like, yep.
Did you ever get like a chance to sit down and just do art, or were you helping?
Yeah. We had like hour-long prep periods, so I would just like pull out a paper and pencils and just draw. So it was pretty good.
So I did my intern at Savita Career Center at West River. My name is Jordon Spencer. I'm a senior from Johnson Law High School in Milford, Connecticut. I'll be attending Housatonic Community College in the fall, and I am planning to study and become a veterinarian. I interned at Savita Career Center at West River. My site supervisor was Renee Golden. She was very kind and helpful, and she helped me whenever I needed it. Why I chose this site? I chose this site because I'm interested in the healthcare industry. I originally wanted to intern at a veterinary place, animal companion hospital, since I love animals and I've always been around them since I was a kid. I always had birds around me, and just recently we got a dog. But the veterinary places said they weren't accepting interns at this moment. However, interning at Savita has made me consider going into human healthcare. I would have never thought of working in healthcare for humans if it wasn't for this intern site. This place has allowed me to apply my knowledge from health class and made me want to understand elderly healthcare more than I thought I would. I'm very grateful I got the opportunity to intern here, since now I can explore more healthcare options. Now I have multiple options to choose from what I want to study when I get into college. What does this site do? This site offers a range of stuff, including the nursing and nursing homes, comprehensive care, and rehabilitation therapies, including physical, occupational, and speech. They also offer specialized programs for people with dementia and Alzheimer's. Seniors live there, and the nurses give them their meds and help them with their daily care. They also have 2 floors. The first floor is for high-functioning seniors, and the second floor is for low-functioning. The low-functioning seniors require more help, while the high-functioning ones don't. They also offer a recreational part. Recreation was where I was stationed, and we offered entertainment like putting the TV on a game show, or playing games with them like Scrabble, Bingo, Dear Abby, or Jeopardy. My expectations. Prior to interning, I wasn't expecting that much other than only being able to observe the seniors, and I expected a quite low energy environment because this is a nursing home. Since this was kind of a last minute decision, I did not know what to expect, but I was blown away. I ended up learning so much, like you aren't allowed to push seniors around in their wheelchair if they don't have a leg rest, since they're more prone to fall out while pushing them. I also got to interact with the seniors a lot. I got to push them around to their rooms, or to places they were supposed to go to, like the dining room or recreation. Also, I got to take their orders for ice cream and help serve it out. We had to put on gloves and use different scoopers for each ice cream, since some of them had peanuts and we didn't want to mix the peanuts with vanilla or something else. The flavors we had changed each day, so they would not get tired of the same thing. This event was called Ice Cream Social. They had it every Wednesday. My responsibilities. I was in charge of delivering mail to the seniors. Mail would come every day, and I would deliver it at 9 and 2 o'clock. Since the mailman, he would come 2 times a day. So, sometimes it came 2 times a day. When I was delivering mail, it was kind of hard knowing which floor was which, but the kind nurses helped direct me to a room if I didn't know. I helped serve coffee in the morning at 10 o'clock to the seniors. Every day at 10, we had coffee social, where seniors would come into the recreation room for their morning coffee, and they would socialize with each other and the staff while watching TV. I also helped serve the ice cream and played games with them like Bingo, Jeopardy, Scrabble, or Dear Abby. We would play one of these games with them every day to help keep their brains moving and entertained. I also assisted in companionship and mobility support. I would push them around to wherever they needed to go as long as they had a leg rest. I also got to decorate a board in the hallway for Memorial's Day. I decorated it with the decorations they had. They had a lot to choose from, and multiple visitors came in and walked past me saying the board looked really good. Highlights and accomplishments. I learned how to communicate with the seniors, since some of them you have to speak a little louder to it, since it might be hard of hearing it. And some of them, they had like a audio box where you had to speak in there, and they wore headphones to listen to you. This one time I was speaking to someone with the audio box, but they still could not hear me. It turns out they had their headphones disconnected from it. I helped organize a birthday party for someone that was turning 102 years old. Their daughter came in with party supplies, and me and my coworkers helped her set up. They gave her a small dining room, which was really nice, and she invited some of the people in the nursing home to come to the party. I also gained a lot more confidence from this experience. At the beginning of my internship, I was shy and nervous, not knowing what to expect. But my friendly mentor and the friendly staff made me feel comfortable right away. None of them were rude, and all understood that I was new here, so I might ask a lot of questions on where stuff was. Also, as I got used to the building, I was able to remember where all the rooms were while delivering mail, so I didn't have to ask the nurses where any of the rooms were. This made delivering the mail faster and easier. Challenges faced. I actually didn't face that much challenges than I originally thought I would. Learning the layout of the building and where everything was, since the building was fairly big with 2 floors, it was sometimes difficult for me to navigate through where I needed to go, since I had to deliver the mail. But over time, I was able to learn the layout and where everything was. I also had trouble communicating with some of the residents, since some of them had hearing issues or hearing devices. For example, I was asking one of them what type of ice cream flavor they were like, and they kept telling me they could not hear me. So a nurse had to come over and ask them more loudly. And I had to adapt to tasks like organizing a movie shelf. They had a very large amount of movies, and it took me a while to organize it, since I'm not very good at keeping my own stuff organized. But I eventually finished it and left it in a way better state than it was before. Now these are some like pictures I took. The first one, one of the staffs, they put reconciliation on the board, and the seniors had to guess they had to make words out of it. I think they came up with 150 words out of it. The second one is a board I was decorating for Memorial's Day. The third one is the DVD stuff I had to organize it. It took me a while because they had a bunch of the same movies. And the fourth one is they did a day for the nurses. It's I think it was a tropical themed day where they gave they had watermelon and berries, so they crushed it up and put in a drink for them. And then the last one is because we had a board in the room that would tell them what we were doing for that day. At 10 o'clock we had coffee social, 11 o'clock we had trivia, 2 o'clock we had word games, and 3 o'clock they had a virtual museum. And for the conclusion, some skills I developed from this internship is having patience and learning to wait for others. Teenagers go at their own pace, which is fairly slow, but I have learned to have patience for them and wait for them. Also, sometimes you have to take more time with some, since they might have a hard time hearing you. Another skill I learned is team collaboration with my coworkers. I learned how to work together with each other and how to plan stuff properly for our schedules. This internship will help me in the future because now I'm considering going into human healthcare. Prior to this internship, I had only thought of going into veterinarian, but I have more options to choose from now. And that's
Did you have any bad experiences with any of the old people? Because I know sometimes they can be mean.
Yeah. There was this one senior, because when I was delivering mail, one of my coworkers told me not to deliver to this one person specifically because they like to throw stuff and cuss at people, so yeah.
On the flip side, did you have any experiences with somebody who
Yeah, there was this one person. She came up to me. She started like reminiscing about like her being in high school and stuff. And she was like asking me like where I wanted to if I wanted to go into human healthcare and stuff.
Do you think you could see yourself working with older people in the future?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a important like sector.
Yeah.
You know, like I had to put a great aunt into a place like that, and I used to go visit her, and like people who never get visited.
Yeah.
It's just so sad to me. Like you throwing the party for the 100.
Yeah.
Her family was probably so appreciative of
Yeah.
you.
Her-
Know, who spent time with them. It's just really so
Yeah.
important.
Her daughter said that her daughter said that she taught at Jonathan Law 30 years ago, I think.
Oh.
She said that she was a German teacher, I think, and a history. Yeah.
Wow, we used to have German. Yeah. What a small world. Oh my God, that was really nice stuff.
Okay, this is my internship experience. My name is Mamonah Bhutta. I'm a senior here at Jonathan Law, and I'm going to Gateway Community College in New Haven for radiology. I interned at a middle school at West Shore, and I interned with a health teacher named Mrs. Wolf, and this is her lovely family right here. Experience. I chose this experience. Okay, I didn't want to do this at first, if I'm being so honest with you guys. I wanted to do radiology. I called the radiology place. They never picked up, unfortunately. I really wanted to do it, and I called and I called and I called, and nothing. Nobody picked up. And so I was like, I checked their website. Maybe I can email them. Nothing, guys, nothing. And so my friend said that they were doing like last minute, like you can do it at a middle school thing. And my sister ended up doing it at West Shore too with a health teacher. I'm like, I guess I'll have to do this. And so I emailed, and she emailed back. I'm like, at least I have a place to go. But it's also because it's like the health. I'm working with a health teacher and health radiology, you know, guys. And so I just did the health field, and my expectations were like, they were somewhat high. I wish I didn't have the highest expectations, but when I went, it was not the best experience that I had. I went in like the first day. It's like, yeah, you're getting used to it, but she seemed like she had everything down, that I wasn't that much help, like, at all. And I was just like, I thought I was supposed to be helping, and I guess I didn't help that much. Struggles, having something to do. Okay, so the most I was able to do, honestly, was, it was a health class, so they would do yoga, and so there was like yoga mats, so I'd like help set out yoga mats, and during testing, it was like I think it was for every middle school, there was like 2-hour long testing, and I think I ended up like falling asleep for like 20 minutes, because it was really bad, and so after the testing, I would just like hand out headphones, and like, it wasn't really that much work for me to do, honestly. I felt like really guilty. Yeah, thinking I wasn't doing enough. This is like, oh, I feel so bad. The teacher was honestly amazing. She was doing the best she could, but when it came to me, it's like I didn't have anything to do. I told her if I could help out. She's like, no, you don't need to help out, and I'm like, please, I insist. So the most I ever did was like help out, like, do yoga, like, move the chairs. I thought, like, initially I thought we would, like, you know, she would have me print out stuff and like, maybe at some point teach the class, but I'm not getting that far into it. And tired and bored, that was mainly because of the 2 hours of testing. She said I didn't have to show up, but I needed the hours, guys, so I had to show up. And so, for 2 hours straight, she just said that I could, like, put the code on the board, and then they would start, and I could, like, do whatever I wanted. And that's what really got to me. That's why I didn't like showing up, but I had to power through. And it was not that bad. I'm, like, saying it like it's really bad, but it's not that bad. And, yeah. My responsibilities. When the teacher would leave, she would just be like, watch the kids. But the thing is, the kids like already knew what they were doing. It was mainly like online work, and so their projects would always be online. Like there's barely any paperwork. So if I were to help them, it would just be like I don't have their Google Class. Like she never gave me their Google. I asked, and she never ended up giving me their Google Classroom, unfortunately. But like they just seem to have it done. So I try to keep the kids safe while the teacher left the classroom. I handed out, like, headphones, like I said before. I think they were doing this, like, this poster thing where it's, like, you get to pick, like, your favorite emotion or whatever and explain what happens, like, in the body and why that happens. And then you present it to the class, but I guess they never ended up presenting it. And so I got the honors of putting it out on the bulletin board, which was something I got to do for once. And I accomplished being really patient. I mean, being able to do nothing for, like, from 8 a.m. to, 3 p.m., I didn't do that much, I'm being honest with you guys. And I feel like I reconnected with myself because I have never been that patient in my life. And this really just taught me, like, maybe I shouldn't be an assistant teacher, but it's whatever. Future plans. Finish college. I want to do radiology, like I said. Hopefully I get into radiology, but now, like, thinking back at this, if radiology is not going to have me, like, enjoying what I do, I might have to think of something else, honestly, and I don't know what to do. And if I do finish getting radiology done, hopefully I'll get it, like, actually as a job and maybe enjoy it, but, you know, after this, I don't know if I should enjoy that. Career choices, obviously, radiology. But I'm honestly, genuinely, like, the kids, I feel like the kids were just fine. It's just, like, me working with kids, I feel like you have to put me in a situation where, I'm forced to, like, work with the kids, you know? You know what? It's whatever. Alright, that's it, guys.
Would anybody like to start with the questions?
What was your favorite day?
Honestly, okay, they had a pizza day. There was a pizza day for the teachers because it was like the first week there, it was like Teacher Appreciation Week, and they're like, you can go in and get pizza. I went to get pizza and it was like, oh god. And so my friend, Riley, she also entered there. She saved me a slice, so thankfully I was able to get her pizza. So honestly, that was probably the best moment there. That's it.